Immortality, poor talent for cultivation. Fortunately, I have a cultivation simulator. Chapter 1. I traveled to a world of immortal cultivation, but I only have one ordinary spiritual root. Even if it is the most ordinary 5-element spiritual root, at least I can be an ordinary disciple. This is good. Come directly to plant the land. Chongsheng Xianzong, Spiritual Medicine Garden. Ye Fan carried the hoe that the deacon elder had just given him, looked at the spiritual medicines in the garden, shook his head and sighed. He was a transmigrator, and he was so lonely and helpless, without money and power. After learning that this was a world of cultivation, he traveled a long distance to come here and participated in the ceremony of accepting disciples. Originally, he thought that as a transmigrator, his talent should not be bad, so when he was about to be selected, he boasted to a girl who came with him. But in the end, he only had one ordinary spiritual root. What is an ordinary spiritual root? As the name suggests, a very ordinary spiritual root. Compared with ordinary people, it is not much better. If you want to embark on the path of cultivation, you must have at least one 5-element spiritual root. If you have an ordinary spiritual root, you can't even build a foundation. Then, Ye Fan was arranged to come to this spiritual medicine garden, and it was the plump female admissions elder who saw that Ye Fan was handsome, and his next test person. It was the girl who traveled with him. Before leaving in disgrace, Ye Fan watched the girl put her hand on the test spirit stone. When the spirit stone showed a flash of lightning, it turned out to be a 1 in a million thunder spirit root, and he almost dug a hole and buried himself there. Ye Fan, right? I'll leave this to you. This is your residence. The jade slips inside record how to cultivate these spiritual herbs. You can see them by sinking your consciousness into them. Although the plants in your yard are low-level spiritual herbs, you must be careful not to kill them. Otherwise, you will still be punished. Deacon Elder Han Fei pointed to a small house and gave a few instructions before leaving the medicine garden. Deacon, take care. Ye Fan politely said goodbye and walked into the hut in silence. There was a bed with bedding and a small cabinet in the hut. In the cabinet, Ye Fan found the jade slip that Han Fei mentioned, and sank into it according to the method, and saw the method of planting spiritual herbs. Then, he fell on the bed in great depression. In the world of cultivating immortals, he could only grow vegetables. He had already felt desperate about his future life. Ding! The host is detected to be in a state of despair, and the immortal cultivation simulator system is activated. At this moment, a system prompt sound echoed from Ye Fan's mind. Then, an illusory panel appeared in front of him. Ye Fan sat up from the bed suddenly and rubbed his eyes hard. Everything did not disappear. Coming! Finally come! Ha 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 ha! Ye Fan's mood instantly turned into excitement. He ran out of the hut and rushed out of the spiritual medicine garden. He ran around frantically. Several other disciples who managed the spiritual medicine garden heard the sound and opened the door and stuck their heads out. Seeing Ye Fan's overjoyed look, they looked at each other in bewilderment. What's wrong with this new guy? What's coming? It should mean that he finally stayed in our sect, right? It is said that he is just an ordinary spiritual root. It is indeed worth being happy that he stays. Really? Just now, I felt that my life was dark, and now that the system has been awakened, it is hard for Ye Fan not to be excited. After running around, he suppressed his emotions, returned to the cabin, and began to study his own system. As a modern person, Ye Fan had played things like life simulators in his previous life to kill time. And this immortal cultivation simulator is basically the same as the life simulator. It can be simulated once a day. Each simulation can permanently fix a talent. And after choosing to permanently fix it, this talent will become his own ability. Beautiful. So beautiful. In addition to this, there is also a novice gift package. After Ye Fan opened it, he got 3 opportunities to retain talents, which can temporarily not permanently fix talents, but also retain talents. After thoroughly understanding the system, Ye Fan couldn't wait to start his first immortal cultivation simulation. Selectable talents are randomly drawn successfully. Handsome and stunning, white you are already handsome enough, this talent is not of much use to you. Disabled but strong will, blue after becoming disabled, willpower +5. Tiancan, purple born with a disability, randomly missing an arm or leg, and gains special spiritual roots with random attributes. The joy of the heavenly spiritual root is beyond your imagination, gold obtain the heavenly spiritual root. Eagle eyes, blue vision plus 50, the effect is doubled when you peek at your senior sister taking a bath. Fearless against the wind, white I have been able to pee farther than others since I was young. People from our family are so fierce. Sunflower manual, purple something disappears, and you get a random earth level technique. Warrior, blue incredible strength, mighty, well-developed limbs, but simple-minded. Incarnation of justice, purple be chivalrous and stand up for justice, and stand up against injustice when you see it. The righteous path in the world is full of vicissitudes. No grass grows, blue sacrifice hair, cultivation plus 100, I am bald, but also stronger. Please select 3 talents to start the cultivation simulation. Chapter 2. Gold. Gold came out. Yefan's eyes lit up. The first time he drew a talent, he got gold. Could this be the legendary novice halo? Moreover, he directly obtained the heavenly spiritual root. Heavenly spiritual root. Looking at the entire history of the immortal cultivation world, the number of times it has appeared is very few. Yefan couldn't help but have an association. After he had the heavenly spiritual root, he was directly accepted as a disciple by the sect master. Then the sect master happened to have a daughter, and he fell in love with her, and eventually they got married. After several years, he naturally took over the position of the sect master. This is simply a winner in life. Without hesitation, Yefan chose You Can't Imagine the Happiness of Heavenly Spiritual Roots, Gold, for his first talent. As for the second and third, that's not important. Anyway, you can only choose one fixed talent at a time. After randomly choosing Justice Incarnation, purple, and Eagle Eyes, blue, which looked pretty good, the immortal cultivation simulation begins. On the first day, your spiritual roots caused strange phenomena in heaven and earth. As a genius that appears once in 1,000 years, you caused countless sects to scramble for you. A sword energy came and you died. Looking at the simulation that ended just as it began, Yefan's eyelids twitched. This. I will die now. All the beautiful things he had just thought of were shattered. Please select the talent that will be permanently fixed. A pop-up window appears in the system. What the hell is this choice? You know, this is a simulator. In other words, if I really fix this talent and get the heavenly spiritual root, then everything will really happen. If I choose, I will die. If I don't choose, the heavenly spiritual root I got will be gone, and it will be difficult to draw it again in the future. For a moment, Yefan fell into deep entanglement. Oh, right, the reward for the novice gift package. Yefan thought of the retained talent in the novice gift package, and immediately used an opportunity to retain You Can't Imagine the Happiness of the Spiritual Root, Gold. The fixed opportunity has not been used yet. Yefan thought about it and chose to fix Eagle Eye, blue. He swore that choosing to fix this one had absolutely nothing to do with whether he looked at his senior sister or not. There are only 2 options. Although the other incarnation of justice is purple, it is not a good thing at first glance. This is the world of cultivating immortals. Go out and roar when you see injustice. Without the simulation, Yefan can predict his own the result. Died miserably. After fixing the talent, Yefan's eyes felt sore and swollen, but recovered in a few seconds, and his vision was several times clearer. Can only draw once a day. After finishing everything, a wave of sleepiness came over him, and Yefan, who was exhausted from traveling for many days, fell asleep in a daze. When he opened his eyes again, it was already the next day. His stomach was growling with hunger, but because he didn't cover himself with a quilt when sleeping, Yefan had to go to the toilet first. Squatting on the pit, he opened the system panel and prepared to start the second simulation. Draw once a day. Today is already the second day. Selectable talents are randomly drawn successfully. Tianchen childlike fairy, purple forever fixed in the appearance of an 8-year-old, with the cultivation base of the nascent soul stage, an old monster with a childlike face, you deserve it. Family decline, blue family background -20, children from poor families have to grow up early. When the family background is -50, you may have an adventure. Beauty massage master, blue your technique is very professional, and my senior sisters all said it's good. How to make the elixir, gold you will gain the best alchemy talent in history, elixir of immortality. Is it difficult to make? Incarnation of justice, purple be chivalrous and stand up for justice, and stand up against injustice when you see it. The righteous path in the world is full of vicissitudes. The irritable and reckless man, purple if you don't agree, just fight. Master of health preservation, blue although your mortal spiritual roots cannot build a foundation, you know how to preserve your health, so perhaps you can live to 200 years old. Cat master, white you will adopt more than 10 stray cats. Luxuriant growth, white the amount of hair increases. You are the person with the most hair in the world of immortal cultivation. Tiancan, purple born with a disability, randomly missing an arm or leg, and gains special spiritual roots with random attributes. Reserved talent, the joy of a natural spiritual root is beyond your imagination, gold obtain a natural spiritual root. Please select 3 talents, you can choose additional talents if you keep them, and start the cultivation simulation. Again. Another payout. Aura of a novice. Definitely a novice aura. Seeing that the payouts had been made for 2 consecutive days, Ye Fan, who was squatting in the toilet, was so excited that he almost fell down, and hurriedly began to select talents. You have chosen, how to make the elixir, gold, incarnation of justice, purple, angry and reckless, purple, the happiness of the spiritual root is beyond your imagination, gold. Fixed talent, eagle eye, blue. The immortal cultivation simulation begins. Day 1, you have acquired an unparalleled talent for alchemy, but no one knows about it. You need to show your talent. At this time, your spiritual roots cause strange phenomena in heaven and earth. As a genius that appears only once in 1,000 years, you have caused countless sects to scramble for you. Your eyesight is extraordinary, and you clearly see a sword energy coming, but the powerful pressure makes you unable to move, and you are dead. Chapter 3. Damn! Ye Fan punched the wooden door of the toilet. He couldn't even survive a day. Could this natural spiritual root really be a death option? Please select the talent that will be permanently fixed. This time, the golden talent doesn't seem to have any dangers. Ye Fan thought about it and said, choose a fixed talent how to make the elixir, gold. You have selected the fixed talent, how to make the elixir, gold, fixed successfully. The system prompt sounded. Ye Fan only felt that his body had sublimated. But he couldn't tell where the change had occurred. Talent, the happiness of the spiritual root is beyond your imagination, gold, do you want to keep it? It does not consume the number of times if you keep it. Yes. Ye Fan said without hesitation. The spiritual root must be preserved. As for the situation of certain death, he believed. There must be a way to break it. Coming out of the toilet, his stomach growled even louder. Ye Fan left the spiritual medicine garden and went to the canteen. There were not many people in the canteen. After breaking through the chi refining stage and entering the foundation establishment stage, one can practice fasting and feed on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, without having to consume grains that would produce impurities in the human body. Therefore, those who come here to eat are all new disciples. In other words, my talent for alchemy is now at the maximum level. While eating, Ye Fan thought, but now that I have the talent for alchemy at the maximum level, where can I get the method of alchemy? Go directly to the alchemy elders at Dangxiang Peak to show them that I have great talent and ask them to teach me. A picture appeared in Ye Fan's mind. Is this Dangxiang Peak? I have an unrivaled talent for alchemy, come and teach me how to make an elixir. Where did this lunatic come from? Get out of here. Moreover, even if the people of Dangxiang Peak really gave him a chance and successfully verified that Ye Fan's talent in alchemy was indeed 1 in a million, the simulator didn't survive the first day. Ye Fan didn't know if he would be killed like Tian Lingen if his terrifying talent was exposed. Cautious. In the world of cultivating immortals, there are dangers everywhere, so you must be careful. Regardless of whether it will be believed or not, before the simulator simulates the talent of alchemy and people know what will happen, it must not be exposed. In the simulator, the fate of the natural spiritual root is still vivid. Taking risks is absolutely not advisable. As for how to obtain the method of alchemy, I can only think of a way slowly in the future. Sighing, Ye Fan concentrated on eating 2 mouthfuls of rice, put down the rice bowl and prepared to leave. As he walked out, Ye Fan saw a young disciple sitting there, eating rice with chopsticks in one hand and flipping through a book very seriously. You are still so hard-working when eating, be careful of myopia, brother. Ye Fan said secretly, but after taking 2 steps, he stepped back and looked at the contents of the book in the young disciple's hand, his pupils contracted. The powerful vision of the eagle eyes allowed Ye Fan to clearly see the contents of the book in the man's hand. The method of refining Qi Ju Dan. This is a method of refining pills. God! Ye Fan murmured in his heart, you really treat me well. He swallowed his saliva. Ye Fan looked at every word in the book in the young disciple's hand carefully, over and over again, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its food, forcing himself to remember it firmly in his mind. Zhaojin is a fire spirit root of the 5 elements spirit roots, and because of his good talent in alchemy, he was directly recruited into Dangxiang Peak at the disciple recruiting ceremony and became an apprentice alchemy disciple. Since he is an apprentice, it is not considered to be a real stay, and there is still a possibility of being transferred back to the outer sect. Dangxiang Peak is a good place. Becoming an alchemist is an incomparable good thing. Zhaojin wanted to stay very much, so in the 2 days after entering the sect, he was always holding the alchemy method and reading and studying. It is not clear whether he is really working hard. At least in the eyes of the elders, it is very good. And while he was eating and continuing to work hard, he suddenly felt like a thorn in his back, and subconsciously turned his head to take a look. I saw. A young disciple, also wearing the uniform of a new disciple, was standing behind him, looking at him with dim eyes. I'm. Zhaojin was startled and shouted, attracting the attention of many disciples in the cafeteria. Being looked at by countless eyes, Zhaojin blushed and became a little angry. He looked up at Ye Fan and said, "Junior brother, you are standing behind me. Is there something wrong? Discovered?" But it seems that he was not completely discovered. Ye Fan suddenly had an idea, grinned, stepped forward and said, "Hello, senior brother, junior brother Ye Fan. When I passed by you just now, I was impressed and deeply attracted by your temperament. I didn't expect that there is such a perfect person in the world, so I couldn't help but stare at you and was absent-minded. I am really sorry for bumping into you." Zhaojin's angry expression gradually froze. He touched his face, scratched his head shyly and laughed. I am not as exaggerated as you said, junior brother yet. Chapter 4. How could there not be any? Ye Fan slapped his thigh and said, "Moreover, senior brother, you are so perfect and work so hard. You are truly a rare talent. You will definitely become a leader in the world of immortal cultivation in the future." This. Aspiring to be the best in the world of immortal cultivation. Ye Fan's words were so vivid that Zhaojin began to doubt himself. Was he really so perfect? I forgot to ask, what is your name, brother? My name is Zhaojin. After Zhaojin said his name, Ye Fan suddenly grabbed his sleeve excitedly. Brother Zhaojin, please give me a chance to follow you for a short time. In this cafeteria. Hey! Zhaojin was confused. What do you mean by here, a short follow? How can a golden scale stay in a pond? It will turn into a dragon when it encounters wind and clouds. With your talent, it won't be long before you will soar into the sky like a dragon, and you will no longer be able to suppress your own brilliance. By then, you will definitely have more and more followers, and there will be no place for me. So, I just want to ask you to give me the honor of having a meal with you during this period of time. Let me enjoy the position of your follower during this period of time." Ye Fan said piously, his eyes burning. "Just have dinner together." Zhaojin quickly agreed, "I agree, junior brother yet, you don't have to look at me like that. Then let's do it at the same time tomorrow. I still have some things to do. Brother Zhao, see you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." After Ye Fan left, Zhaojin took the alchemy method that he could not understand very well, and tried to understand it more. How can a golden fish stay in a pond? Once it encounters wind and clouds, it will turn into a dragon. How can a golden fish stay in a pond? After jogging back to the spiritual medicine garden, Ye Fan closed the door and squatted on the ground, writing frantically. What is this? Oh yet! What was that? I remember it now. Soon, he used a branch to write down the complete method of refining the qi gathering pill, then sat down on the ground and let out a long sigh. Blowing the mind is really a bit brain-consuming, and I almost forgot it. Looking at the method of refining the qi gathering pill that he had copied down on the ground, as well as the diagram of the materials needed for refining, Ye Fan's mouth curled up a smile. But soon, he rubbed his chin again. The refining method is there. But where can I find these materials needed for refining the pill? Suddenly, Ye Fan looked at the spiritual medicines planted behind him with a dim gaze. They are all low-level spiritual medicines. Apparently, there is no statistical number. If there is no statistical number, he. Late at night. In the hut of the spiritual medicine garden, Ye Fan sat cross-legged on the bed, with 8 kinds of spiritual medicines placed in front of him. His face was filled with indescribable joy. He didn't expect that Zhen would let him gather all the necessary materials in his own yard. Get started. The first step is to release the Dan fire and control the shape of the Dan fire to turn it into a fireball. Ye Fan, who was very excited, gradually froze his smile on his face after reading the first step of refining the elixir. Alchemy fire. Damn it! Where can I get the alchemy fire now? When he copied this, he paid special attention to see if he needed an alchemy furnace. When he saw that low-level elixirs like Qi Ju Dan did not require an alchemy furnace, he was so happy. But he was a little too happy. He forgot about the alchemy fire. Die before achieving success? Ye Fan took a deep breath, and his eyes gradually became firm. No. Even if he had to burn firewood, he had to try to refine this batch of elixirs. He rushed out of the spiritual medicine garden, went to the nearby hill, and picked up a pile of firewood. But after coming back, Ye Fan vomited again. He didn't even have the primer to start a normal fire. Drilling wood to make fire? How long would it take to drill? Not advisable. Can't this elixir be refined today? Ye Fan was distressed and unwilling. He raised his hand and murmured, for top-level alchemy talents, shouldn't the comprehension of elixir fire be the most basic? Elixir fire. Elixir fire. Elixir fire. Come out for me. After a while of low shouting, Ye Fan put down his hand dejectedly. No matter how high the talent is, it is useless without a method. It seems that I can only put it aside temporarily and find out how to sacrifice the elixir fire first. Just as he was thinking about it, Ye Fan suddenly realized that there was a strange warm current surging in his body. The next moment, in the air in front of him, a wisp of flame ignited out of thin air, and it expanded into a fist-sized fireball, illuminating the entire room. Chapter 5. Ye Fan's eyes almost popped out. What's the connection? The fire came out? He was shocked for a long time. Ye Fan couldn't help but secretly praise in his heart. The golden talent is really so terrifying. The fire of the pill is there. Ye Fan began to refine it according to the method. According to the sequence of steps, he put the medicinal materials into the flame step by step, and then controlled the flame to melt and condense the medicinal materials bit by bit. The probability of success in the first alchemy is very small. Especially without guidance. Because whether it is the control of flames or the control of timing, it is not something that can be understood by one-sided records of alchemy methods. But Ye Fan is obviously refining for the first time. I don't know why. Every step and every opportunity of refining, he can grasp it just right, and continue with the right fire. Not long after, the medicinal materials in the flames all melted into liquid, and under Ye Fan's control, they began to slowly condense. During the condensation process, wisps of black smoke kept coming out of the flame. That was the impurities in the medicinal materials being refined. Remove the dregs and keep the essence. Soon, the black smoke in the flame stopped rising. The remaining liquid also gathered together and slowly condensed into a thumbnail-sized elixir, and the fragrance of the elixir spread out. It's done. Ye Fan's face lit up. He put away the fire, took the pill in his hand and looked at it carefully. There was a layer of hazy-colored lines on the pill, shining brightly. The fragrant smell of medicine made people feel refreshed. Holding it in his hand, there was a warm breath, and people could feel that it contained very powerful energy. The elixir is indeed beyond the reach of ordinary things. The lowest level of elixir, the Qi-gathering pill, has such amazing effects. Ye Fan admired in his heart, and was about to put the pill into his mouth, but when it reached his mouth, he stopped. He suddenly thought of something. He didn't have a skill to digest the medicinal effect of this pill. Without a skill to digest it, then after this pill was swallowed, he could only rely on his spiritual roots to absorb it. But his broken spiritual roots can't absorb shit. Ye Fan slowly put down his hand that was at his mouth again. Although everything was just his inference. But it's better to be safe than sorry. If it can't be absorbed, it's a small matter to burst the spiritual roots. With the simulator, sooner or later, we can find a way to repair it. But if he exploded and died directly, there would be no place to cry. He put away the Qi-gathering pill. He used his mortal body to control the pill fire to refine the pill. Although he was gifted, the consumption was still extremely huge. His face turned pale, and he fell asleep as soon as he closed his eyes. The next day, opening his eyes, Ye Fan didn't even have time to relax, and directly turned on the system. Ding! You unlocked the achievement Master of Alchemy. Reward, number of simulations today plus 10, one talent can be temporarily fixed each time, and the talent will be replaced when it is fixed again next time. After 10 simulations, the fixed talent will be permanently retained. As soon as the system was opened, a pop-up window first appeared. There is such a function? Ye Fan was delighted. This reward is really a pillow for a sleepy person. He didn't believe that he could simulate 10 times today, and he would not be able to break the situation where the spiritual root must die. Selectable talents are randomly drawn successfully. King Go, Purple, you are naturally cautious and never do anything without certainty. After all, a 98% chance of winning is no different from committing suicide. Tianlong people, Blue, registered residents of Taewang City of Tianyuan Dynasty. The dragon and phoenix in the human philtrum, Blue hermaphrodite, yin and yang, are indistinguishable, and has the ability to conceive on its own. Acne fighter, White, acne is always with you. Super gene evolution, Purple, you may become Avatar, or you may become Godzilla. Jade feet, White, you have beautiful feet. Gastrointestinal disease, White, you will poop out whatever you eat, wash it before eating. Poison king, Purple, your body fluids are highly toxic, but you cannot control them. Daydream, White, when sleeping during the day, constitution plus 10. Master of health preservation, Blue, although your mortal spiritual roots cannot build a foundation, you know how to preserve your health, so perhaps you can live to 200 years old. Reserved talent, the joy of a natural spiritual root is beyond your imagination, Gold. Obtain a natural spiritual root. Please select 3 talents, you can choose additional talents if you keep them, and start the cultivation simulation. Looking at the talents, Ye Fan couldn't help but twitch his mouth a few times, and finally set his sights on the first talent, King of Survival, Purple. 98% of it is the same as committing suicide. If he survives like this, he should be able to avoid the devil's dart of the heavenly spiritual root, right? You have chosen talents, King of Go, Purple, Master of Health, Blue, Dragon Man, Blue, the happiness of the heavenly spiritual root is unimaginable, Gold. Fixed talents, Eagle Eyes, Blue, how to make elixir, Gold. The immortal cultivation simulation begins. Chapter 6. Ye Fan chose 2 talents without side effects. Although the purple one is of a higher level, it doesn't look right. Super gene evolution. No matter what he turns into, Ye Fan doesn't want to turn into something that's neither human nor ghost. Moreover, even if he really turns into Godzilla. This is the world of immortal cultivation. I'm afraid that he will be killed as a monster right after he transforms. As for the other purple talent, Poison King, Ye Fan doesn't want to be a virgin all his life. The immortal cultivation simulation begins. Day 1, you come from Tianyuan Imperial City, and you are born with a sense of pride. You have an unparalleled talent for alchemy, but no one knows about it, and you need to show your talent. At this time, your spiritual roots caused a strange phenomenon in the world. As a genius that only appears once in 1,000 years, you have caused countless sects to scramble for you. You have extraordinary eyesight, and when you see that the action is about to take place, you, who are cautious by nature, choose to find a place to hide. The next day passed. Passed just like that. Ye Fan opened his eyes wide and continued to look down. The next day, the war is still going on, it is dark and chaotic. You hid well and were not affected. But at this time, a strong man was unable to withstand the siege and chose to self-destruct. The mountain where you were hiding was blown into nothingness, and you died. Shit! Ye Fan cursed. However, he survived the first day. In other words, King Go's talent is still useful. Fix it first. Please select the talent that will be temporarily fixed. Select fixed talent, King of Go, Purple. You have selected the fixed talent, Go Wang, Purple, fixed successfully. Ye Fan started the second simulation directly. Selectable talents are randomly drawn successfully. Cow, White, you will produce milk. Where the dream begins, Blue, you will appear in the place where you first appeared in this world. Kill firing, White, you are proficient in firing porcelain, which is a good skill to make a living. Cat Master, White, you will adopt more than 10 stray cats. Human water baby, Blue, obtain the 5 elements spiritual root with water attribute. Straw-clothed man, Blue, wearing straw-clothed hat, combat power plus 50. Sunflower manual, purple something disappears, and you get a random earth level technique. Elegant people, blue literati and poets, listening to music in brothels. Luxuriant growth, white the amount of hair increases. You are the person with the most hair in the world of immortal cultivation. Acne fighter, white acne is always with you. Reserved talent, the joy of a natural spiritual root is beyond your imagination, gold obtain a natural spiritual root. Please select 3 talents, you can choose additional talents if you keep them, and start the cultivation simulation. The place where the dream began. Seeing this talent, Yefan's eyes lit up. Although it was just a white talent, but if he went back to the place he came from, no matter how fierce the battle here was, he would not be affected anymore. You have chosen talents, where the dream begins, blue, the man in the raincoat, blue, the elegant man, blue, the happiness of the spiritual root is beyond your imagination, gold. Fixed talents, eagle eyes, blue, how to make the elixir, gold, king of the go, purple. The immortal cultivation simulation begins. Day 1, you have gained an unparalleled talent for alchemy, but no one knows about it. You need to show your talent. At this moment, your spiritual roots caused a strange phenomenon in the world. As a genius that only appears once in 1,000 years, you have caused countless sects to scramble for you. Your eyesight is beyond ordinary people. You clearly saw a sword energy coming, but the strong pressure made you unable to move. At this moment, you disappeared from the spot and came to a desolate wilderness. You thought you had escaped and were complacent, but the strange phenomenon caused by your spiritual roots had not disappeared yet, attracting the attention of 2 yuanying old monsters, and the 2 fought for you. You, who are cautious by nature, suddenly felt bad and prepared to run away, but the yuanying old monster who was at a disadvantage had the mentality of destroying it if he couldn't get it, and he sacrificed a flying sword, and you died. Chapter 7. This time, he didn't even survive a day. It's obviously more dangerous outside. Yefan was silent. But he just didn't believe it. Since it was dangerous wherever he went, he could live 1 more day by staying in the Chongsheng immortal sect, so he gave up replacing the talent of King of Go with where the dream begins and continued the 3rd simulation. This time, Yefan's luck seemed to be good, and he got 2 more purple talents about Go. Hiding with intelligence, purple when hiding, intelligence plus 50. Caution makes me happy, purple when hiding, happiness plus 50, even if you hide in endless darkness, you will never be swallowed by emotions. The immortal cultivation simulation begins. Day 1, you have an unparalleled talent for alchemy, but no one knows about it. You need to show your talent. At this time, your spiritual roots caused a strange phenomenon in the world. As a genius that only appears once in 1,000 years, you have caused countless sects to scramble for you. You have extraordinary vision. When you see that the action is about to take place, you, who are cautious by nature, choose to find a place to hide. The next day, the war was still going on, and it was so intense that the sky was dark. While you were hiding, your mind was extremely clear, and you found a perfect hiding place, and you were not affected. A strong man was unable to withstand the siege and chose to self-destruct. The mountain you were just on was blown into nothingness, but fortunately you did not choose to stay there. Day 3, you are a little hungry, but your mood and mentality are good, and you are even happy hiding in the dark. But at this moment, a powerful being with a body out of body arrives, he locks on your position, and is ready to take you away by force. The immortal sect of Chongsheng rushes to stop him, and after several people fighting, they are still defeated. They have no time to take care of you, and are beaten into a meat paste by the terrifying pressure of the collision. You are dead. Continue. Yefan cursed inwardly and continued with the 4th simulation. King of Kings, purple. Go. Purple. Simulation start. First day. The next day. Day 3, you are dead. 5th simulation. Go. Purple. Go. Purple. Simulation start. First day. The next day. Day 3, you are dead. 6th simulation. You are dead. The 10th simulation. Go. Purple. Photographic memory, purple. Day 1, you're dead. All the simulations have been used up. But the result of 10 simulations shows that no matter how hard you try, you can't survive past the 3rd day. Because on the 3rd day, an out-of-body monster will appear and attack you. Out-of-body stage. Looking at the entire world of immortal cultivation, which has countless people and numerous forces, the number of out-of-body masters can be counted on one hand. Each of them is a terrifying master who can dominate a place and establish a sect. Such a being has come. It shows how terrifying the heavenly spiritual root is. 10 simulations, no matter how surviving they were, they all died in the hands of this out-of-body strongman. In other words, this path is simply not feasible. Think of other ways. Ye Fan was thinking, and the system prompt appeared. Please select the talent to be fixed. The talent selected this time will be permanently fixed. Select fixed talent photographic memory, purple. You have chosen to fix the talent, photographic memory, purple, fixed successfully. Since the way of hiding is not feasible, there is no need to choose talents for hiding. Ye Fan had already made this preparation. So in the last simulation, he chose photographic memory, which can be used directly as a replacement and fixed permanently. Talent, the happiness of the spiritual root is beyond your imagination. Gold, do you want to keep it? It does not consume the number of times if you keep it. Keep it. He chose to keep it. Ye Fan opened it and took a look at his permanent talent. Fixed talents. How to make the elixir, gold. Photographic memory, purple. Hawkeye, blue. Reserving talents. You can't imagine the happiness of the spiritual roots, gold. 3 talents, 1 gold, 1 purple, 1 blue, and 1 gold. This luck is already amazing. After simulating 10 times, it was already noon. Ye Fan quickly packed up and rushed to the canteen. Chapter 8. When Ye Fan arrived at the canteen, Zhao Jin also arrived. Seeing his mobile alchemy secret book, Ye Fan smiled. The two walked together and went into the canteen to get food. Then, Zhao Jin wanted to sit at the same table with Ye Fan to eat. No. But just as Zhao Jin was about to put down the meal, Ye Fan suddenly reached out to stop him. Zhao Jin's hand holding the meal froze in mid-air, and he looked up at Ye Fan in confusion. Junior brother Ye, what's wrong? Brother Zhao, you can't sit here. Ye Fan said. Why? Zhao Jin was puzzled. Because I am not worthy of sitting at the same table with someone as perfect as you, senior brother Zhao. Ye Fan said seriously. Hey! Zhao Jin was stunned. Brother Zhao, your hard work and perfection are beyond my reach, so I am only worthy of looking at your back. Ye Fan pointed to the table behind him and said, Brother, sit at that table with your back to me. I want to watch your hard-working back, so that I can know how big the gap is between you and me, and motivate myself to work harder so as not to be left too far behind by you. Otherwise, I will be left far behind by you, and I will not even be qualified to follow in your footsteps. Ye Fan's tone and expression were extremely serious. Zhao Jin was confused again. Looking at his back, he encouraged him to work hard to become stronger. Otherwise, he would be left far behind and not even be qualified to follow in his footsteps. Am I really so awesome that I need qualifications to follow me? Looking at Ye Fan's serious and determined eyes, Zhao Jin's doubts in his heart could not help but confirm. Okay, junior brother Ye, I'll sit at that table. He nodded very seriously, carrying the food, and sat at the table opposite Ye Fan with his back to him. A hard-working figure. Yes. Hard-working. Zhao Jin took out the alchemy book from his arms and began to read it while eating. Ye Fan smiled, his eyes were sharp, staring at the contents of the book. The choice of photographic memory was absolutely right. Ye Fan could remember everything recorded in the alchemy book clearly in his mind after just one look. For 2 consecutive days, Ye Fan wrote down the methods of refining 2 first-level elixirs from Zhao Jin's book, and after returning, he refined them overnight. In these 2 days, Ye Fan's cultivation simulation returned to the state of not being able to survive for more than a day. He also fixed 2 more talents. Sap Novice Period. Although they are all blue talents, they are effective and have no side effects. The effect of stun is that when you attack from behind, if you are not noticed and the opponent's cultivation is not higher than yours, there is a 99% chance of causing stun. The effect of the novice period is to allow Ye Fan's cultivation to enter the initial stage of qi refining directly. There is also a function called novice protection, which allows Ye Fan to not be seen by anyone during the qi refining period. This is very important and is one of the main reasons why Ye Fan chose to fix this talent. Otherwise, he, a herbalist who has just entered the door and has only ordinary spiritual roots and has no cultivation method, suddenly has cultivation and is discovered by others. It is really fatal. After entering the qi refining period, Ye Fan is more familiar with refining first-level pills, and after refining, it is no longer consumed that much. The two kinds of pills he refined this time are the moisture-rising pill and the rejuvenating pill. The rejuvenating pill is a healing pill. The effect of the moisture-rising pill is similar to that of the gathering pill, but the effect is small and the medicinal effect is mild. After putting the rejuvenating pill away, Ye Fan took the moisture-rising pill, closed his eyes, and used the cultivation of the initial stage of qi refining to mobilize his ordinary spiritual roots and slowly digest the medicinal effect. After having cultivation, you can activate the spiritual energy to run around the body. Although there is still no technique, it is enough for ordinary spiritual roots to digest the medicinal effects. However, it is limited to the mild medicinal effect of the moistening pill. If it is a qi-gathering pill whose medicinal effect explodes in the body, Ye Fan is still in great danger of exploding and dying. On Dangxiang Peak, Lu Renjia, the second elder of Dangxiang Peak, was watching the inspection. Looking at the disciples who were studying the alchemy method diligently, he stroked his beard and nodded with satisfaction. This batch of little guys are all very good. Let me tell you, I met a master some time ago, and this master said that I have extraordinary talent and that I will be able to soar to the sky in the future and become a leader in the world of immortal cultivation. The master also said that I have a promising future in the path of alchemy, and my talent is no worse than that of the elders, and even stronger. Just as he was about to leave with satisfaction, Lu Renjia moved his ears and heard a boastful voice. Chapter 9. Ye Fan's bragging for a few days has made Zhao Jin, who was pretending to be hard-working, more and more arrogant. He tossed and turned for several nights and couldn't sleep all night. Today, he couldn't help it and boasted to a few familiar disciples. After all, being invincible is too lonely, and he needs to share it with others, otherwise he can't even sleep. Listening to his words, his familiar disciples all laughed. Senior brother Zhao, since you are so capable, why are you still here like us and not directly recruited into the inner sect? That's right, according to what you said, senior brother Zhao, for a talent like you, the inner sect's Dan Shen Peak should be the place for you. Brother Zhao, who is that expert you're talking about? Did he cheat you out of money? Zhao Jin shook his head and laughed as he heard their disbelief, confusion and even sarcasm. You guys still know too little. How can a golden fish stay in a pond? Once it encounters wind and clouds, it will turn into a dragon. Do you understand what I mean? This is what the master told me. I'm still here because I lack opportunities. Once I encounter this opportunity, I will be able to rise straight up and make a name for myself. These words all came from Ye Fan's mouth. When it came to Zhao Jin, they all became what the masters said, hiss. Several disciples looked at each other in bewilderment. After hearing what Zhao Jin said so mysteriously, they really couldn't help but believe it a little. After all, a golden scale is not something that stays in a pond. Once it encounters wind and clouds, it will turn into a dragon. Such profound words are not something that ordinary people can say. How can a golden scale stay in a pond? It will turn into a dragon when it encounters wind and clouds. At this time, a voice came from the side. Second elder. Meet the second elder. Second elder. When the disciples saw the newcomer, they all bowed. Hello, second elder. Zhao Jin's heart skipped a beat and he quickly bowed. Lu Renjia looked Zhao Jin up and down and said, What's your name? Replying to the second elder, disciple Zhao Jin. It's over, it's over. Zhao Jin's forehead broke out in a cold sweat, and he felt extremely regretful. Why did he say so much here? Zhao Jin, right? You are pretty good. Lu Renjia sneered, since you are such a rare talent, you just lack an opportunity, then I will give you an opportunity. Aren't you as talented in alchemy as we elders? He waved his hand, and a row of herbs appeared out of thin air, floating in the air. These are the herbs needed to refine the Yuanling pill. I'll give you 3 days to refine it for me. Yuanling pill? A bigger layer of sweat appeared on Zhao Jin's forehead. Yuanling pill is the most difficult to refine among the first-level pills. Many second-level alchemists can't even refine it. Brother Zhao. Come on. I'm rooting for you. If you really refine it, Brother Zhao, you might be able to be directly accepted as a disciple by the elders, and then you will be very successful. Yes, once you encounter the wind and clouds, you will turn into a dragon. After you become successful, don't forget us, Brother Zhao. After Lu Renji left, other disciples came forward one after another and patted Zhao Jin on the shoulder one by one. There were ridicules, jokes, and the sincerity of people who really believed what Zhao Jin said. At noon, in the cafeteria, Ye Fan and Zhao Jin were eating in a strange sitting posture again. The two were together, but it seemed that they were not completely together. Ye Fan was ready to continue to learn from him. Today's moistening pill brought him a lot of benefits. He did not consume the efficacy of the medicine to continue to improve his cultivation, but thoroughly consolidated and stabilized the basic realm. A tall building rises from the ground. I will have the existence of a heavenly spiritual root in the future. If the realm of the Qi refining period cannot be stabilized, there will inevitably be some troubles in the future. But Ye Fan, who was already prepared, waited for a long time, but he didn't wait for Zhao Jin to take out the alchemy book to read. He just sat there in a daze, eating while in a daze, and sighing from time to time. Ye Fan was puzzled, and quickly took 2 mouthfuls of rice and walked up. Brother Zhao, why are you frowning? Did you encounter something? Zhao Jin looked at Ye Fan and lamented, Junior brother Ye, this time, I am really finished. He told Ye Fan everything that had just happened. A boaster was caught? Ye Fan laughed. But, this is also an opportunity. Yuanling pill. The most difficult to refine among the first-level spiritual pills. The efficacy should be very good. Junior brother Ye, how can you still laugh? Seeing Ye Fan actually laughed, Zhao Jin frowned and said, although the second elder did not say what the punishment would be, there is no need to think about it. If I cannot refine it, I will definitely be expelled from Dangxiang Peak. Senior brother Zhao, you don't have to underestimate yourself. Ye Fan's eyes lit up. You have such a strong talent for alchemy, what if you succeed in refining it in one go? Chapter 10. To refine the Yuanling pill, you need an alchemy furnace. Ye Fan and Zhao Jin came to the alchemy room of the outer sect of the Chongsheng Immortal Sect. Junior brother Ye, can I really do this? Brother Zhao, believe in yourself. But it has been a few days since I started learning, and I have read a lot of alchemy books, but I haven't refined a single pill. No matter how talented you are, it is unlikely that you can directly refine such a difficult pill. I may not be as talented as you say. Zhao Jin has begun to doubt whether Ye Fan has misjudged him. But he was unwilling to give up and preferred to believe that what Ye Fan said was true, so he still couldn't say this. You haven't practiced it, but I have. Ye Fan comforted him. Everything depends on human efforts, senior brother Zhao, the first thing you need now is confidence. Believe in yourself. If you don't believe that you can do it, you may not be able to do what you can do in the end. Okay. Zhao Jin gritted his teeth, reluctantly took 2 low-grade spirit stones, and opened a room equipped with a first-grade middle-grade spirit furnace. The walls in the alchemy room are made of obsidian. It can isolate the temperature and prevent the furnace explosion from spreading to other rooms. After entering the alchemy room, Zhao Jin took out all the medicinal materials, and then took the ancient book that recorded the method of refining Yuanling Dan, and read it carefully. Ye Fan stood aside, his eyes sparkling. Under normal circumstances, when refining the elixir, it is necessary to isolate all external interference, otherwise once distracted, there will be a risk of direct failure in refining, so basically there can be no other people around. But Zhao Jin strongly requested Ye Fan to go with him. The reason was simple. He really couldn't do it, and he really had no idea. Ye Fan was here, no matter if he could help him or not, at least he could feel at ease. He carefully read the method of refining Yuanling pill again, then took a deep breath, sacrificed his fire spirit root, and summoned a rather strong pill fire, muttering God bless you, and prepared to start refining. But at this moment, Zhao Jin suddenly felt his eyes go dark, and he lost consciousness. With a plop, he collapsed to the ground. Behind him, Ye Fan threw aside a club he had just picked up, and turned his gaze to the medicinal materials on the ground, and smiled at the alchemy furnace as tall as a person. Although he had only refined 3 kinds of pills, but Ye Fan's alchemy skills were already perfect. After a brief adaptation to the use of the alchemy furnace, Ye Fan began to refine. He perfectly controlled the refining temperature, the placement of medicinal materials, the removal of impurities, the timing of condensing the pill, and so on, and proceeded step by step in an orderly manner. Not long after, the aroma of medicine floated out of the alchemy furnace. Ye Fan put away the flame, and his mind moved. A full 10 pills with misty patterns floated out. Done. Ye Fan's mouth curled up a smile. In order to save time, he directly put all the 10 medicinal materials that the second elder gave to Zhao Jin together. Refined. He did not plan to refine 10 pills directly. He thought that having 2 or 3 pills would be very good. But after he started to refine, he found that this so-called Yuanling pill that was extremely difficult to refine did not seem to be that difficult, so he refined it, and 10 pills came out directly. Taking a deep breath of the intoxicating medicinal fragrance of the pill, Ye Fan put away 9 pills, and then put one back into the furnace. At this time, Zhao Jin groaned in pain, and Ye Fan gave up the idea of taking his pill book to observe it again, and found a place to look up. Zhao Jin climbed up, rubbed his aching neck, and looked around blankly. What happened? He stood up shakily and walked to Ye Fan. Junior brother yet, junior brother yet. Ye Fan woke up slowly. Brother Zhao. Junior brother yet, what on earth happened? Why did you and I both faint? Zhao Jin asked in confusion. Just now, senior brother Zhao, you were refining the elixir, and everything went smoothly. But just when the elixir was about to form, there was a sudden explosion in the elixir furnace, and then I fainted. I don't know what happened next, yet. Fan said. What? Zhao Jin jumped up like a cat whose tail was stepped on. I have already refined the elixir. How is it possible? How come I have no memory of it at all? Chapter 11. It would be strange if you still remember it. Ye Fan complained in his heart and scratched his head. I heard that after a blow to the head, it is possible to have temporary amnesia. Brother Zhao, did you hit your head when you fainted just now, so you forgot what happened just now? Ah, this is possible. Zhao Jin touched the back of his neck again. This place is not the head, but it is not far from the head. Where are the remaining 9 portions of herbs? He looked around and saw that the ground where the herbs were placed was empty, and asked in confusion. Just now, senior brother Zhao, you put all 10 portions of herbs into the alchemy furnace at once. Where are the remaining 9 portions of herbs? Ye Fan helped Zhao Jin recall. What? Are you kidding me? I threw all the herbs into the alchemy furnace at once. Zhao Jin exclaimed 3 times in surprise. Yes. Ye Fan nodded and said, I stopped you at that time. You said that with your talent, you could refine it 10 times at a time to have the highest success rate, so. Zhao Jin slapped his thigh when he heard this, and his face turned pale. This is bad. All 10 pills are gone. That means I have failed without knowing why? His legs went limp and he sat down on the ground dejectedly. What on earth did I just do? Refine 10 pills at a time, and they are Yuanling pills. This operation is difficult to do even for a 3rd-level alchemist. Zhao Jin had already anticipated the scene of being expelled from Dangxiang Peak and being laughed at by countless fellow disciples. He raised his hand and wanted to slap himself twice. Sniff. But at this moment, his nose twitched and found that something seemed to be wrong. If it failed, where did the rich smell of pills in the alchemy room come from? He leaned in front of the alchemy furnace, poked his head inside, then stretched out his hand and pinched out a pill, and suddenly his eyes widened. Became a star. It turned out to be one. I really succeeded in refining it. I really succeeded in refining the Yuanling pill on my first try. His tone was filled with disbelief, but his emotions gradually became ecstatic. I didn't expect it to work. Ye Fan, who was holding 9 Yuanling pills, bowed to Zhao Jin and said, Congratulations, senior brother Zhao. Junior brother Ye, thank you so much this time. I was able to succeed this time, largely because of you, junior brother Ye. If it weren't for your encouragement, I would never have been able to refine even this one pill. Junior brother Ye, wait for me. I'll go to the second elder first, and I'll thank you when I come back. Zhao Jin said gratefully, patted Ye Fan on the shoulder, and ran out of the alchemy room. It's not just to a large extent. It's all my fault. Looking at his departing back, Ye Fan smiled without saying a word, and walked out of the alchemy room with his hands behind his back. 9 Tianyuan pills in a white gourd. This harvest is really great. After walking out of the alchemy room, Ye Fan found that there were a lot of people gathered in the open space outside the alchemy room. What happened? Ye Fan was puzzled and squeezed in. Oh my god, who squeezed me? My underpants were squeezed off. Damn it, who touched my butt? Ah! Who pinched me? Ye Fan squeezed through, and the crowd was in a commotion. He ignored it and continued to move forward, finally reaching the front. In the middle of the crowd, a man and a woman were sitting cross-legged facing each other. In front of them, there was an alchemy furnace. What were they doing? Fighting? Ye Fan looked around and found a disciple who looked relatively kind and asked, "Brother, excuse me, what are they doing? Is this junior brother new here?" Appearance reflects the heart. With a kind face, the disciple spoke in a very kind tone. He smiled and said, "This is the contest between senior brother Lin Fiyun and junior sister Luo Mensin. It has lasted for 3 years since they entered the section. Their families were sworn enemies, and both of them were geniuses who were bound to enter the inner sect, so neither of them would submit to the other. Because of the family relationship, every time they competed in strength, it would turn from a competition into a life and death battle. Later, the elders banned it, and they began to decide the winner by refining pills. Use 10 materials at a time to refine Yuanling pills. Whoever can refine more pills with higher quality will win in the end. The two have fought countless times in the past 3 years, and the results are always evenly matched. I remember that last time, they seemed to have condensed 4 pills in the end. Although the quality of the pills was not high, you have to know that this was the extremely difficult Yuanling pill to refine. Refining 10 pills at the same time, with a 40% success rate, was already extremely amazing. At that time, it was said that even the inner sect was shocked by this news. Chapter 12. 10 portions of medicinal materials were used to refine 4 Tianling pills, and this caused a sensation in the inner sect? Ye Fan raised his hand and rubbed his chin. What would happen if people knew that he had refined 10 pills with 10 portions of medicinal materials? I heard that both of them have a 50% chance of success in this contest. I wonder if it is true. The disciple continued, "If it is, it will be really interesting." At this time, among the 2 people sitting cross-legged, the male disciple named Lin Fiyun spoke in a cold and murderous tone. "Luo Mensin, it has been 3 years. You and I have been tied for 3 years, it's time to put an end to it." "Yes. It's time to end it." Luo Meng's voice was as clear and melodious as the sound of orchids in the valley. "If you lose, you will take the initiative to go to our Lin family and beg us to let me take you as a concubine." Lin Fiyun said coldly. A flash of deep disgust flashed in Luo Mensin's eyes. "If you lose, you will abandon your cultivation and get out of the Chongsheng immortal sect. Let's get started." Lin Fiyun took out 10 medicinal herbs from his storage ring, followed by Luo Mensin. Outer disciples are only equipped with 1 storage bag. The storage rings in their hands proved that their family backgrounds were not ordinary. After hearing the bet between the two, the crowd was in an uproar. "If you lose, you will give up your cultivation and leave the Chongsheng immortal sect. Is this a big deal? Let junior sister Luo go to the Lin family and ask to be his concubine. This condition can not only get junior sister Luo, but also completely destroy the reputation of the Luo family. It is simply murderous. How deep is the hatred between junior sister Luo and senior brother Lin's family? Why did it become like this? I know that junior sister Luo and senior brother Lin are both from our Sushan city. Their 2 families are the 2 largest forces in Sushan city. It can be said that they are incompatible. Just a few years ago, Lin Fiyun's uncle Lin Zhanqiang was killed by junior sister Luo's father because he raped a younger generation of junior sister Luo's family to death. Since then, the relationship between the 2 families has reached the point of no return. Forced to masturbate a junior? Senior brother Lin's family members are not of good quality. They deserve to be killed. No wonder. But where is Sushan city? It is a big city located in the south of our sect, not too far away. Listening to the constant conversations coming into his ears, Lin Fiyun gritted his teeth. Although his uncle Lin Zhanqiang was a scoundrel, he had the best relationship with him since childhood. The moment he saw his uncle's body, he secretly swore in his heart. The Luo family must pay the price. Luo Mensin's eyes were slightly red. Because the younger generation who was abducted was her biological sister who had just married and gave birth to a son. Her brother-in-law was a guest of the Luo family. After learning that his wife was abducted, he was furious and attacked the Lin family, but was defeated and seriously injured. He chose to self-destruct. Poor her nephew. He became an orphan without a father or a mother when he was just born and was less than 1 year old. Not long after, he also died of illness. He should have grown up in an environment where his parents loved him and had no worries about food and clothing. They should have been an extremely happy family of 3. And this unprovoked disaster, all of this was all because of Lin Feiyun's uncle Lin Zhanqiang. At that time, she was still young. She cried for a whole month in front of her sister's spirit tablet. Until now, when she closed her eyes, she could still see her sister's doting smile. Although Lin Zhanqiang, the culprit of all this, was dead, shot to death by his father himself. But Luo Mensin heard the conversation between her father and a group of uncles and knew that the incident was not just because of one person. It was a revenge against the Luo family at the instruction of the entire Lin family. But the Lin family did not expect that Luo Mensin's father, Luo Qingshan, would be so angry that he would directly and recklessly kill Lin Feiyun's uncle. In other words, it was the entire Lin family who killed her sister's family. After hearing the news, Luo Mensin knelt in front of the spirit tablet of her sister's family, raised her hand and made the first and only oath in her life. I will never give up until I overthrow the Lin family in this life. Boom! Boom! Flames ignited at the same time in the two alchemy furnaces. Both of them started this contest with hatred and anger in their hearts. Interesting. Ye Fan originally wanted to leave, but when he saw this, he suddenly became interested and decided to stay and watch the excitement. Chapter 13. The fire of both of them was very strong, at least much stronger than Ye Fan. After all, his cultivation was there. The flame was released, directly enveloping the entire alchemy furnace. The temperature soon reached the critical point. The two of them moved in sync, and began to quickly and methodically place the medicinal materials into the alchemy furnace one by one. Looking at the flame in the alchemy furnace, a thick gloom appeared on Lin Feiyun's face. Rumor has it that their success rate has reached 50%. But what no one knows is, in fact, his success rate has reached as much as 60%. Some time ago, he sent a letter back to his family. Then, the Lin family found him a secret method that could greatly increase the success rate of alchemy by overdrawing his own spiritual power. Now, he has successfully cultivated this secret method, which can stably guarantee a success rate of 60%, and there is no possibility of error. This is why he dared to agree to the other party's bet at such a heavy price as soon as he opened his mouth. Although overdrawing the spiritual power to refine the alchemy, he may need to take natural materials and earth to replenish the spiritual power in the future. Refining a first-level elixir is totally not worth the effort. But it is obvious that Lin Feiyun's purpose is not for the elixir. He wants to slap the Luo family in the face, and then completely destroy Luo Mensin. To be able to do this, what does it matter if he pays the price of overdrawing his spiritual power? The pill is about to solidify. I don't know who will win. I hope it's junior sister Luo. Although I don't want senior brother Lin to win, but seeing how confident he is, I always feel that junior sister Luo is in danger. Junior sister Luo, you are my goddess, you must not lose. The alchemy was about to reach the last step. The crowd was in turmoil again. Ah! The great elder of the outer sect, Ji Cheng, looked at all this, shook his head and sighed. Both of them were rare genius disciples in the outer sect, and they were top-notch. No matter who won or lost between the two of them, it was not something Ji Cheng wanted to see. But the grudge between the two had come to this point. Even if he stopped it, it would only be a temporary solution. The two of them were like fire and water, and one of the two tigers would be injured in a fight. It was bound to happen. If he stopped this time, there would be the next time. If he stopped the open competition, the two would still fight privately. So, Ji Cheng no longer cared so much. He no longer thought about how to stop them. Instead, he chose to be a fair referee. At this moment, Lin Feiyun and Luo Mensin stopped at the same time. The flame in the furnace went out, and a medicinal fragrance drifted away. The elixir is done. Can they really refine 5 pills at once? I think it's uncertain. After all, this is the Yuanling pill. It is very difficult for an ordinary second-grade alchemist to achieve a 50% success rate. The disciples who were watching in layers were all nervous. Nothing went wrong. Lin Feiyun looked very happy. He turned his head to look at Ji Cheng, bowed and said, "Next, I will trouble the great elder." Ji Cheng nodded and walked forward. He waved at Lin Feiyun's alchemy furnace. All the pills inside flew out. Everyone held their breath and waited to see what the final result would be. After seeing the number of pills flying out, the crowd exploded in an instant. 6. Senior brother Lin actually refined 6 Yuanling pills. This is fake, right? Are you kidding me? 60% success rate. Senior brother Lin's talent for alchemy is too terrifying. With such a strong talent, why didn't senior brother Lin go to Dangxiang Peak and become a disciple specializing in alchemy? It is said that senior brother Lin did not want to specialize in alchemy, so he refused to enter Dangxiang Peak. Junior sister Luo is finished now. Yes, even if senior sister Luo can really refine 5 pills as the rumors say, she will definitely lose to senior brother Lin 6. My goddess, is she going to be someone's concubine? He actually refined 6 pills. Seeing the number of Lin Feiyun's pills, Luo Menxin clenched her jade hands tightly, and her face suddenly turned pale. Listening to the conversation of the crowd. Seeing Ji Cheng's surprised expression. Lin Feiyun raised a smug smile at the corner of his mouth. He looked at Luo Menxin. Looking at her pale face, he sneered crazily in his heart. Luo Menxin, Luo Menxin. Now let's see how you can escape from my palm. At this time, Ji Cheng waved his hand, and all the pills in Luo Menxin's pill furnace floated out. After seeing the number of pills flying out of Luo Menxin's pill furnace, the crowd was completely in an uproar. The smug smile on Lin Feiyun's face suddenly froze, and he widened his eyes and said in disbelief, how is this possible? Chapter 14. The disciples watching were also in disbelief. How can this be? Junior sister Luo actually managed to refine 6 pills. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. 2 monsters. This means that junior sister Luo did not lose either, and the 2 of them tied again. Phew. Fortunately. Now my goddess, junior sister Luo, doesn't have to be someone's concubine anymore. What do you mean by your goddess? Junior brother, listen to my advice. No matter how much you like her, she is not yours. But if you practice hard, it will be different. The cultivation you gain from practice will make you stronger. So, it is better to leave this kind of time-wasting thing to me, your senior brother. When Ji Cheng saw this number, he was obviously stunned for a moment, then shook his head and sighed. The better the 2 of them became, the less he wanted to watch this dispute continue. Both contain 6 pills, of the same grade, so the result of this contest is still a draw. He said loudly, and glanced at the 2 of them, ready to persuade them to make peace. But before he could continue speaking, Lin Feiyun narrowed his eyes gloomily and said in a cold voice, you and I must understand each other. This time it's a draw. After 7 days, we will have another match, and the stakes will remain the same. Okay. Luo Menxin agreed without hesitation. Thank you, great elder. I will take my leave. Lin Feiyun bowed to Ji Cheng and turned to leave. Before leaving, he turned his head to look at Luo Menxin again, with a smile on his face. Luo Menxin narrowed her beautiful eyes and had a bad feeling in her heart. During this period, she practiced hard and found some tricks to refine Yunling pills, which increased the success rate to 60%. This is why she agreed to Lin Feiyun's bet just now, because she was sure she could win. But she didn't expect that Lin Feiyun also increased the success rate to 60%, and he looked so confident, as if he could be sure to win next time. Could it be that he was sure that he could directly increase the success rate to 70% after 7 days? We will continue the competition in 7 days. That means there will be another good show to watch in 7 days. But judging from their current state, it is estimated that it will be a draw next time. 7 days later. Ye Fan raised his eyebrows. Although it had nothing to do with him, and the success rate of the pill was somewhat rubbish. This excitement was quite interesting, with ups and downs and dangers everywhere. After watching the excitement, Ye Fan returned to his spiritual medicine garden. It was time to refresh the simulation. He turned on the system and started today's simulation. Selectable talents are randomly drawn successfully. Zhou Gong's friend, White, you need to sleep 22 hours a day. Cenotaph, White, nothing will be left of you after you die. Extraordinary fertility, Blue, one shot into the soul, children everywhere. When your bloodline covers 50% of the population in the Xiaoxian world, this talent will be upgraded to gold. Acne fighter, White, acne is always with you. Appearance-50. Tech guy, gold, woohoo. This is high tech. Daydream, White, when sleeping during the day, constitution +10. Excellent chess skills, Blue, your chess skills are extremely high, and there is no rival in the world of immortal cultivation. Please note that this is Go Bang, not Go. Tianlong people, Blue, registered residents of Taiwang city of Tianyuan dynasty. Fearless against the wind, White I have been able to pee farther than others since I was young. People from our Ye family are so fierce. No grass grows, Blue sacrifice hair, cultivation plus 100, I am bald, but also stronger. Warrior, Blue incredible strength, mighty, well-developed limbs, but simple-minded. Reserved talent, the joy of a natural spiritual root is beyond your imagination, Gold obtain a natural spiritual root. Please select 3 talents, you can choose additional talents if you keep them, and start the cultivation simulation. Gold comes out again. Although it has happened twice, Ye Fan's eyes still brighten up. But, what is a tech expert? High technology? In the world of cultivating immortals, playing with high technology? Ye Fan was a little confused, but he chose it without hesitation. No matter if it is useful or not, it is all gold. As long as it does not cost anything, there is no reason not to choose it. After choosing the tech expert, Ye Fan chose 2 talents that seemed to have no negative effects for the other 2 items. And this time, the talent did not seem to be able to break the situation of the death of the heavenly spiritual root, so he did not choose the reserved talent this time. He wanted to see what would happen in the future if he did not have the death of the heavenly spiritual root. You have chosen talents, Technologist, Gold, Fearless, White, Chess Master, Blue. Fixed talents, Eagle Eyes, Blue, How to make the elixir, Gold, Photographic memory, Purple, Sap, Blue, Novice, Blue. Immortal cultivation simulation begins. Chapter 15. Day 1, you have a chi refining stage that no one has discovered, and an unparalleled talent for alchemy. You have learned a lot of methods of refining pills from Zhao Jin. Although they are all first-level pills, they are very useful to you. You want to make some high-tech things, but you can't find the raw materials. You are quite distressed. The next day, Zhao Jin was appreciated by the second elder of Dangxiang Peak and was accepted as his personal disciple. He was very happy and came to you with 2 pots of wine. He drank too much, and you had the opportunity to read the alchemy book in his hand and memorized all the contents in your head. Day 3, Zhao Jin sobers up and takes you to the outer gate Ling Miao Pagoda to choose a method. You choose a book of Dan Dao method by yourself. That is the special privilege of his disciple who is taught by the elder of Dangxiang Peak. He can't wait to read it. You quietly memorize all the first few pages. Day 4. Sure enough. After the inevitable death of the lack of spiritual roots, nothing happened until the 4th day. Moreover, after not dying on the first day, Ye Fan discovered that this simulator changes in real time. The first day of simulation is now. In other words, I can use the simulator to simulate once a day to predict the dangers that may occur in the future. Looking at the simulation content for the next 3 days, Ye Fan couldn't help but sigh. Zhao Jin is really lucky. He has become his personal disciple. Speaking of which, all this is because of me. So I continue to steal his skills. There should be nothing wrong. Ye Fan nodded and continued to watch the simulation content. Day 4, Zhao Jin comes to see you again. He is very distressed because he has no idea how to practice the Dan Dao method. But he doesn't know that you have actually touched the first threshold of entry. Day 5, Luo Menxin picked the herbs for refining Yuanling pills by herself. She found the 9 Yuanling pills you refined. Ye Fan's sword-like brows suddenly gathered. She discovered the secret of your excellent talent in alchemy, and she asked you to teach her some tricks about refining Yuanling pills, but you refused. She left in anger, but she did not disclose your secrets to others because of the rejection. Ye Fan's frown relaxed. This Luo Menxin seems to be a good person. Day 6, on your way to the canteen, you accidentally met Lin Feiyun. He also noticed you. Seeing your handsome appearance, he became jealous and injected a hidden spiritual energy into your body. Day 7, you feel unbearable abdominal pain and struggle to go out for help, but before you can walk out of the house, everything goes black. You're dead. This Lin Feiyun looks decent, but he actually killed me just because I'm more handsome than him? Ye Fan frowned. This simulation is his current state. In other words, if it continues like this, he will really die in 7 days. He stroked his chin and thought. This is not a dead end, there must be a way to break it. For example, on the 7th day, if I don't go to eat, I won't meet Lin Feiyun, so there shouldn't be any problem, right? Ye Fan nodded. A good man doesn't suffer a loss in front of him. This time, I'll avoid his sharp edge for the time being. Please select the talent that will be permanently fixed. Select Fixed Talent, Tech Master, Gold. You have selected the fixed talent, Technology Master, Gold, fixed successfully. Talent, the happiness of the spiritual root is beyond your imagination, Gold, do you want to keep it? It does not consume the number of times if you keep it. Yes. Ye Fan finished speaking. A sense of mystery emerged in his mind. Then, Ye Fan had an impulse to create something. Feeling this impulse, he immediately understood why he was troubled by not being able to find materials in the simulation. Knowing that he couldn't find the materials, Ye Fan didn't waste time. He directly troubled about what he should be troubled about, and then picked up the jade slip for planting spiritual medicine and read it. He did plan to do this today. This is his current responsibility. The medicine in this medicine garden must be taken care of. Otherwise, if they all die, it will be a big trouble. After writing down all the planting methods and precautions of all types of spiritual medicines, Ye Fan carried a hoe in one hand and a spiritual liquid kettle in the other, and walked towards the lush spiritual medicine bushes. Chapter 16. Without even watching the excitement, Zhao Jin went straight back to Dangxiang Peak and excitedly went to look for the second elder Lu Renjia. But just as he was about to reach the room where the second elder was, he suddenly felt a little unconfident. They can refine 10 batches of medicinal materials and the success rate can reach 4 pills. I only made 1. Will this satisfy the second elder? Although this is his first time refining an elixir. Although this is a very difficult Yuanling elixir to refine, you have to know how much he boasted at that time. I'll die if I die. He came to the door of the second elder's room with a nervous mood. He hesitated for a long time and walked in with gritted teeth. When Lu Renjia saw Zhao Jin, his face was not very good. He had already labeled Zhao Jin as frivolous. This was the first impression, and it was difficult to change. Refining failed. He asked without raising his head while drinking tea. Replying to the second elder, I succeeded. Zhao Jin said, cupping his hands. Failure is right. Success. Lu Renjia stopped the cup that was about to reach his mouth and looked up at Zhao Jin in confusion. Well, it worked, but I only made 1 pill out of 10, Zhao Jin replied. A success? He has never refined a pill, but he succeeded in 1? In that case, he is not bragging, his talent is really good. His puzzled brows relaxed a little, and Lu Renjia continued to drink the tea that was at his mouth. At this time, Zhao Jin took out the pill, held it up with both hands and presented it. After seeing the pill in his hand, Lu Renjia's pupils shook violently, and the tea in his mouth sprayed back into the tea bowl with a puff. He walked in front of Zhao Jin with his eyes wide open, carefully picked up the pill, and looked at it closely. Zhao Jin thought that Lu Renjia was dissatisfied with something, and he didn't dare to breathe, and lowered his head tightly. This is top-grade quality. This is a top-grade Tian Yuan pill. Suddenly, Lu Renjia, who was looking at the pill, shouted in a trembling voice with great excitement. Top quality. Zhao Jin raised his head in astonishment. He naturally knew that the quality of elixirs was divided into low quality, medium quality, high quality, and top quality. The lower the quality, the smaller the efficacy, and there are certain side effects. The higher the quality, the higher the efficacy, and the side effects will become smaller and smaller. The elixirs refined by ordinary alchemists are generally of low quality. It is not easy to refine a medium quality one. In addition to one's own strong strength, a lot of luck is also required. As for the top quality, there are many high-grade alchemists who have never been able to refine a top-quality elixir until they die, let alone a top-quality elixir. And now, Lu Renjia actually said that his elixir is of top-quality quality. How is this possible? Although he heard it clearly, Zhao Jin still couldn't believe it and thought he had heard it wrong. Second elder, what did you just say? Is this elixir of yours of top quality? Yes. Top quality. Lu Renjia answered with great excitement. Zhao Jin almost collapsed to the ground with his legs going limp. It was really top quality. He had refined a top quality pill without knowing what was going on. This. He suddenly remembered Ye Chen's words. A rare talent. He will strive to become the best in the world of immortal cultivation in the future. How can a golden scale be kept in a pond? Perfect. Really? What Ye Fan said was true. He was really that amazing. At this time, Lu Renjia grabbed Zhao Jin's arm and asked in a trembling voice, Zhao Jin, Did you really refine this pill? Right. Zhao Jin nodded. He himself didn't know, but according to Ye Fan, it was he who made it. Very good. That's simply too good to be true. Lu Renjie could not hide his excitement and said, I have never accepted a disciple in my life, but I have finally waited for a rare talent. A golden fish cannot stay in a pond. Once it encounters wind and clouds, it will turn into a dragon. The master you met that year was truly a master. Zhao Jin. Are you willing to take me as your master and become my direct disciple? Boom. The last sentence hit Zhao Jin's head like a bolt from the blue. Take the second elder as your master? What a good thing. How could he not be willing? He was pleasantly surprised and bowed without hesitation. Second elder. Disciple is willing. Still calling him the second elder? Lu Renjie asked. Greetings, master. Zhao Jin quickly knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times and 9 times. Chapter 17. Looking at Zhao Jin who was kneeling on the ground and kowtowed to him, Lu Renjie smiled, and laughed with his head raised. He couldn't help but sigh that his luck was really good. He happened to hear what Zhao Jin said, and happened to let Zhao Jin refine the Yuanling pill, so that he discovered such a genius. If it weren't for this wave of preemptive strike, Zhao Jin would definitely be vying for as a disciple by countless great alchemists in the future, and there would be no chance for him, an elder of the outer sect Dangxiang Peak. Although such a genius will definitely leave his name in the future, enter the inner sect, and even become a core disciple. But no matter what, the result of him being his first master cannot be changed. A super genius who can refine top-grade elixirs is his own direct disciple. Then his name will definitely be able to resound throughout the Chongsheng Xian Zone, and even throughout the entire cultivation world. The more Lu Renjie thought about it, the more he couldn't hold back the joy in his heart. All right, get up. The more he looked at Zhao Jin, the more he liked him. After asking Zhao Jin to get up, he reminded him, don't tell anyone about your ability to refine top-grade elixirs for the time being. The matter of top-grade elixirs is of great importance. If people know about it, it may directly lead to your death. He deliberately made the consequences very serious. The purpose was to keep it secret for the time being, to avoid being intercepted by others, and to wait until the future, when there is a suitable opportunity, to let Zhao Jin take the title of his disciple and make a big splash, shocking everyone. Yes, master. Zhao Jin believed his words without a doubt and said with a folded hand. From your expression just now, it seems that you don't know that the pill you refined is of top quality. Lu Renjie thought for a moment and asked. Zhao Jin nodded and said, Master, I only know that the quality of pills is divided into low grade, medium grade, high grade, and top grade, but I don't know how to distinguish them. It is not good for an alchemist to not know how to classify the grades of elixirs. Lu Renjie said, let me tell you. Thank you, Master. Zhao Jin replied with an attentive look. It is actually very simple to tell the quality of the elixir. Lu Renjie said, you only need to judge by the lines on the elixir. Low-grade elixir, there are no lines on the elixir. A medium-quality elixir with dense silver patterns on it. The pattern of the top-grade elixir is golden. The best elixir. Lu Renjie pointed at the pill Zhao Jin had given him. Zhao Jin suddenly realized, the best pills have this kind of hazy pattern. Not bad. Lu Renjie nodded. As for the immortal elixir, it only exists in legends. I am not sure about its specific characteristics. Of course, this is not something you need to know for the time being. Although you have great talent, you must be down to earth and never aim too high, or else your talent will go to waste. Zhao Jin bowed and said, I will follow the master's teachings. Lu Renjie nodded, waved his hand and took out a token out of thin air. Okay, you have worked hard in refining the elixir, so have a good rest for a day. Here is this token for you. Take it with you tomorrow and go to the Ling Miao Pagoda to choose a elixir technique you like. Zhao Jin took the token and said happily, thank you, master. The next day, Ye Fan spent a day and a half to finally water all the spiritual medicines with spiritual liquid and maintain them. Around noon, the number of simulations was refreshed. Selectable talents are randomly drawn successfully. Wolfberry, white. When you reach middle age, you have no choice but to soak wolfberry in a thermos cup. After the age of 40, your physical fitness will drop to -50. Human water baby, blue. Obtain the 5 elements spiritual root with water attribute. Fearless against the wind, white. I have been able to pee farther than others since I was young. People from our Ye family are so fierce. Straw-clothed man, blue wearing straw-clothed hat, combat power plus 50. Bigu, blue don't eat worldly food. Body refining, purple obtain a local level body refining technique. Although my spiritual roots are weak, my body is strong. Flying the sword in the wind, blue understand the method of flying with a sword. Nocturnal beast, blue when moving at night, speed and strength are greatly improved, humanity minus 50, animality plus 50. Cat master, white you will adopt more than 10 stray cats. Cenotaph, white nothing will be left of you after you die. Please select 3 talents, you can choose additional talents if you keep them, and start the cultivation simulation. Chapter 18. This not afraid of the wind. You come out too often. I'm not afraid anyway. Ye Fan complained and looked at the talent Bigu, blue. He didn't know if the simulator would change because of his will, so he simply chose this one first. After all, if you do Bigu, you won't have to go to the canteen to eat. As for fixing it, it's not necessary. After all, even if the simulator doesn't change according to your will, by then, whether you should go or not, you still won't go. He chose this just to see what would happen after he didn't go to the canteen. You have chosen talents, Bigu, blue, bodybuilding, purple, sword riding the wind, blue. Fixed talents, eagle eyes, blue, how to make elixir, gold, photographic memory, purple, sap, blue, novice, blue, tech master, gold. Immortal cultivation simulation begins. Day 1, you have obtained a medium-grade bodybuilding spell and learned the method of flying with a sword, but you don't have a sword. In addition, you have successfully completed the fasting period, and from now on you don't have to go to the canteen to eat. At this time, Zhao Jin, who was appreciated by the second elder of Dangxiang Peak and accepted as his personal disciple, came to you happily with 2 pots of wine. The 2 of you drank and talked happily, and he drank too much. You had the opportunity to read the alchemy book in his hand, and memorized all the contents in your head. The next day, Zhao Jin sobered up and took you to the outer gate Ling Miao Pagoda to choose a technique. You picked a book of alchemy techniques by yourself. That was a special privilege for him as a disciple taught directly by the elder of Dangxiang Peak. He couldn't wait to read it. You quietly memorized all the first few pages and practiced them, and also practiced the bodybuilding techniques. Day 3, Zhao Jin comes to see you again. He is very distressed because he has no idea how to practice the Dan Dao method. But he doesn't know that you have actually touched the first threshold of entry. Day 4, Luo Menxin picked the spiritual herbs for refining Yuanling pills by herself. She found 9 Yuanling pills you refined. She also discovered the secret of your excellent talent in refining pills. She asked you to teach her some tricks about refining Yuanling pills, but you refused. She left in anger, but she did not disclose your secrets because of the rejection. Day 5, you practice the bodybuilding exercises, nothing happens. Seeing this, Ye Fan nodded. The 5th day here is the 6th day yesterday, the day when Lin Feiyun attacked him. Sure enough. As long as he doesn't go to the canteen, he won't be targeted by Lin Yunfei again. Relieved, he continued to read on. Day 6, you went to watch the contest between Luo Menxin and Lin Feiyun. Lin Feiyun practiced a secret method and refined 7 pills. Luo Menxin lost, so she cut her own heart meridian and committed suicide in front of the pill furnace. You looked at her body with regret. At this moment, Lin Feiyun, who was laughing wildly after his victory, discovered you. Because he was jealous of your handsomeness, his smile stopped abruptly and turned into endless murderous intent. Seeing this, Ye Fan had a bad feeling. Day 7, Lin Feiyun came to your spiritual medicine garden under the pretext of picking herbs, and before leaving, he injected a murderous spiritual energy into your body. Day 8, you felt an unbearable abdominal pain. With the help of bodybuilding exercises, you forced yourself to suppress the feeling. Then you realized something was wrong and prepared to look for the elders for help. But before you found the elders, you suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood with pieces of flesh. You died. With a bang. Ye Fan punched the wall. He had figured it out. No matter what, this Lin Feiyun was going to kill him. If he could dodge once, he could still do it the second time. If he could dodge it the second time, he could still do it the third time, the fourth time, and the countless times. Do I have to hide from him forever? Ye Fan narrowed his eyes. Although saving his life was more important, he couldn't swallow this breath. Moreover, hiding all the time would not necessarily save his life. There would always be a time when he couldn't hide. I have to find a way to kill him. After thinking for a long time, Ye Fan realized that he had to change his mindset. Since he wanted to kill him so much, he should strike first. As for how to strike first, Ye Fan's eyes fell on Luo Mensin's name on the fourth day. What if he helped her win and changed the final outcome of the contest? A smile appeared on Ye Fan's lips. Please select the talent that will be permanently fixed. Select fixed talent, bodybuilding, purple. You have selected and fixed the talent, bodybuilding, purple, and the fix is successful. Talent, the happiness of the spiritual root is beyond your imagination, gold, do you want to keep it? It does not consume the number of times if you keep it. Yes. After the talent was fixed, a jade slip appeared in Ye Fan's hand. Different from those jade slips that recorded how to plant spiritual medicines. This jade slip was engraved with many strange patterns, and a kind of ancient and mysterious atmosphere came to his face. Chapter 19. Ye Fan was just about to sink his consciousness into the jade slip to check out this earth-level bodybuilding technique when a shout suddenly rang out from outside the door. Junior brother yet! Junior brother yet! Zhao Jin came as expected. Ye Fan put away the jade slip. The next moment, with a bang, the door of his hut was hurriedly opened. It was Zhao Jin who was holding 2 jars of wine and had a face full of joy that could not be concealed. Senior brother Zhao? So happy? Did something good happen? Ye Fan raised his eyebrows and pretended to be puzzled. What a great news! Zhao Jin laughed and said, I have been accepted as a disciple by the second elder of our Dangxiang Peak. Really? Congratulations, senior brother Zhao. Yet. Fan said with a smile. Junior brother yet, you don't know what my master's expression was like when he saw the pill I made. Zhao Jin raised his hand and imitated Lu Renji's trembling excitement, pretending to be hoarse and said, top-grade pill. It's actually a top-grade pill. Top-grade pill. Ye Fan frowned in surprise. Brother Zhao, what is a top-grade pill? Brother Yet, you don't even know what a top-grade elixir is. Zhao Jin looked at Ye Fan in surprise as if he had seen an ape. Then you don't even know what a top-grade elixir is, do you? Ye Fan nodded. I really don't know. Zhao Jin's eyelids twitched, and then he cleared his throat. Ahem, in that case, let me, your brother, popularize it for you. He imitated Lu Renji's tone yesterday and explained it to Ye Fan on the spot. The quality of the pills is divided into 5 levels. Low quality, medium quality, high quality, top quality, and immortal quality. There is no need to say more about the immortal items that exist in legends. Let's just talk about the first few. The pills that are usually refined are generally of low quality. In order to refine a mid-grade elixir, in addition to one's own strength, one also needs luck and talent. It can be said that the right time, right place, and right people are all indispensable. As for the top-grade elixirs, many alchemists with excellent talents cannot make one in their entire lives. The difficulty of refining is as difficult as ascending to heaven. If this is the case for top-grade elixirs, I don't need to say how difficult it is to refine top-grade elixirs. And the one that your senior brother refined is a top-grade elixir. Speaking of this, Zhao Jin raised his head proudly. He continued, as for how to distinguish the quality and grade of elixirs, it is very simple. You only need to judge by the pattern on the pill. Those without Danwen are all low-grade elixirs. The pattern of the middle-grade elixir is silver. The elixir pattern is golden, it is top quality. And the elixir patterns of the best quality elixirs, are of 7-colored haze. I don't know if you, junior brother yet, saw the pill in my hand at that time. That color is simply incomparably beautiful. He recalled, his face full of intoxication. Lu Renji did not return his pill to him. So he could only recall it. Ye Fan suddenly realized. No wonder. No wonder just a pill could allow Zhao Jin to be directly accepted as a disciple by the elders. No wonder Luo Mensin asked him for advice after seeing the pill a few days later. It turned out that the pill he refined was so awesome. After showing off his knowledge, Zhao Jin continued, Junior brother yet, your vision of people is so accurate. If you hadn't recognized my talent, I wouldn't have known that I could be so amazing. I have this day, and it is inseparable from you, junior brother yet. It can be said that if it were not for you, I would not be where I am today. As he spoke, Zhao Jin suddenly stopped smiling and said seriously, don't worry, junior brother yet, from now on, you are my real brother. As long as I, Zhao Jin, have something to eat, I will never let you starve for even a moment. Zhao Jun's sudden affection made Ye Fan a little silent. He didn't expect it. After being flattered by him for a few days, Zhao Jun actually treated him as a brother. This made Ye Fan feel a little guilty. He treated him as a brother, and he treated him as a tool? But Ye Fan thought about it. He could also treat him as a brother. We are all brothers. All these things you have are because of me. Although you don't know it yourself, it's not too much for me to learn something from you, right? Chapter 20. Zhao Jun's alcohol tolerance is very poor. Ye Fan was still thinking of ways to get Zhao Jun drunk without getting drunk himself. As a result, the boy took a few sips from the jar of wine and passed out directly. He snored loudly and was no longer conscious. He carried him to his bed and reached into his arms. Sure enough, he found the alchemy book that Zhao Jun often read. Ye Fan leaned against the bed, taking a sip from the jar of wine from time to time, while quickly browsing the alchemy book, recording all the contents in it in his mind without missing a word. After reading it, it was already dawn. Ye Fan stuffed the alchemy book back into Zhao Jun's arms intact, and fell asleep in a daze while leaning against the bed under the influence of alcohol. Junior brother yet? Junior brother yet? Ye Fan was awakened by a shout. When he opened his eyes, Zhao Jun was already awake. He looked at Ye Fan with embarrassment. Junior brother yet? I'm so sorry. I was so happy that I forgot that I can't drink much. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. It's not that you can't drink well. Ye Fan stood up and waved his hand, saying, Brother Zhao, why are you being so polite to me? Zhao Jun smiled awkwardly. Hey, you. Brother Ye, do you have anything to do today? Here it comes. Ye Fan's heart moved. He shook his head and said, I have nothing to do today. Brother Zhao, do you have something to talk to me about? Zhao Jun nodded. My master asked me to go to Lingmiao Tower today to pick out a book of Dan Dao exercises. My vision is not very good, so I thought of asking Brother Ye to go in with me to choose. Ah, this. Ye Fan said in embarrassment. Can I enter a place like Lingmiao Tower? It should be possible. The token that master gave me is his token. Zhao Jun took out a token and shook it a few times, grinning. The two of them came to the inner gate of Lingmiao Tower together. It was a towering tower. Inside, there were countless skills, secrets, alchemy methods, alchemy skills, magic skills, everything. The entrance of Lingmiao Tower. Zhao Jun showed the token of the second elder of Dangxiang Peak. A deacon elder guarding the tower took it, felt the divine thought on it, and nodded. Senior brother Lu actually accepted disciples? You come with me. The elder did not ask why there were two people. After a puzzled sound, he returned the token to Zhao Jun, said hello, and led the two to the second floor. The first floor was filled with low-grade yellow-level exercises. After the outer disciples practiced the chi refining exercises and successfully entered the chi refining stage, they could come in and choose an exercise to practice. The second floor was filled with middle-grade yellow-level exercises. If you want to choose an exercise on the second floor, you need to become an elder's direct disciple like Zhao Jun, and come here with the elder's jade token. You two can only choose one Dan Dao technique. The deacon elder took the two to one side of the second floor and pointed to that area and said, Okay, thank you, elder. Zhao Jun bowed to the deacon elder. The deacon elder did not answer, but closed his eyes and waited for the two to choose. The two began to choose in front of the wooden shelf full of martial arts books. Ye Fan picked up a martial arts book and read a few more chapters. The deacon elder opened his eyes. Knowing that this was a warning to him, Ye Fan decisively put down the ancient book in his hand and continued to choose other books. The deacon elder closed his eyes again. Junior brother Ye. Junior brother Ye, come and take a look. How about this alchemy technique? Not long after, Zhao Jun suddenly called Ye Fan. Ye. Fan walked over and saw that he was pointing at a technique called Flying Dragon in the Sky alchemy technique. He was speechless and choked. He flipped through a few pages and found it completely useless. Although Ye Fan had not read many techniques, it was not difficult to judge that this thing was definitely marginal garbage among the middle-grade yellow-level techniques. Although he was choosing for him, he also had to practice. He must not let him choose this. Senior brother Zhao, this is really good. Yet. Fan said. Haha, then this is it. Zhao Jun stretched out his hand to pick up the book from the bookshelf. At the side, the deacon elder with his eyes closed shook his head. But at this moment, Ye Fan grabbed Zhao Jin's hand. Brother Zhao, don't take this first. The deacon elder showed a little surprise on his face, opened his eyes again and looked at the two of them. Why don't you take it? Zhao Jin asked in confusion. Junior brother Ye, don't you also think this technique is very good? Brother Zhao, the technique you chose is really good, but I just saw a better one. Ye Fan said. Better? What is it? Zhao Jin asked excitedly. Chapter 21. Ye Fan brought him to a book called Alchemy Guide. Alchemy Guidelines? Is this stronger than that one? Zhao Jin was puzzled looking at the name. It doesn't seem to be that strong. Junior brother Ye, are you mistaken? Senior brother Zhao, did I misjudge you when I looked at you? Ye Fan asked with a smile. Zhao Jin was stunned. It seems so. He recalled that time, he also once suspected that Ye Fan had misjudged him, but the final result proved that Ye Fan was right. Then listen to you, junior brother Ye, and choose this one. Zhao Jin gritted his teeth and picked up the book of alchemy. This time, the elder deacon nodded. However, when he nodded, his eyes stayed on Ye Fan. Taking out the technique, Zhao Jin couldn't wait to read it. Ye Fan just read a few pages, and when he saw him turn to the back, his eagle eye added his eyes like a scanner, taking all the first level of practice methods of this technique into his mind. Junior brother Ye, I think this time, maybe you really made a mistake. After flipping through the first level, Zhao Jin raised his head with a sad face. This technique is so obscure and difficult to understand, how can I practice it? Ye Fan smiled and said, Senior brother Zhao, powerful things are difficult to obtain. Where in the world can you find a technique that is both powerful and easy to practice? Zhao Jin nodded as if he was enlightened. It seems so. He once again recalled how Ye Fan looked at him at that time. He also encountered some setbacks at the beginning, and began to be extremely pessimistic about himself. After Zhao Jin left with the technique and became excited again, Ye Fan also returned to the spiritual medicine garden. He locked the door of the hut and began to practice cross-legged according to the first level of alchemy brief in his mind. This technique is an alchemy technique, which specializes in the control of the primordial spirit and the elixir fire. Although the strength of the spiritual roots also has a great influence, compared with the techniques that improve the cultivation level, the impact is not that great. One night passed quickly. This night made Ye Fan understand. I understand what time flies. After I started practicing, time passed by unnoticed as I closed my eyes and opened them again. For a cultivator, time is indeed the least valuable thing. And that night, with the powerful alchemy talent, Ye Fan successfully reached the first level of the book Alchemy Brief. Although he was still a little short of successfully entering the first level, he was not far away. Then, Ye Fan took out the ancient jade slip that recorded the bodybuilding exercises. After his consciousness sank into it, a bright golden color appeared in Ye Fan's mind. In that golden color, 5 big words were reflected. Dragon Elephant Body Forging Technique. Ye Fan absorbed everything contained in the golden light with great concentration. Soon, he had a general understanding of the Dragon Elephant Body Forging Technique. Dragon Elephant Body Forging Technique. Earth Level Middle Grade Technique. Its power, normally speaking, can enter the top level of the Earth level. But because of the high difficulty of cultivation, no one has ever mastered it except the ancient great power who opened up this technique, so in the long river of time, its grade has dropped to the middle level of the Earth level. A powerful bodybuilding technique that no one has ever mastered. It doesn't sound too wonderful. But Ye Fan didn't feel bad about it, but was a little surprised. Others can't practice it, but it doesn't mean that he can't practice it. After all, he is a simulator of immortal cultivation. This kind of difficulty can only make him feel more excited. The Dragon Elephant Body Forging Technique is divided into 5 levels. The first level is to refine the skin. The second level is to refine the tendons. The third level is to refine the bones. The fourth level is to refine the blood. The fifth level is to refine the soul. Different from ordinary cultivation. To take the path of physical cultivation, you need to go through thousands of difficulties and dangers. The pain of forging the body that needs to be endured is simply unbearable by humans. This is why, in a situation where there are many people with poor talents and a large number of physical cultivators, there are very few strong physical cultivators. If you practice the Dragon Elephant Body Forging Technique, the pain you have to endure will be countless times more painful than that of ordinary physical cultivators. No one can bear the extreme pain. But if you can bear it, the benefits will be countless times more powerful than ordinary physical cultivators. The body is comparable to a high-level defensive spiritual weapon, and you can split mountains and seas with your bare hands. And this is not the most terrifying thing about the dragon elephant body forging technique. The most terrifying thing about it is that its fifth level can even forge the soul and the spirit. The spirit and soul of the physical cultivator are fragile. If you face a strong person who specializes in soul attack and spirit attack, you will have no power to fight back at all. However, the fifth level of the soul refining of the dragon elephant body tempering technique can strengthen the body cultivator's primordial spirit and soul to be as strong as the physique, reaching a point where they are completely invulnerable. Chapter 22. After roughly understanding the dragon elephant body tempering technique, Ye Fan began to practice according to the first level of practice. The first step is to refine the skin. Skin, that is, flesh and blood. The dragon elephant body tempering technique is a body tempering technique, so it does not rely on spiritual roots at all. After trying to comprehend it for a while, Ye Fan noticed that a stream of energy appeared under his flesh and blood. This energy quickly spread throughout his body, making him feel warm and comfortable all over. But this comfort did not last long. The temperature was still rising. The warmth gradually turned into a strong burning heat. Ye Fan's body turned red and his expression became painful. The strong burning pain was as if he was in a huge alchemy furnace at this moment, being scorched by a blazing flame, and his body was about to melt into a pool of blood. Wheezing. Wheezing. I don't know how long it took. Ye Fan's breathing began to become extremely tight. Looking closely, you can see that from his pores, strands of blood flowed out, and the blood was mixed with a lot of black substances. Those were the impurities that blocked Ye Fan's body. The first step in refining the skin is to remove these impurities first. The sun outside the hut quickly moved from east to west. More and more things emerged from Ye Fan's pores, and his expression became more and more painful. His whole body was covered with mud and blood, and his face was covered with a thick layer, making it impossible to see his true appearance. Buzz! A mysterious sound rang out. Ye Fan gasped and opened his eyes. This dragon elephant body refining technique is indeed worthy of its reputation. Pain. Too painful. Fortunately, he was determined and gritted his teeth to persevere. Otherwise, he would definitely end in failure. He successfully entered the first level of skin refining. He felt his body and felt that he was as light as a swallow. That was the relief after the impurities that had been blocked under his skin and flesh for many years were removed. In addition, he also felt that there was a powerful force contained in his body. This force has nothing to do with cultivation. It is pure power from the body. This also symbolizes that Ye Fan has officially and successfully embarked on the path of physical cultivation. In addition to strength, his skin and flesh have also become much stronger. Of course, he is still far from being able to resist sharp weapons and magic skills with his body. His whole body is covered in blood and stinks. Ye Fan got up and he went to the stream on the back mountain, dived into the water, and washed himself and his clothes together. The simulator did not simulate Ye Fan taking a bath in the stream. Because the simulator only simulated something that would happen under normal circumstances. But Ye Fan is a living person. His ideas will change. Everything he wants to do suddenly will cause the original trajectory to change. After a while, the sludge receded. Soaking comfortably in the stream, looking at the full moon that has emerged on the water, Ye Fan turned on the system and prepared to start today's simulation. But at this moment, not far from the stream, a huge plop sounded. It was as if something fell from the sky and hit the stream, splashing a large amount of water. What the hell? Ye Fan frowned, feeling something was wrong, and quietly retreated, ready to run away. He had no intention of going up to take a look. He didn't think that the kind of opportunity that fell on his head as written in the novel was true. If this happened, it would be more likely to be a life-threatening danger. But just as he quietly retreated to the shore and was about to go ashore and escape, a powerful pressure spread out, enveloped him, and made his body unable to move at all. As expected, Ye Fan's heart sank to the bottom of the valley in an instant. In the stream on the shore, Ye Fan had only one head floating on the water. He couldn't move. He could only watch the direction of the stream where something had just fallen, and after the waves and mist gradually dissipated, Ye Fan, who had excellent eyesight with the blessing of eagle eyes, saw clearly. In the stream, there was actually a woman's smooth back. Damn it! Ye Fan had a glimmer of hope. But after seeing this scene, he was in despair. The waves that fell down were actually a woman who came to take a bath. From the pressure that made him unable to move, it was not difficult to judge that this woman must be a strong person. You know, this is the world of immortal cultivation. Generally, women regard their reputation as more important than their lives. In other words, what Ye Fan saw now would definitely bring him a fatal disaster. Damn it, why did you come to take a shower at this time instead of earlier or later? This is over. This is an unprovoked disaster. Chapter 23. The poison in Lang Xuanjiahu's body erupted. This time, the poison was unprecedentedly violent and difficult to suppress. She flew here, trying to use this dark and cold pond to suppress the poison, but she never expected. How could there be someone in the water? Lang Xuanjiahu's beautiful face was filled with the coldness of a secluded person, and the blush on her cheeks gave people a sense of déjà vu as if a raging fire had ignited in the thousand-year-old ice. Her eyes were blurred, and with the last bit of rationality left, she forced herself not to look back. But the more she restrained herself, the more turbulent the thought became, like a rolling wave, about to swallow her up completely. She clenched her fists tightly, biting her cherry lips and bleeding, but the pain still couldn't make her mind clear at all. And just before her consciousness was completely swallowed up, she swung her hand back without looking back, and a wave rose up, hitting Ye Fan's forehead, causing them to roll their eyes and faint. Lang Xuanjiahu appeared next to Yi's father, who was floating on the water in a flash, with only her head exposed above the water of the stream, her face already blushed to the extreme. You are so lucky. Looking at Ye Fan's handsome and elegant appearance, her disgust subsided a little, and two flames in her beautiful eyes gradually ignited. Under the scorching sun, Ye Fan slowly woke up. He sat up, looking at his body without any missing limbs, and scratched his head in confusion. Last night, a wave hit his forehead and he lost consciousness. He thought he was going to die, but in the end, nothing seemed to have happened. Strange, too strange. Touching his arms and legs to make sure nothing happened, Ye Fan was extremely surprised. What on earth happened last night? Could it be that the woman knew that I was innocent, so she just knocked me out and didn't kill me? Most likely. Ye Fan clapped his hands. Female Bodhisattva. He thought he was going to die. Unexpectedly, he survived. He was ecstatic, but also a little scared. The world of cultivating immortals is too dangerous. Before you have enough ability to protect yourself, you must not wander around anymore. At least you can't deviate from the safety content simulated by the simulator. Otherwise, if something unexpected happens, you won't be so lucky next time. Ye Fan stood up. And just after he stood up, something fell from him. Ye Fan bent down to pick it up, but saw that it was a light blue purse with a snow lotus embroidered on it. Purse. This is. Now, Ye Fan was confused again. She didn't kill me, and she left a purse? Could it be that she knew, and it was her own fault, and it had nothing to do with me? This purse was an apology for knocking me out? I couldn't figure it out, and I didn't think about it anymore. After putting away the purse, Ye Fan rushed back to the spiritual medicine garden and changed his wet clothes. As soon as he changed, Zhao Jin came as expected. He was very uncomfortable. Because he couldn't understand the practice method at all. He didn't know. Ye Fan was almost about to comprehend the first level of the practice method. Ye Fan comforted him and proposed a possibility. If you finish reading the second level first, will the first level become easier to practice? After all, it is a continuation of the past and a prelude to the future. Zhao Jin heard this and said it made sense, and he flipped through the second level on the spot. Ye Fan watched silently and remembered silently, and after reading the second level, Zhao Jin seemed to be really inspired by something, and ran away excitedly. Is it really useful to read the second level first? Ye Fan raised his eyebrows, but didn't care. He turned on the system while carrying the spiritual liquid to water the spiritual grass. There was no simulation yesterday. Ye Fan felt like he had lost 100 million. Ding! You didn't simulate yesterday, simulation times +1, fixed talent times +1. As soon as the system was turned on, a prompt appeared, which made Ye Fan's eyes widen. This is okay. If you don't simulate, the times can still be retained. In this way, you don't have to worry about the long time of cultivation in the future and not being able to separate your mind for simulation. Start simulating. Simulation begins. Selectable talent random draw success. Chapter 24. Selectable Talent Random Draw Success. Precision Chicken Hitting, blue. When your opponent is a man, your attack has a 25% chance of hitting the opponent's vital point. Pride of the Medicine Girl, white. When planting, your mood will become extremely proud. Fearless against the wind, white. I have been able to pee farther than others since I was young. People from our family are so fierce. King of Spiritual Medicine, gold. All the spiritual medicines you plant will thrive. You can cover up everything about the spiritual medicine you planted, making it look like just a broken grass. You get a spiritual medicine seed every 10 days, what will it grow? It's really exciting. Zhou Gong's friend, white. You need to sleep 22 hours a day. Daydream, white. When sleeping during the day, Constitution plus 10. Forging Master, blue. Forging talent is enhanced. Oh! This hammer is really handy. I am a singer, blue. Your voice is as beautiful as an aureole. Clip, white. You speak in a coquettish way. 5 slender fingers, white. Your fingers are very flexible, but unfortunately, there is no piano in the world of cultivation. Please select 3 talents. You can choose additional talents if you keep them, and start the cultivation simulation. Another golden talent. Fan cursed the talent peak Fearless that appeared again and again like a dogskin plaster, and his eyes were fixed on the golden talent. The King of Spiritual Medicine. It looks very good. He chose this talent without hesitation. You have chosen talents: Forging Master, blue; King of Elixirs, gold; I am a singer, blue. Fixed talents: Eagle Eyes, blue; How to make the elixir, gold; Photographic Memory, purple; Sap, blue; Novice, blue; Tech Master, gold; Bodybuilding, purple. Immortal Cultivation Simulation begins. Day 1, you obtained an unknown magical medicine seed. You planted the seed in an inconspicuous corner of the magical medicine garden, waiting for it to take root and sprout with great expectation. The next day, Luo Menxin picked the spiritual herbs for refining Yuanling pills by herself. She found the 9 Yuanling pills you refined and discovered the secret of your excellent talent in refining pills. She asked you to teach her some tricks about refining Yuanling pills. You did not refuse and taught her everything you knew, which significantly improved her success rate. She was very grateful to you and had a good impression of you. Seeing this, Fan raised his eyebrows slightly. Sure enough, the content of this simulator will change according to your own ideas and wishes. I taught Luo Menxin myself. I don't know if it can change the final outcome of their competition later. But Luo Menxin actually developed a good impression of me. This surprised Fan. Continue to simulate. Day 3, you continue to teach Luo Menxin the alchemy method. Nothing happens, but that night, when you go to the toilet, you always feel that someone is watching you. You think it is an illusion and don't care. The decision on the second day changed, and what happened on the third day also changed from practicing bodybuilding exercises to teaching Luo Menxin. But being watched? Could it be that Lin Feiyun had targeted me in advance because Luo Menxin had stayed with me for too long? Fan frowned and continued to look down. Day 4, you go to watch the contest between Luo Menxin and Lin Feiyun. Lin Feiyun has refined 7 pills because of practicing a secret method, but Luo Menxin's alchemy skills have already made great progress under your teaching. She has only refined 6 pills, but one of them is a medium-grade pill, and she won. Lin Feiyun didn't know that you taught Luo Menxin. He didn't believe that the pill was made by Luo Menxin and accused Luo Menxin of cheating. The great elder of the outer sect, Ji Cheng, was angry. No one could cheat under his nose. Lin Feiyun couldn't argue, but he was willing to gamble and refused to admit defeat. He shouted that his sister was about to marry the 6th prince of the Daqian dynasty. If you touch me, you will pay the price. This made Ji Cheng feel timid and did not abolish his cultivation. He watched him leave the sect safely. Fan frowned deeply. He didn't expect that this kid had such a trick. Although Lin Feiyun had left the sect, his crisis was resolved, but he still wanted to curse this shameless boy for running away. But it didn't matter. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. His family is from the same city as Luo Menxin, so he can take revenge sooner or later. But Lin Feiyun didn't know that it was Luo Menxin, his teacher. Then who was the person staring at him on the third day? Fan was confused again. Chapter 25. Day 5, Luo Menxin came to thank you for your professorship, but she didn't look happy, not because of Lin Feiyun's default, but because of what Lin Yunfei said. Lin Feiyun's sister married the sixth prince of the Daqian dynasty. With the royal family of the Daqian dynasty as a backer, the Luo family will definitely be destroyed by the Lin family. Day 6, you take care of the spiritual herbs. All the spiritual herbs you take care of grow vigorously and are full of spiritual energy. The seed you planted also sprouts. The deacon elder Han Fei comes to inspect. He is very satisfied and gives you a basic Qi training method as a reward. Each outer disciple has a copy of this method. However, when you were notified to go and pick it up, you did not hear it. Day 7, you found a piece of discarded forging material and forging equipment. You are excited to refine some high-tech things, but your forging ability is not enough. After working all day, you still can't forge the high-tech product you want. Day 8, with your hard work, your essence of Dandao, you have successfully entered the first level of Dragon Elephant Body Tempering Art. You are very happy and you refined 10 Yuanling pills overnight. Without using an alchemy furnace, you still refined 10 top-quality pills. You discovered the core mystery of alchemy in brief, which is to simplify the method of alchemy. You are very confused, because this is definitely not something that a mid-grade yellow-level technique can do. Day 9, practice peacefully, nothing will happen. Day 10, your magical medicine is growing visibly, and you are very happy. At this time, a woman comes. You look at her and feel that she is familiar, but you can't remember who she is. You chat for a while, and during the conversation, you plant a new seed. Day 11, in the early morning, you were still asleep when someone suddenly broke in. His target was you. Although you woke up in time, you were no match for him because of the huge difference in strength. You were seriously injured. When you were dying, you saw clearly that the man was wearing the clothes of an outer sect elder. You died. Everything went on in an orderly manner. But on the night of the 11th day, someone suddenly sneaked in and killed me? Could it be that he was the one who came to spy on me on the third day? And the last clue I saw was a person wearing the clothes of an outer sect elder. An outer sect elder killed me. Who could it be? Ye Fan frowned and thought about it. But after thinking about it, he found that he had not offended any outer sect elders. Not to mention offending, he didn't even know any outer sect elders. He didn't even know them, and an elder came to kill a herbal farmer like him? This was obviously unreasonable. But what was the motive for this elder to kill him? He had no clue at all. Please select the talent that will be permanently fixed. Select fixed talent, King of Elixirs, Gold. You have selected the fixed talent, King of Elixirs, Gold, fixed successfully. Talent, the happiness of the spiritual root is beyond your imagination, Gold, do you want to keep it? It does not consume the number of times if you keep it. Yes. After fixing his talent, Ye Fan felt that his affinity for plant spirit medicines increased sharply. It felt as if he had become the father of these spirit medicines in the yard, or their master, their king. Because Ye Fan could sense that after seeing him, these spirit medicines were excited, flattering, and submissive. In an instant, all the spirit medicines in the entire garden began to shine. Okay, quiet down. Ye Fan stretched out his hand and pressed down, and the spiritual medicines regained their calm. On the night of the 11th day, don't sleep in the house. Hide in the spiritual medicine bush. Ye Fan continued the second simulation. He thought about it and began to change his mind. As for why he had to hide in the spiritual medicine bush instead of leaving the spiritual medicine garden and hiding directly, the reason was very simple. Ye Fan knew that facing such an unknown and deadly enemy, the most important thing was to know his identity first. Otherwise, the enemy is in the dark and we are in the light. It is easy to dodge the spear in the open but difficult to defend against the arrow in the dark. If you dodge it once, you will still be unable to defend against it the next time. Of course. Ye Fan had also considered staying here. His own cultivation was originally undetectable. The spiritual energy in the spiritual medicine bush was full, and he could hide in it and confuse it well, making it difficult for people to find him. Start simulating. After making up his mind, Ye Fan started simulating again. Selectable talent random draw success. Primary whisper, white 50% chance of speaking your innermost secrets while dreaming. Tinfoil perm, white you will get a tinfoil perm hairstyle. King of the brothel, purple when listening to music in the brothel, your pleasure is doubled. Master of health preservation, blue although your mortal spiritual roots cannot build a foundation, you know how to preserve your health, so perhaps you can live to 200 years old. Strawberry Master, purple. After all the spiritual herbs are planted, they will all turn into strawberries. Sea creatures, blue. Your body will mutate and become suitable for survival on the seafloor. Nocturnal beast, blue. When moving at night, speed and strength are greatly improved, humanity -50, animality +50. Black skin, white alien. Super gene evolution, purple. You may become Avatar, or you may become Godzilla. Spring breeze, blue. Your behavior makes people feel like spring breeze. And the first impression of you is +10. Chapter 26. Please select 3 talents. You can choose additional talents if you keep them, and start the cultivation simulation. You have chosen talents: King of the Brothel, purple; Spring Breeze, blue; Master of Health, blue. Fixed talents: Eagle Eyes, blue; How to make elixir, gold; Photographic memory, purple; Sap, blue; Novice, blue; Tech Master, gold; Bodybuilding, purple; King of Elixirs, gold. Immortal cultivation simulation begins. Day 1, you obtained an unknown magical medicine seed. You planted the seed in an inconspicuous corner of the magical medicine garden, expecting it to take root and sprout. Suddenly, you inexplicably had an urge to go to a brothel. The next day, Luomensin picked the spiritual herbs for refining Yuanling pills by herself. She found the 9 Yuanling pills you refined and discovered the secret of your excellent talent in refining pills. She asked you to teach her some tricks about refining Yuanling pills. You did not refuse and taught her everything you knew, which significantly improved her success rate. She was very grateful to you. Your every move was like a spring breeze, which made her have a very strong liking for you. Day 3, you continue to teach Luomensin the alchemy method. Nothing happens. But that night, when you go to the toilet, you always feel like someone is watching you. You think it is an illusion and don't take it seriously. Day 4, you went to watch the contest between Luomensin and Lin Feiyun. Lin Feiyun had refined 7 pills because of a secret method he had practiced. However, under your guidance, Luomensin's alchemy skills had already made great progress. She only refined 6 pills, but one of them was a medium quality pill. She won. Day 5. Day 6. There was no significant change from the 1st to the 10th day. Day 11, in the early morning, someone suddenly broke into the spiritual medicine garden. His target was you. You seemed to have foreseen all this and hid in the spiritual medicine bushes in advance. He did not find you and you escaped. When he left with doubts, you saw his appearance clearly. Although he left, you did not dare to be careless at all. You lay in the spiritual grass bushes all night. Those spiritual grasses seemed to welcome your arrival and flashed with light. After dawn, you ran to Dangxiang Peak to find Zhao Jin and asked him about the physical characteristics of the elder. Zhao Jin told you truthfully that the elder should be Zhao Kun, the 13th elder of the outer sect. You had no grudges with the 13th elder, so why did he kill you? You were very confused. After leaving Dangxiang Peak, you started to investigate him. Just as you were about to investigate, you found an inconspicuous demon beast spirit pigeon flying from the 13th elder's house. You used a top-grade Yuanling pill to lure a spirit pigeon and got a note. Inside the note was a sentence that didn't make sense. It probably meant that he hadn't been able to kill you, but he would try again as soon as possible. Other than that, there were no other clues. You were about to put the letter back, but suddenly, you saw a mark on the small paper bucket. You wrote it down curiously. During the 12th day, you inquired about the mark many times and accidentally saw this mark in a book. It turned out that this mark represented the Dacian dynasty. At this moment, you suddenly felt a pain in your neck. At the last second before you fell to the ground and lost your strength, you saw Zhao Kun who appeared behind you at some point. You died. The mark of the Dacian dynasty. Seeing this, Ye Fan understood instantly. Lin Feiyun said that his sister was about to marry the 6th prince of the Dacian dynasty. So that means that this elder Zhao Kun is an outer sect elder on the surface, but in fact he is from the Dacian dynasty. After Lin Feiyun knew that Luomensin had won him and might have something to do with him, he held a grudge, so there was this scene where Zhao Kun killed himself. After leaving the sect, you are still thinking about how to kill me? Lin Feiyun, Lin Feiyun. You are really an old man who hangs himself, and you think your life is too long. Ye Fan labeled both Zhao Kun and Lin Feiyun as must-kill. It may be difficult to kill Lin Feiyun directly in 4 days. But it is completely easy to break Zhao Kun's killing of himself and kill him by the way, without any effort. This Zhao Kun is from the Daqian dynasty, why does he come to the Chongsheng Xianzong to be an outer sect elder incognito? The result is obvious. He is an undercover spy planted in. As long as he can find a way to bring the people of Chongsheng Xianzong to verify this, he can be killed directly. However, Ye Fan was a little confused. On the way here, he heard a lot about the situation of this force. Chongsheng Xianzong and Daqian dynasty have always had a good relationship. It can't be said that they support each other, but at least they respect each other. But what friends who respect each other like guests would plant undercover spies for each other? Behind this, there may be a bigger conspiracy. Chapter 27. Of course. This has nothing to do with Ye Fan. Please select the talent that will be permanently fixed. Select fixed talent, King of Brothel, purple. You have selected the fixed talent, King of Brothel, purple, fixed successfully. Talent, the happiness of the spiritual root is beyond your imagination, gold, do you want to keep it? It does not consume the number of times if you keep it. Yes. The system's prompt sounded. Ye Fan decisively chose the purple talent. As for the reason for choosing this, it was really just because it was purple. It had nothing to do with its content or function. Well, absolutely not. After his talent was fixed, Ye Fan did not feel any changes in himself. As for the feeling of wanting to go to the brothel to listen to music, even if he did not integrate this talent, he always wanted to explore this mysterious place. Then, a burst of light and brilliance gathered in Ye Fan's palm. A seed with an ice blue glow appeared in his palm. It looked like it was very awesome. Ye Fan looked at the seed carefully, and then pinched it with 2 fingers to see through it in the sun. He could not see anything. He could only see what it was after it grew out. He found a corner, planted the seed, and picked up a kettle filled with spiritual liquid to water it. There was no movement, which was normal. If the seeds were put into the soil and watered, they would directly grow into towering trees. That would be weird. After pouring the spiritual liquid, Ye Fan clapped his hands, returned to the house, and thought about how to deal with Lin Feiyun and Zhao Kun. Lin Feiyun was not allowed to be ignored for the time being. As for Zhao Kun, who should he find to expose the fact that he was an undercover? The first thing Ye Fan thought of was Gakeng, which was the corner for Lin Feiyun and Luo Menxin. Although Lin Feiyun was let go by him, he was not willing to change the relationship between Chongsheng Xianzong and Daqian dynasty because of Lin Feiyun. But if it was an undercover, the nature would be completely different. In a trance, Ye Fan thought of last night again. The smooth back under the bright moonlight. Although only half of the back was visible, it was not difficult to judge the temperament glimpsed from it. She must be an extraordinary beauty, even a fairy-level existence well known in the world of immortal cultivation. The pressure she released slightly made him unable to move, which was enough to prove the strength of her cultivation. Ye Fan took out the ice blue purse, and when he looked at it, he was surprised again. Such a woman! Why did she not kill him in anger after he accidentally destroyed her innocence, but also left him a purse? As the competition drew closer, Luo Menxin became more and more anxious. The strange smile that Lin Feiyun showed before he left gave her a strong sense of crisis. She didn't know if Lin Feiyun was really sure to refine 7 bullets as she expected. But she didn't dare to gamble. The matter was of great importance. If she lost, so, she had to calculate according to the worst result. Before the competition began, she had to increase her success rate to at least 70%. 70%. It seemed easy, but it was actually very difficult. In the past few days, she had refined Yuanling pills countless times, but she had never successfully refined 7. She thought that the quality of the medicinal materials was also the key to the success rate of the pills, so she asked the elder for a jade tablet and prepared to pick the medicinal materials to refine them herself to see what the result would be. There was no way. She couldn't improve herself. She could only settle for the second best and find a solution from other factors. After taking the elder's card and entering the spiritual medicine peak where the spiritual medicine garden was located, Luo Menxin randomly found a spiritual medicine garden that planted and refined first-level spiritual medicines and walked in. There was no one in the spiritual medicine garden. After searching around with some doubts and not finding anyone, she decided to pick the herbs herself. However, there are requirements for picking some spiritual herbs. Picking them with the wrong method may cause the loss of medicinal properties. Although Luo Menxin also had a preliminary understanding of a lot, she still wanted to take a closer look at the jade slips that recorded the planting and maintenance methods and picking methods. She had been to the spiritual medicine garden before. She knew that the recorded jade slips were usually placed in a drawer. She walked forward, opened the drawer, and prepared to pick up a jade slip. But suddenly, she seemed to see something, her pupils suddenly shook, and her slender jade hand suddenly hovered in the air. Chapter 28. Outside the door of the hut. Ye Fan, who had watched her come in from outside the door and followed her back quietly, couldn't help but grin when he saw her staring at the box where he had placed the pills. He was afraid that she couldn't see it, and he knew that she would pick the pills herself and would most likely look for the jade slip, so he directly put the box where the pills were placed in the same place as the jade slip. 9 Yuanling pills. These spiritual patterns are all of the highest quality. How is this possible? Which alchemy master in the sect made this? Luo Mensin looked at the box of pills in shock, and stretched out her hand to touch it in disbelief, but when she was about to touch it, she withdrew her hand, as if she was afraid that the pills were too precious and she was afraid of getting them dirty. No. She frowned in confusion again. How could the elixir made by the alchemy master be placed here? At this time, Ye Fan walked in. Under Luo Mensin's surprised gaze, he walked to the drawer, picked up the small wooden box of pills, snapped the lid shut and put it on his body, then smiled at the stunned Luo Mensin and said, "Sorry, I forgot to put it away." "Senior Sister Luo, are you going to pick spiritual medicine? Please look at your hand." Luo Mensin suddenly came back to her senses, her beautiful eyes widened, and she looked at Ye Fan in disbelief. "The box of pills just now, was it made by you, junior brother?" Ye Fan smiled noncommittally. "What do you think, Senior Sister Luo?" Luo Mensin raised her hand and covered her cherry lips. She was extremely unbelievable at first. After all, if Ye Fan had the talent to make top-grade pills, why would he grow medicine here? But looking at Ye Fan's answer, he didn't seem to deny it. "Senior Sister Luo, please show me the elder's hand cards." "Yet," Fan said with a smile. "Oh, good." Luo Mensin was awakened, and suddenly came back to her senses. She took out the hand card from the storage ring and handed it to Ye Fan to take a look. Ye Fan took it and felt it. There was a trace of the elder's regret on the hand card. "Senior Sister Luo, come with me." After returning the card to Luo Mensin, Ye Fan led her out of the hut and brought her to the medicinal herbs bush. Ye Fan pointed to the large medicinal herbs garden and said, "Senior Sister Luo, the herbs you want are all in there. Do you want me to pick them for you, or do you want to pick them yourself?" Luo Mensin didn't hear clearly what Ye Fan said. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she stared at Ye Fan. She wanted to say something several times along the way, but stopped herself before saying, "Junior brother, can I ask how you made those pills?" "Those pills?" Ye Fan smiled and said, "I made them easily. Is there any problem?" Just made it." This answer undoubtedly told Luo Mensin more certain that the elixir was made by Ye Fan, and the content of the answer made Luo Mensin's eyelids twitch. "A top-quality elixir, just made it? Are you kidding? Junior brother, can I trouble you with something?" Luo Mensin opened her mouth and said, "Can you refine it again? I will provide the alchemy furnace and the elixir, and you can keep the refined elixir yourself." Ye Fan raised his eyebrows slightly, scratched his head and smiled, "I'm so sorry. I have 10 ready-made herbs and an alchemy furnace here, please help me, junior brother." Seeing Ye Fan agreed, Luo Meng was delighted and quickly took out the herbs and the alchemy furnace. Although this was the spiritual medicine garden and she came here to pick herbs, she couldn't wait any longer. "Let's go to the house." Ye Fan pointed to his own hut. The two walked towards the hut. Looking at Luo Mensin's graceful back, Ye Fan's mouth curled up. Until now, everything has been going on in an orderly manner. It is already known that Luo Mensin will not expose herself. So it doesn't matter if she knows my secret about alchemy. Back in the house and closed the door. Luo Mensin took out all the medicinal materials in her alchemy furnace and placed them in front of Ye Fan. Ye Fan took a cushion, sat cross-legged on the ground, offered the alchemy fire, and began to refine. On the side, Luo Mensin watched intently. Seeing Ye Fan's perfect control of the alchemy fire, the extremely fast and dazzling refining techniques, and the fear of the timing of the fire, after taking control of the elixir, she unconsciously covered her mouth with both hands. "What kind of alchemy technique is this?" Ye Fan placed the medicinal materials into the alchemy furnace one by one at a very fast speed. "Luo Mensin, who was standing by, was also more and more shocked the more she watched. She stared at Ye Fan's control and technique with her eyes wide open, and she didn't even dare to blink. She stared at Ye Fan's control and technique, for fear that she would miss something in a blink of an eye. But her eyes were sore and countless bloodshot veins were clearly visible in the whites of her eyes, but she didn't learn anything. Ye Fan's alchemy technique is too complicated. Too gorgeous. Too profound. How can a novice disciple do this? I'm afraid that even a great alchemy master would find it difficult to do this. Chapter 29. Too strong. How can he be so strong? Luo Menxin watched in amazement the whole time, and at the same time, she tried her best to learn. This is the method of refining the best quality elixir. Even if she can only learn a little, it will be enough for her to benefit a lot. And just as she was holding her breath and recording the details and various opportunities, Ye Fan suddenly increased the fire of the elixir. In the alchemy furnace, black smoke drifted out. This is Ningdan. Did the pill condense so quickly? Luo Menxin's pupils trembled. The pill condensed so quickly. This speed is simply too fast. If it was her. During this period of time, I'm afraid she has just carefully placed the herbs in. Buzz. The flame in the alchemy furnace suddenly shrank and dissipated, leaving only a thick heat wave in the room. Did a top-quality pill come out? Luo Menxin stared at the alchemy furnace and held her breath. The next moment, a pill floated out of the furnace. Looking at the pill pattern on the pill, Luo Menxin covered her mouth again. Top quality. It's really top quality. But just when she was extremely excited. In the alchemy furnace, more pills floated out, 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9. Including the one just now, there are a total of 10. 10 pills are floating in the air. Each one is covered with misty-colored pill patterns representing its grade. 10 top-quality pills. Luo Menxin's eyes widened, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. After seeing Ye Fan's refining technique, she has completely believed that Ye Fan is the one who refines top-quality pills. And she thought that Ye Fan would refine 10 portions of materials, and one of the 10 portions might be top quality. But the result? Ye Fan actually refined 10 portions of medicinal materials at one time, with a 100% success rate, and all of them are top quality. This. Looking at Ye Fan's meticulous side face while refining pills. 2 words emerged in Luo Menxin's mind. Talent. A demon-like talent. 10 pills in one furnace, refining 10 top-quality elixirs. She doesn't know if those great alchemists can do it. But she dares to say. Looking at the entire world of immortal cultivation, such a talent is definitely enough to be called the top. Moreover, how long has he been a beginner? Just a few days. In addition, he has not yet learned to refine pills. The more she thought about it, the more frightened Luo Menxin became. She didn't understand what kind of terrifying existence Ye Fan was. If he was like this now, how powerful would he be in the future? Senior sister, I have finished refining. Is there anything else? Yet. Fan waved his hand to collect the pills in the air, looked at Luo Menxin who was still in a daze, and raised the corner of his mouth. Is there something? Of course there is something. Luo Menxin suddenly came back to her senses from the shock, and remembered her original intention of asking Ye Fan to refine the pills. She wanted to see Ye Fan's alchemy process, and then compare it to find out her own problems. But in the end, Ye Fan's alchemy method was too different from hers. She wanted to compare and learn from it, but there was nothing to learn from. Junior brother. Luo Menxin looked up at Ye Fan and said, Junior brother, my name is Luo Menxin, I don't know your name yet. Her tone became a little restrained. Because she knew. Ye Fan, who she was talking to now, might achieve a lot in the future. He would definitely be famous in the world of immortal cultivation and have a place in the path of alchemy. I have heard of the name of senior sister Luo for a long time. Ye Fan smiled. Junior brother Ye Fan, the word fan means ordinary. Ordinary. Luo Menxin bit her lip and said, Junior brother Ye, I have another unreasonable request. Here it comes. Ye Fan nodded. Senior sister Luo, you can say whatever you want. In 2 days, I will have another competition with Lin Feiyun. I am not sure I can beat him. Junior brother, can you teach me how to refine the Yuanling pill? Luo Menxin said, her beautiful eyes burning, looking at Ye Fan hopefully. Teacher sister, are you refining the Yuanling pill? Ye Fan raised his eyebrows slightly and grinned. No problem. Luo Mensin's eyes widened slightly. She thought Ye Fan was going to refuse. But he agreed so readily. Brother yet, why, Luo? Meng was puzzled, but she didn't dare to ask, fearing that Ye Fan would change his mind. Why did you agree to help senior sister Luo so easily? Yet. Fan took over the conversation and said with a smile, because I don't like to see unfair duels. Unfair duel? Luo Mensin frowned slightly. Yes. Ye Fan sneered and said, your opponent, senior brother Lin Feiyun, used a secret method to increase the success rate of the pill when he was refining the pill. This is cheating. Isn't this an unfair duel? What? He used a secret method to increase the success rate of pills. No wonder. Luo Mensin's face turned pale. She recalled Lin Feiyun's confident smile again, and was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. If she hadn't come here and hadn't met Ye Fan in the match 2 days later, she would definitely lose. Chapter 30. Put figs. Put honeysuckle. Put. The sun was blazing. The temperature in the hut was even hotter. Luo Mensin sat cross-legged on the futon, and Ye Fan sat beside her, watching with his arms folded, talking non-stop. They picked 10 more ingredients for the Yuanling pill. Under Ye Fan's guidance, Luo Mensin began to refine the. Is this the normal way of making elixirs? It's a bit lame, put the red Fuji. Ye Fan stroked his chin and watched. This method of alchemy was much worse than the one he had researched by himself. It was also quite different. However, the end result was the same. No matter what the method was, Ye Fan could accurately capture the timing of every step. Increase the temperature by 30% and add all the remaining herbs. Luo Mensin was surprised for a moment, and was a little worried that if the fire was increased, the furnace would explode, but she still did it completely. After increasing the fire, the alchemy furnace trembled a few times, and there was indeed a danger of exploding the furnace, but after all the herbs were added at once, the temperature of the furnace was diluted and it returned to calm. Luo Mensin's face suddenly flashed with deep admiration. Compress the Dan fire and remove impurities. Ye Fan said again. Compress the Dan fire. Luo Mensin was surprised again. She also wanted to continue to do it, but she didn't know how to compress it. She looked up at Ye Fan. Control the flames in the furnace to gather and shrink towards the same point. Ye Fan explained concisely. Luo Mensin understood and began to do it. She had a strong comprehension ability and understood Ye Fan's meaning directly. The flames shrank to one point, tempering the medicinal materials that had turned into liquid in the furnace, and streams of black gas kept floating up. Luo Mensin's eyes lit up. In the past, it took her a long time to remove so many impurities in this step, but now, it only took a short while. But soon, her face became extremely pale, and a large layer of cold sweat appeared on her forehead. Just after she began to compress the flames, her Yuan Shen power was consumed visibly with the naked eye. In just a moment, it was almost exhausted. It looks so easy for him, but is it so difficult in the end? Luo Mensin gritted her teeth and persisted, and couldn't help but marvel at the gap between herself and Ye Fan again. This. Ye Fan also noticed that Luo Mensin's spiritual power was struggling in this stage, and frowned in confusion. Her cultivation is higher than mine, and according to common sense, her spiritual power should also be stronger than mine. How come? Is this also a difference in talent? I guess so. Apart from this, there is no other explanation. Increase the fire by 50% to condense the pill. Ye Fan said. Even though the impurities had not been completely removed, he did not let Luo Mensin stay in this stage for too long. If she continued like this, she would not be able to hold on any longer. 50%. Luo Meng was even more surprised, but she still did it, gritted her teeth, and began to increase the fire. But after the fire was increased, there was no sign of the alchemy furnace exploding. Luo Mensin understood. The fire of the pills is now gathered, so there is no impact on the alchemy furnace. In the flames, the liquid transformed from the medicinal materials began to condense and turned into one pill prototype after another. Soon, a medicinal fragrance spread. The flames were put away. In the hut, everything returned to silence. Luo Mensin's body shook and she almost fell. Ye Fan supported her, and her delicate body was in his arms, and the fragrant wind blew on her face. Luo Mensin's face was slightly red, looking at Ye Fan's profile, her expression was shy, but she still focused more on the alchemy furnace. In the alchemy furnace, 6 pills floated out. Among the 6 pills, 5 pills were silver pill patterns, and 1 pill was golden pill patterns. 5 medium-grade pills, and 1 high-grade pill. Still leaning in Ye Fan's arms, Luo Menxin covered her cherry lips, and she had the urge to cry with joy. Not bad. Ye Fan nodded, praised, and then shook his head. However, don't be happy too soon. I am guiding you from the side, and you can refine it to this level, but what if I am not watching? Can you control the heat and seize the opportunity? Ye Fan continued also, the final step of removing impurities is not important. If you find it too strenuous, then try not to use this method. Otherwise, it will easily cause irreversible damage to your soul. Put everything on controlling the heat and timing. Okay. Luo Menxin nodded, but her excitement did not subside. She did not expect to achieve such results without Ye Fan's guidance. She was happy and excited because Ye Fan's teaching was really effective. As long as it was effective, there was still hope. She only prayed that before the duel, she could stably refine a medium quality one. In that case, she would definitely win. Chapter 31. Just as Ye Fan said. Without his guidance, Luo Menxin could only refine 6 low-grade pills at most. After Ye Fan pointed out her mistakes again, she picked 10 more herbs and started refining again. Her perseverance made Ye Fan admire her very much. At this time, it was time to refresh the simulator. While Luo Menxin was picking herbs, Ye Fan turned on the system and started today's simulation. In today's simulation, he wanted to see what would happen after Ye Fan revealed the news that Zhao Kun was an undercover agent to Ji Cheng. You can choose to extract random talents successfully. Weaving girl, blue you can knit sweaters, and the sweaters you knit have some special effects. Tea master, gold you will get a box of spiritual tea every 5 days. Different types of spiritual tea will have different special effects. P.S. People who drink tea are people who know how to live. Of course, before that, you need to get a tea table. Conductive, white your body's conductivity increases by 50%. Rap, white you speak very fast and with great rhythm. Shami, blue you become a monk and are naturally friendly to Buddhism. Amitabha. 5 slender fingers, white your fingers are very flexible, but unfortunately, there is no piano in the world of cultivation. Confucian scholar, blue you become a Confucian scholar, born with extraordinary talent in Confucianism. Seeking the demon, blue become a brutal and inhumane demon cultivator, and all aspects will be greatly improved. Sword cultivator, blue you become a sword cultivator, born with a natural talent for swordsmanship. Smiling tiger, white your smile makes people feel dangerous. Please select 3 talents, you can choose additional talents if you keep them, and start the cultivation simulation. Ye Fan was confused. Is the gold rate so high? Or is it that he has not yet reached the novice protection period? Of course, in any case, it is a good thing to have gold. A box of spiritual tea every day will have special effects. Ye Fan decisively chose the talent of Tea Master. You have chosen talents, Tea Master, Gold, Sword Master, Blue, Confucian Scholar, Blue. Ye Fan also randomly picked the other 2 talents because they seemed to have no side effects. As for the novice monk, it seemed that there were no side effects either, so why didn't Ye Fan choose it? Isn't becoming a monk the biggest side effect? Fixed talents, Eagle Eyes, Blue, How to make elixir, Gold, Photographic memory, Purple, Sap, Blue, Novice, Blue, Tech Master, Gold, Bodybuilding, Purple, King of Elixirs, Gold. Immortal Cultivation Simulation begins. Day 1, you taught Luo Menxin everything you knew, which significantly improved her success rate in making pills. She was very grateful to you and developed a liking for you. You obtained a box of spiritual tea, ran out to cut a tree with your not-so-strong sword energy, sat at a tea table, and invited Luo Menxin to have a cup of tea. After Luo Menxin finished drinking the tea, her deficient soul was replenished. Your pot of spiritual tea actually had a significant effect in nourishing the soul. She was very grateful to you and became more curious about you. Perhaps that was a sign that she had fallen for you. She was a little confused as to why you were so powerful and had such an enchanting talent that you wanted to stay here, but she felt that you must have your reasons for doing so, so she didn't ask too many questions. It was dark, and she said goodbye to you, and before she left, you said something like Zi Bulet in you which made her feel a little puzzled. The next day, Luo Menxin came again. You continued to teach Luomensen the alchemy method. In the middle of the class, you went out to practice sword with a branch and recited poems loudly. Apart from that, nothing happened. Before leaving, you gave her spiritual tea again so that she could face the duel tomorrow in the best condition. That night, when you went to the toilet, you always felt that someone was staring at you. You thought it was an illusion and didn't care. Day 3, you go to watch the contest between Luomensen and Lin Feiyun. Lin Feiyun has refined 7 pills because of practicing a secret method, but Luomensen's alchemy skills have already made great progress under your teaching. Moreover, after drinking the spiritual tea last night, her Yuan Shen power was extremely full, and she directly refined 8 pills, including a medium-grade pill. She won. Lin Feiyun didn't know that you taught Luomensen. He didn't believe that the pill was made by Luomensen and accused Luomensen of cheating. The great elder of the outer sect, Ji Cheng, was angry. No one could cheat under his nose. Lin Feiyun couldn't argue, but he was willing to gamble and refused to admit defeat. He shouted that his sister was about to marry the 6th prince of the Dacian dynasty. If you touch me, you will pay the price. This made Ji Cheng feel timid and did not abolish his cultivation. He watched him leave the sect safely. Good guy. He is indeed a golden talent. Ye Fan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Chapter 32. Day 4, you are practicing swordplay with a branch in the yard. Luomensen comes to thank your professor for letting her win, but she doesn't look happy. It's not because of Lin Feiyun's refusal to pay, but because of what Lin Yunfei said. Lin Feiyun's sister married the 6th prince of the Dacian dynasty. With the royal family of the Dacian dynasty as a backer, the Luo family will definitely be destroyed by the Lin family. Day 5, you recited poems while tending to the spiritual herbs. All the spiritual herbs you tended to grew vigorously and were full of spiritual energy. The seed you planted also sprouted. The deacon elder Han Fei came to inspect. He was very satisfied and gave you a basic qi training method as a reward. Each outer disciple had a copy of this method, but you didn't hear it when you were notified to go and pick it up. You got another box of spiritual tea. You drank a small handful by yourself and found that this spiritual tea could actually increase your spiritual root talent. You kept it as a treasure and planned to drink it slowly after you obtain the heavenly spiritual root. Day 6, practicing swordplay in the back mountain, I found a piece of discarded forging material and forging equipment. Day 7, with your hard work, your essentials of Dandao, you have successfully entered the first level of the dragon elephant body tempering technique. You have also created a sword move called Sword from the West. It has a cool name, but its power is average. Day 8, practice peacefully, nothing will happen. Everything went on as usual. Until the 9th day. Day 9, your spiritual medicine is growing vigorously and thriving, and you are very happy. At this time, a woman comes. You always feel familiar when you look at her, but you can't remember who she is. You chat for a while, and during the conversation, you plant a new seed. You gave the woman your spiritual tea, and the woman was shocked. After the woman left, you sent a letter to the outer sect elder Ji Cheng, telling him that Zhao Kun was an undercover agent, and asked him to intercept the pigeon tomorrow, and he would know it at a glance. Late at night, a man broke into your house. He tortured you severely, asking you how you knew about Zhao Kun. You swore to die and didn't say anything, and there was nothing that could make the other party believe it. The other party hit you through the heart. Before your consciousness completely dissipated, you saw his face. It turned out to be the outer sect elder Ji Cheng who you sent the letter to. You are dead. Ji Cheng is actually in the same group with Zhao Kun, and is also a member of the Dacian dynasty. Ye Fan's scalp was numb in an instant, and a cold sweat soaked his back. Fortunately, he simulated it. Otherwise, Luomensen wondered why Ye Fan, who had such a strong talent, wanted to stay here. This is the reason. The great elder of the outer sect, Ji Cheng, was an undercover agent, so there might be undercover agents in the inner sect as well. Exposing his talent was equivalent to stepping out from the dark and being put under the spotlight. At that time, with the enemy lurking around him, he would definitely fall into the same dead end as Tian Lingan. Unless he left, no matter how he simulated, he would have absolutely no chance of survival. Hey! Ye Fan let out a long sigh. Ji Cheng could not be found. Fortunately, there were still a few days. In the next few days of simulation, he would look for a new candidate who could successfully expose all this. Please select the talent that will be permanently fixed. Select Fixed Talent, T Art Master, Gold. You have selected the Fixed Talent, T Master, Gold, Fixed Success. Talent, the happiness of the spiritual root is beyond your imagination, Gold, do you want to keep it? It does not consume the number of times if you keep it. Yes. After choosing his talent, a small sandalwood box appeared in Yefan's hand. He opened the box and smelled it. The smell of the spiritual tea inside was indeed refreshing. Luo Mensin finished picking the spiritual herbs and returned to the hut. Yefan continued to guide her, and at the same time he fell into deep thought. Who was the woman on the 10th day? Not only did he talk to her, but he also gave her spiritual tea? Chapter 33. After another round of refining with only a 60% success rate, Luo Mensin became a little frustrated. Yefan did not let her continue to practice. He borrowed a spiritual sword from her, and asked her to pick spiritual herbs first, while he went out for a while. Not long after, he came back with a deformed tree stump table and 2 tree stump stools. After picking the spiritual herbs, Luo Mensin looked at the wooden stump in Yefan's hand, a little puzzled. Under her gaze, after Yefan placed the stump, he cleaned the dusty teapot and teacup beside him, put the spiritual tea in, boiled the water with the alchemy fire, and poured it into the teapot. In an instant, the fragrance of tea filled the air. What a nice smell! What kind of tea is this? Luo Mensin looked at the teapot in astonishment. Drink it. Yefan picked up the teacup and poured a bowl, motioning her to sit on the tree stump opposite. In the simulation, he invited Luo Mensin to drink tea at the end. But now that he knows the effect of this spiritual tea, it is natural to drink it first as a sign of respect. Luo Mensin didn't understand why she suddenly started to drink tea, but she still sat down obediently, held the teacup with both hands, and took a sip. Buzz! The tea tasted sweet and refreshing. After entering the stomach, Luo Mensin only felt a warm feeling surfacing, penetrating directly into the depths of her soul. In this feeling, Luo Mensin clearly realized that her lack of Yuan Shen was being nourished and restored bit by bit. She suddenly widened her beautiful eyes. This tea can actually nourish the Yuan Shen. Yefan smiled without saying anything and filled her cup again. Luo Mensin understood why Yefan asked her to stop and drink the tea by herself. How could she make any good elixir while dragging her impoverished soul to make elixir? However, this spiritual tea can actually nourish the soul? Luo Mensin was extremely shocked and moved. She looked up at Yefan, bit her lip and said, "Junior brother Yat, this spiritual tea is too precious, please give it to me to drink." "It's not precious. Don't worry, senior sister Luo, I still have some of this tea. After you drink it today, you can continue to practice refining in a better state. Wait until tomorrow night, drink another cup, and you can face the duel in the best condition the next day." Yat. Fan said with a smile. Looking at Yefan's smiling face, Luo Mensin's heart was touched. She lowered her head. "Junior brother Yat, thank you." Yefan's terrifying talent for alchemy, his calm temperament, and this tea that can nourish the soul, etc., made Luo Mensin feel that he was shrouded in a layer of mist when she looked at him, which made her curious and made her want to explore more. And in this curiosity, Yefan's figure has been deeply imprinted in her heart unconsciously. Unconsciously, doubts in her heart also arose. Why is Yefan so powerful, and why does he want to stay here? He must have his reasons for doing this. Luo Mensin looked up at Yefan's handsome face and thought to herself. After drinking a pot of tea, Luo Mensin's soul had completely recovered. She started to refine pills again. And this time, she easily refined 7 Yuanling pills. This made her very excited. Although 7 Yuanling pills may not win, it already represents her progress. The night fell quickly. When Luo Mensin left, she had a faint trend of refining 8 pills. The next day, she practiced refining again for a whole day. The success rate of the pill finally broke through to 8 and stabilized. Before leaving, she drank another pot of spiritual tea. She went back in full shape, ready to welcome tomorrow's duel. Today, Yefan did not simulate. He planned to leave today's number. Tomorrow, there may be many elders. He planned to observe and then make plans. After all, although there are still many days to go, it is not too many. The next day, early in the morning, Yefan set off for the alchemy room, where Luo Mensin and the other had a duel last time. At this time, there were already crowds of people here. It started. It's finally started. I've been so anxious waiting for these 7 days. Junior sister Luo. My goddess. Although your winning rate is not high, you must win. The market is open. If senior brother Lin wins, the odds are 1 to 1.5. If it's a tie, the odds are 2 to 1. If junior sister Luo wins, the odds are 3 to 1. Damn, there's such a big difference. How much do you look down on junior sister Luo? I bet 10 low-grade spirit stones on senior brother Lin to win. The crowds of people who came to watch the fun, pray and place bets were many times larger than last time. Ye Fan once again squeezed in. Oops. Someone arrested me. Who is it? Who is pulling my leg? Woohoo! I'm. Exclamations came one after another. Ye Fan swore that he did not intentionally take advantage of the senior sisters. It was just that there were too many people, and he had to use both hands to push his way through. Finally, he squeezed in. In that open space, Luo Mensin and Lin Feiyun were already sitting cross-legged in front of each other's alchemy furnace. Not far away from them. As expected by Ye Fan, in addition to Ji Cheng, there were 3 or 4 figures standing there. Judging from their clothes, they were all elders from the outer sect. A new day, please give me flowers. Please give me rating votes. Please give me monthly votes. Chapter 34. They are 2 good talents. Their cultivation has reached the peak of chi refining and they both have the signs of foundation building. They should be able to catch up with the intersect assessment in a while, and they both have the opportunity to enter the intersection. It's a pity. Alas! Sighed Gao Fei, the 3rd elder of the outer sect. The intersect assessment is an annual assessment to select outer sect disciples to enter the intersect. Those who are under 25 years old and have reached the foundation building stage can participate. As long as they meet the standards in the selection, they can be promoted to intersect disciples. In the intersect, they can practice stronger skills and obtain better cultivation resources. The dream of all outer sect disciples is to be able to enter the intersect. However, there are tens of millions of outer sect disciples, and only a few can enter the intersect every year. In addition to the harsh conditions for participating in the assessment, there is also the extremely high difficulty of the assessment, which makes many disciples who are talented enough to reach the foundation building stage before the age of 25 return home empty-handed again and again. Actually, this is a good thing. The 2nd elder, Wen Ling, who had a white beard, had a deadpan expression on his face and said abruptly, "This contradiction, it is irreconcilable. It is better to solve it once and for all now than to let them become strong men thousands of years later and bring no more trouble to the section." This. Several people looked at each other. As expected of the 2nd elder, his perspective and way of looking at things are still so different. A thin man with a small mustache standing at the edge of the elders said with a smile, stroking his mustache with his index finger and thumb. This man with a small mustache is the 13th elder of the outer sect, Zhao Kun. Indeed. Han Feng, the 14th elder of the outer sect, a heroic young man glanced at the 2nd elder, shrank his neck, and nodded with deep feeling. They talked to each other. Ye Fan found a disciple and asked who they were. After hearing that the man with a mustache was Zhao Kun, his eyes narrowed slightly. But it didn't matter who Zhao Kun was. In his eyes, he was already a dead man. After Ye Fan's eyes lingered on several elders, they finally stopped on the 2nd elder who didn't look very pleasing. At this time, Lin Feiyun and Luo Mensin sacrificed the pill fire at the same time. This contest began again. The result of the contest was exactly the same as that simulated by the simulator. Lin Feiyun refined 7 pills, which shocked the audience. And Luo Mensin not only refined 8, but also one of them was a medium-grade pill, and the whole audience was in an uproar. The elders were all stunned. Then, Lin Feiyun angrily accused Luo Mensin of cheating. However, before Ji Cheng got angry, Luo Mensin spoke directly and sneered. Senior brother Lin uses a secret method that consumes his own spirit to make pills. Who is cheating? Senior brother Lin should know better than me. As soon as these words came out, Lin Feiyun's face changed immediately, and he blurted out, "How did you know?" He stopped talking halfway. The disciples immediately started whispering to each other. No way! Secret method! Isn't this too inhumane? Oh my god, how could this happen? Isn't this a scumbag? Listening to the conversation, Lin Feiyun's face turned red with anger. But soon, he sneered indifferently. I cheated, so what? I used a secret technique, so what? Be willing to accept defeat and fulfill your bet. Luo Mensin said in a sonorous and powerful voice. I won't fulfill my promise, what can you do to me? If you have the guts, do it yourself and destroy my cultivation. Lin Feiyun looked like he deserved a beating. Luo Mensin looked at Ji Cheng. Ji Cheng stepped forward and said with a frown, Lin Feiyun, you should accept the loss and fulfill the bet if you lose. I advise you to do it yourself. If I do it myself, I can't guarantee how hard I will hit you. If I accidentally kill you, you can't blame me. Kill me? Do you dare? My sister is going to marry the 6th prince of the Dacian dynasty as his consort. Do you know what the consequences will be if you kill me? Lin Feiyun was unwilling to admit defeat and revealed the relationship behind him. Then, Ji Cheng, whether out of real concern or intentional after learning of his identity, chose to let Lin Feiyun go. Watching Lin Feiyun's escaping figure, all the outer disciples present were in an uproar again. No way. He lost because of cheating, but he still denies it. This is too bad. I never thought senior brother Lin would be such a person. Bah! I can't call him senior brother Lin anymore. Damn it, I lost 4 low-grade spirit stones, which is 2 months' salary of mine. I won $15 from $5, ha 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 ha. I also won $5, Sister Luo, my god. However, why was junior Sister Luo able to improve the pill success rate so much in such a short period of time? Have no idea. Everything was just as the simulator had simulated, without much difference. After seeing Lin Feiyun reveal his identity, Ye Fan immediately set off and returned to the spiritual medicine garden. He wanted to simulate the result of informing the second elder of this news. Chapter 35. You can choose to extract random talents successfully. Little Destiny, Blue, your luck is getting good. Active noise cancellation, Blue, you can actively choose to block out all the sounds you don't want to hear. Disabled but strong will, Blue, after becoming disabled, willpower plus 5. Conductive, White, your body's conductivity increases by 50%. Cat Master, White, you will adopt more than 10 stray cats. The simulated talents this time are all white and blue. Ye Fan randomly selected 3 talents. Talent selection success, active noise reduction, blue, small destiny, blue, conductive, white. Fixed talents, eagle eyes, blue, how to make elixir, gold, photographic memory, purple, sap, blue, novice, blue, tech master, gold, bodybuilding, purple, king of elixirs, gold, tea master, gold. Immortal cultivation simulation begins. Day 1, practice peacefully, nothing will happen. The next day, Luo Mensin came to thank your professor for letting her win, but she didn't look happy, not because of Lin Feiyun's default, but because of what Lin Yunfei said. Lin Feiyun's sister married the 6th prince of the Dacian dynasty. With the royal family of the Dacian dynasty as a backer, the Luo family will definitely be destroyed by the Lin family. Day 3. Day 4. There was still no change in the past few days. Until the 7th day. Day 7, after the woman left, you used covered means to send a letter to the second elder. The second elder realized the seriousness of the matter and found Zhou Jin, the elder of the sex law enforcement peak. Zhou Jin said that he would summon the disciples of the law enforcement hall to investigate and asked the second elder to go back and be patient. The second elder nodded, but the next moment he turned around and wanted to leave, a sword pierced through his forehead from the back of his head. Zhou Jin found your letter in his storage ring and used a secret method to detect you. He flashed above the medicine garden and pinched you to death with one finger. You are dead. The law enforcement peak was also occupied. This. Ye Fan was shocked. What kind of appearance did the Dacian dynasty have infiltrated the Chongsheng Xianzong into? Please select the talent that will be permanently fixed. The system prompt sounded. Ye Fan chose the talent active noise reduction, blue. Although this talent is blue, it is definitely the nemesis of many sonic attacks. Of course, Xiao Tianming is not bad. But how much luck can a blue talent add? After choosing, Ye Fan started the simulation again. This time, he wanted to explain in the letter to the second elder that Zhou Jin from the law enforcement peak was also an undercover agent, and the matter was of great importance. He asked him to try to find a trustworthy person among the sect's senior leaders. You can choose to extract random talents successfully. You have chosen talents, Spring Breeze, blue, Silent Walking, blue, Health Master, blue. Fixed talents, Eagle Eyes, blue, How to make elixir, gold, Photographic memory, purple, Stun, blue, Novice, blue, Tech Master, gold, Bodybuilding, purple, King of elixirs, gold, Tea Master, gold, Active noise cancellation, blue. Immortal cultivation simulation begins. Day 1, practice peacefully, nothing will happen. The next day. Day 3. Day 7, after the woman left, you used covered means to send a letter to the second elder. The letter explained everything and also informed the second elder that Jojin of the law enforcement peak was also an undercover agent. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, the second elder, who was subconsciously preparing to go to the law enforcement peak, was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly changed his route and went to the inner gate, where he found Feng Lianwu, the elder of the Lianwu peak of the inner gate, who was his master. Feng Lianwu took action and subdued Zhou Jin, Ji Cheng, and Zhao Kun, intending to interrogate them. But that night, all three of them died suddenly. Day 8, a sword suddenly pierced your chest. You opened your eyes wide and tried to see the murderer, but you couldn't see it clearly. Your consciousness became blurred rapidly. Before your consciousness completely dissipated, you heard the man spit at you and cursed, "Just such a jerk, we lost 3 people, damn it, you are dead." Sure enough. Just as Ye Fan expected. The infiltration of the Chongsheng immortal sect in the Daqian dynasty went deep into the bone marrow. These 3 people are just the tip of the iceberg. But, how did I expose myself? Countless possibilities flashed through Ye Fan's mind in an instant, but he couldn't be sure. But no matter what it is, what is certain is that they can find their own way. For several days in a row, everything happened as usual. Ye Fan gave Luo Mensen a comforting hug. He secretly cursed Han Fei for taking something that was originally his own and offering it to Buddha. He also got the second kin of spiritual tea that can enhance the talent of spiritual roots. However, he did not try the effect of this spiritual tea again, nor did he forge the high-tech that failed to forge. These few days. Every day he simulated how to break this deadlock. But no matter how he simulated, the final result of everything was his death. It was already the day before Zhao Kun was going to kill him, but there was still no way to break the deadlock. Ye Fan was ready. Chapter 36. Ye Fan was ready to run away from the immortal sect. There was no way to break the deadlock, so what was he waiting for? Waiting to die here? In the past few days, Ye Fan fixed 6 talents. Tiger always walks alone, purple when acting alone, all aspects of the attributes are greatly improved. Where the dream begins, blue you will appear in the place where you first appeared in this world. Positioning attack chicken, purple when your opponent is a male, your long-range non-locked attack has a 50% chance of hitting the opponent's vital point. Flying sword and riding the wind pro, purple comprehend the profound method of flying with a sword. Super warm man, purple your affinity with the opposite sex has greatly increased. I am a warm man, warming your heart. Bigu, blue don't eat worldly food. Among the 6 talents. Bigu, sword riding the wind pro, and the place where dreams begin, these 3 were all chosen by Ye Fan in preparation for his escape. Wait until noon today, and the number of simulations will be refreshed. If he still can't find a way, he will directly use the place where dreams begin for the ultimate escape. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. As long as he is still alive, sooner or later, he will come back and repay the revenge of his life double this time and again. Ye Fan came to the corner of the spiritual medicine garden, watered the spiritual medicine that had already sprouted with spiritual liquid, squatted down and stroked its leaves. I will take you out later. I will let you go for a while, but please don't die. Buzz. The spiritual medicine glowed and trembled, as if responding and agreeing to Ye Fan's words. At this time, the number of simulations was refreshed. Ye Fan opened the system and directly started the last simulation in this Chongsheng Xian zone. You can choose to extract random talents successfully. You have chosen talents: armor, blue, Duran's blade, blue, rich man, purple. Fixed talents: eagle eyes, blue, how to make the elixir, gold, photographic memory, purple, stun, blue, novice, blue, tech master, gold, bodybuilding, purple, king of elixirs, gold, tea master, gold, active noise reduction, blue, tiger always walks alone, purple, super warm man, purple, sword riding the wind pro, purple, bigu, blue, positioning attack chicken, purple, Where dreams begin, blue. Immortal cultivation simulation begins. Day 1, you obtained a second-level lower-grade spiritual weapon inner armor, a second-level lower-grade spiritual weapon longsword, and a storage ring, which contained a full 20 middle-grade spiritual stones, equivalent to 20,000 lower-grade spiritual stones. Your spiritual medicine was visibly growing, and you were very happy. At this time, a woman came. You looked at her and always felt familiar, but you couldn't remember who she was. You chatted for a while. During the conversation, you planted a new seed. You gave the woman your spiritual tea, and the woman was shocked. After the woman left, you tried to fly directly to Chongsheng Peak to find the sect master. This was your only way, but before you entered the inner gate, you were photographed by a forbidden breath. This scene happened to be seen by Zhao Kun, and he attacked you with a hand, beating you to pieces, and you died. Ye Fan fixed the talent of rich man, purple, and rolled up his sleeves without hesitation, ready to dig up his own spiritual medicine. A light blue streamer crossed the sky. Lang Xuanjiao was wearing a light blue fairy dress, her face was like a cold and bright moon, holy and beautiful, but she also kept people at a distance. Although the last attack of the poison was successfully cured, it was only one time, not a complete cure. The next full moon night, the poison will continue to attack. Not just the next one. From now on, it will still attack every full moon night. This poison has troubled her for countless years and made her suffer deeply. Not only does she suffer from pain and torture every month, but her cultivation will not be able to make any progress for several years, and she even thinks of that night. Lang Xuanjiahu's cheeks flushed a little, and her expression became even colder. Hualiulai, this grudge, I will avenge it sooner or later. When I find the heavenly frost immortal grass, your Luahua sect will be destroyed. If you want to completely get rid of the poison, you must take a top-grade Qingshuang pill. There is no other way. Qingshuang pill is a 5th-grade pill. It is already extremely difficult to refine. It is even more difficult to refine a top-grade one. Moreover, this is just a later story. The most important material for refining Qingshuang pill is the heavenly frost immortal grass. The rarity of this kind of natural treasure can be said to be extremely scarce. The first difficulty in refining Qingshuang pill is to find a heavenly frost immortal grass. The heavenly frost immortal grass can resonate with the poison in Lang Xuanjiahu's body. But even so, Lang Xuanjiahu has been searching for several years, has been to countless dangerous places, and has experienced thousands of difficulties and dangers, but still has not been able to find it. Now, she is going out to look for it again. Even if it is as difficult as ascending to heaven, even if the hope is slim. But except for searching again and again, she has no other way. Just as she was about to leave the Chongsheng Xianzong area in the blink of an eye, Lang Xuanjiahu suddenly felt a surge of heat in her body. This feeling. She suddenly widened her phoenix eyes, froze, and looked down this. How is this possible? Chapter 37. Ye Fan took a shovel and discussed with the spiritual herb he planted. After determining the location to avoid the rhizome, he prepared to dig. But just as he put down the shovel and was about to dig, suddenly, a sound of breaking through the air sounded behind his head. He looked back in surprise. He saw an extremely beautiful woman in a blue dress appeared behind him. Looking at her face, that was enough to be called breathtaking. Ye Fan was stunned. This woman should be the woman mentioned in the simulator, right? No wonder. Ye Fan swallowed his saliva. No wonder I talked to her for a long time and took out spiritual tea for her to drink. It turned out that it was because of lust that made me lose my mind. Too beautiful. But, why does it always feel so familiar? Ye Fan was puzzled and scratched his head. Really are. It turned out to be the heavenly frost herb. How is this possible? Lang Xuanjiahu stared at the seemingly ordinary herb, and her heart was in turmoil. Although it seemed that this herb was not the Tianshuang immortal grass. Although she could not feel any medicinal effect from this herb. But she could be sure that this was definitely the Tianshuang immortal grass, absolutely. The poison in her body had never felt this kind of restlessness that made her feel comfortable. Moreover, the closer she got to this herb, the stronger the restlessness became. She never dreamed that the Tianshuang immortal grass that she had been searching for so many years would appear in her own sect. After Ye Fan saw the woman fall, she stared at her herb in a daze, confused. Could it be that this woman came for her elixir? But after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was impossible. This elixir had been turned into an ordinary weed by herself. No matter how high or low the cultivation level is, no one can tell the clues. He asked in confusion, Fairy, excuse me, is there anything you need? Lang Xuanjiao came back to her senses and looked at Ye Fan. She was about to speak, but after seeing Ye Fan's appearance and the sachet hanging around his waist, Lang Xuanjiao's pupils shrank again. How is it? She almost blurted it out, but she held back the last word. You. What is it? Ye Fan was puzzled and asked, what is it? Have we met this fairy before? Lang Xuanjiao looked at Ye Fan and was relieved to make sure that Ye Fan did not recognize her. I haven't seen it, and I haven't seen anything. She asked coldly, how did this elixir appear here? Can you tell that this is a magical medicine? Ye Fan asked in astonishment. Lang Xuanjiao looked at the Tianzhuang immortal grass with her beautiful eyes for a long time, shook her head, and asked in confusion, what method did you use to transform it? Why can't even I see through it? Ye Fan breathed a sigh of relief. It's right that you can't see through it. He frowned again. That's not right. I can't see through you, how do you know this is a spiritual medicine? Lang Xuanjiao saw that Ye Fan didn't answer her, and she didn't get angry at all, so she answered truthfully, I was poisoned, and the poison can resonate with the spiritual medicine. Ye Fan nodded suddenly, so that's it. But then he asked again, are there many situations that can resonate like this? Lang Xuanjiao thought about it and shook her head. As far as I know, there is only this one. Ye Fan breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. He was really afraid that this situation would be very common. There would be a resonance today and a resonance tomorrow. Not to mention that he would be extremely dangerous even if he went outside. The person who came today had no malicious intentions, but what about in the future? Murder and robbery are happening everywhere in the world of immortal cultivation. Ye Fan doesn't want to lose his life because of a herb. Oh, right. Ye Fan asked again, since you recognize it, you must know what kind of spiritual medicine it is. Lang Xuanjiao replied, this is a 5th level spiritual medicine, Tianzhuang immortal grass. A 5th level spiritual medicine. Ye Fan's eyes lit up. Just give him a seed, and he can grow a 5th level spiritual medicine? He is truly worthy of being a golden talent. Lang Xuanjiao frowned. You don't know what this medicine is, then why is it here? I planted it. Anyway, this woman didn't have any intention of killing or robbing after drinking the spiritual tea, so Ye Fan smiled and didn't hide it. He just changed the name of the spiritual medicine given by his talent and said, my body has been producing a seed every once in a while recently, and this is the thing that comes out when it is planted. As for what you asked just now about how it was changed. It changed by itself, how can I do it? Ye Fan reached out and patted the leaves of the Tianzhuang Xiankou. Here. Change it back and see. The Tianzhuang Xiankou hummed, and with a flash of spiritual light, it changed drastically. From a weed, it turned into an ice blue spiritual medicine with a layer of crystal frost flowers on its leaves. Seeing all this, Lang Xuanjiao was struck by lightning. This? How is this possible? At this moment, Ye Fan, who had explained everything to her, picked up the shovel again, aimed at the plant, bypassed the roots and stems to dig out the outline of the Tianzhuang Xiankou, and was about to fall with a shovel. Chapter 38. Stop! Lang Xuanjiao's eyes suddenly widened and she hurriedly stopped him. At the critical moment, her pressure seeped out, making Ye Fan suddenly feel a palpitation. The shovel stopped an inch above the soil. Ye Fan looked back in confusion. Fairy, is there anything else? What are you doing? Lang Xuanjiao asked doubtfully. Of course I'll take it away. Ye Fan replied. He had been planning to take it away even before he knew what the elixir was. Now that he knew it was a 5th level elixir, he had to take it away. Take away? Lang Xuanjiao was puzzled. You want to leave? Where to? Of course, I'm leaving here. Yet. Fan said. Leave here. Lang Xuanjiao frowned deeply. Why? Because if you continue to stay here, you will die. Ye Fan said. Why do I have to die? Lang Xuanjiao continued to ask. Sister, do you have 100,000 wives? Ye Fan complained in his heart, but still said truthfully, because I offended someone from the Daqian dynasty. If I stay here, I'm afraid I'll die tonight. You have offended the people of the Daqian dynasty. This is the Chongsheng immortal sect. Why is it dangerous to stay here? Lang Xuanjiao asked again in confusion. Because this Chongsheng Xianzong is full of undercover agents from the Daqian dynasty. Yet. Fan said. What? Lang Xuanjiahu frowned tightly, and stared at Ye Fan with her beautiful eyes narrowed. Do you have any basis for what you said? No. Ye Fan shook his head and smiled. If you don't believe it, you can just treat it as a joke. After saying that, he was about to use the shovel again. Wait. But at this time, Lang Xuanjiahu spoke again and stopped him. Ye Fan turned around again. She said, you stay here, no matter who you offend or who wants to kill you, I can keep you safe. Ye Fan shook his head. Why? Don't you believe in my strength? Lang Xuanjiahu was puzzled. That's not the case. Ye Fan shook his head again and said, although I don't know your strength, fairy, but I can feel that you are very strong. Then why are you still shaking your head? Lang Xuanjiahu asked. Because, no matter how strong you are, you can't always protect me. Yet. Fan smiled and said, if you agree now, you may disappear in the next second, and then I will die tonight. Are you sure you are going to be in danger tonight? Well, almost. Well then. I will stay here tonight, just to see if the people from the Dacian dynasty have really reached out here. Seeing that Lang Xuanjiahu didn't want him to leave, Ye Fan felt helpless. He was thinking, since this elixir can resonate with the poison in her body, it is probably the antidote. If he leaves this elixir, she will not say anything about his departure, or just uproot the Tianchuang immortal grass and run away. But after thinking about it, Ye Fan decided to stay and see. Looking at her appearance, maybe I can kill one of her tonight. Anyway, I can just escape if I encounter danger, so why not wait until night and take a good look? The time waiting for dark is a little long. Ye Fan directly invited Lang Xuanjiahu to sit in the hut, and took out a pot of spiritual tea. Lang Xuanjiahu didn't want to drink it at first. She didn't know how many years she hadn't eaten fireworks, but looking at the cup of tea and smelling the taste, she noticed something was wrong. This spiritual tea is not simple. She still picked up the teacup and took a sip. And it was this sip that made her eyes widen instantly. This spiritual tea actually has the effect of nourishing the soul. She was deeply harmed by the poison. The poison not only eroded her body, but also her soul. Over the years, her soul had long been weak, and she had eaten countless natural treasures to nourish herself, but the effect was not very great. But when this sip of spiritual tea entered her stomach, she actually felt that her soul had been nourished unprecedentedly. In an instant, her weak soul even became faintly full. What kind of tea is this? How could it have such an effect? Lang Xuanjiahu was shocked, and she was even more certain that if this thing spread out, it would definitely cause a big uproar in the world of immortal cultivation. Bloody rain! But who would believe that such a precious thing was taken out from a person with no cultivation? Lang Xuanjiahu looked up at Ye Fan's profile as he brewed tea, and a few strange lights flashed in her cold eyes. He was able to grow a 5th-grade spiritual medicine and produce this unheard-of spiritual tea, but he was a person with ordinary spiritual roots and no cultivation at all. What is the reason? What secrets does he have? Chapter 39. Watching Ye Fan's every move, watching the smile on his handsome face, Lang Xuanjiahu had an inexplicable feeling. It was like a wisp of spring breeze, with refreshing warmth, blowing into her heart. Unconsciously, the scene of that night emerged in her mind. Under the bright moonlight, next to the gurgling stream, in a white barrier that isolated the outside world, Lang Xuanjiahu took a deep breath and forced herself to suppress all these thoughts. What happened that night was just an accident. He didn't remember it, and she just pretended it didn't happen. Well, nothing happened. She forced herself to think so. But the more she thought about it, the scenes in her mind became clearer and clearer. She even recalled what her expression should have been at that time. Fairy, are you hot? Ye Fan looked at Lang Xuanjiahu's gradually flushed face, wondering how this woman could look like this when looking at him. Lang Xuanjiahu suddenly came back to her senses, only to feel her whole body softened, and even broke out in a cold sweat. How can it be? How could the poison break out at this time? She knew that this was also due to her emotions, but more importantly, she was affected by the poison. But the poison should only break out when the moon is full. Why could it be, suddenly? Lang Xuanjiahu recalled what Hualiulai said when she attacked her with this ancient poison. A woman in pink clothes floated in the air, her every move was extremely charming, looking at her who was poisoned, covering her face and laughing softly. Sister Ling, taste this poison. It will make you more and more addicted. By then, I wonder what the cold and beautiful fairy will look like. It's really exciting. Cluck. More and more addictive. Over the years, although the toxicity of the poison has increased day by day, Lang Xuanjiu has never understood the meaning of this sentence. And now, she understands. Lang Xuanjiu's heart sank to the bottom of the valley in an instant. Although I have seen the Tianzhuang immortal grass now. But there is still a long way to go before I can refine a top-grade Qingxuang pill. Moreover, this Tianzhuang immortal grass is not mature, and it does not belong to her. She doesn't know what price she can pay to make Ye Fan agree to exchange this spiritual medicine for her. As for killing and robbing, facing Ye Fan, she has never even had the slightest idea in her heart. The immortal grass is not yet mature, and refining is even more difficult. It is still a long way to go before she can get a Qingxuang pill. But the poison has become more severe after that time. If she hadn't just drunk this cup of spiritual tea, it would have even attacked just now. Lang Xuanjiu's pair of jade hands clenched tightly. Ye Fan looked at her expression changing slightly, and he didn't understand why, but he still didn't speak again, and poured another cup of tea. And at this moment, outside the door, the reflection of a figure under the moonlight appeared on the window. Now, it was already the early morning of the next day. After the reflection appeared, the door was opened silently. Zhao Kun had an evil smile on his face, and he stepped forward to walk in. But before he stepped on the ground, he saw Ye Fan sitting in the room looking at him. Zhao Kun was stunned. Didn't sleep? It's okay if you didn't sleep. Then I'll let you die knowingly. But, how could there be two people? Zhao Kun turned his head and looked at the woman opposite Ye Fan. And when he saw this, his pupils trembled, and his face suddenly changed drastically. He swallowed his saliva and smiled embarrassedly. Hey, you haven't slept yet? Go to bed early, staying up late is not good for your health. I went to the wrong door, I'm leaving first. He hadn't finished speaking. A stream of light flashed and appeared in front of her. One step away, Lang Xuanjiu raised one hand, and a blue light pinched Zhao Kun's neck, pinching his body from the ground. You are a traitor, damn it! A chilly aura emanated from her body, causing the temperature of the entire room to drop suddenly. Zhao Kun opened his mouth wide and wanted to speak, but he could not make a single sound. With a click, his pupils were extremely dilated. Died already? Ye Fan was a little surprised when he saw this scene, and even wanted to applaud. Lang Xuanjiu threw Zhao Kun's body into pieces of ice in the air, which broke into pieces and turned into ashes directly, without any residue left. She turned to look at Ye Fan and asked in a cold voice, besides him, who else is the undercover agent of the Daqian dynasty? There are also the outer sect elder Ji Cheng and the outer sect law enforcement elder Zhou Jin. Yet. Fan replied, these two are what I can confirm. Ji Cheng, Zhou Jin. Lang Xuanjiu repeated the two names in a cold tone. But they are just the tip of the iceberg. Ye Fan continued, the Daqian dynasty's infiltration of the Chongsheng Xian zone has already penetrated deep into the bone marrow. The inner sect, the core, and even the sect's top brass may even have people from the Daqian dynasty. If you want to solve all this, unless you can find the sect master directly, otherwise, it will be as difficult as ascending to heaven. Unless you can find the sect master directly? Lang Xuanjiu didn't pay attention to Ye Fan's reminder. Her phoenix eyes were already filled with severe coldness. The coldness of her eyes alone was enough to make people's teeth tremble. What a deep bone marrow! What a great Daqian dynasty! I have been troubled by Lao Du for these years and have been ignorant of the world. How dare they reach out to the Chongsheng Xian zone like this? It's simply courting death. Chapter 40. Lang Xuanjiu wanted to leave. But before she left, she turned her head to look at Ye Fan. A shining bracelet appeared in her hand and floated towards Ye Fan. This is a 4th grade high-quality defensive spiritual weapon that can resist a mid-nascent soul for a stick of incense. If the spiritual weapon is triggered, I will know immediately and rush here. After saying that, she turned into a stream of blue light and rushed straight into the sky. Taking the bracelet and feeling the vast aura on it, Ye Fan couldn't help but secretly say, wow! A 4th grade high-quality defensive spiritual weapon that can resist the nascent soul, just give it to me. Wearing the bracelet on his left wrist, Ye Fan felt an unprecedented sense of security. In this case, then I will stay in the Chongsheng Xian zone for the time being. Wait until tomorrow noon to simulate it and see what happens before making plans. The next day, Ye Fan slept until noon. He got up and stretched, and began to store the jade slips of the dragon elephant body tempering technique and the refined pills into the storage ring. The rich man, purple, talent of the 20 mid-grade spirit stones also gave him a storage ring. Although it was pitifully small, he didn't have many things, so it was barely enough. Regardless of whether he left or not, it was convenient to put these things in the storage ring. At the same time, he turned on the simulator and started the simulation that had just been refreshed. You can choose to extract random talents successfully. You selected your talent. Fixed talents, Eagle Eyes, blue, how to make elixir, gold, photographic memory, purple, stun, blue, novice, blue, tech master, gold, bodybuilding, purple, king of miraculous medicine, gold, tea master, gold, active noise reduction, blue, tiger always walks alone, purple, super warm man, purple, sword riding the wind pro, purple, bigu, blue, positioning attack chicken, purple, where dreams begin, blue, rich man, purple. Immortal cultivation simulation begins. Day 1, you got a box of magic tea. You didn't drink it, but waited anxiously for what would happen next. But nothing happened until dark. Day 2, you wait anxiously for what will happen next, but nothing happens. Day 3, nothing happened. Day 4, you are too bored, so you start practicing the dragon elephant body forging technique. You touch the barrier to entering the first level. Day 5, the barrier is getting closer and closer. You can't stop. You endure the pain and plan to make a final push. Day 6, you have touched the barrier and started trying to break it, but at the critical moment, your consciousness was swallowed by pain and you died. Looking at the simulation results that were very different from the past, Ye Fan was shocked. What's going on? Dacian dynasty wants to kill its own people? Could it be? Ye Fan recalled Lang Xuanjiahu's appearance when she left. Could it be that after she left last night, she had already solved everything in one night? It seems very possible. Lang Xuanjiahu could easily give him a 4th level high-quality spiritual weapon, and it is entirely possible that she could find the sect master directly. Ha 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 ha. Thinking of this, Ye Fan laughed. He never thought that after simulating so many deadlocks without any results, the solution to the deadlock was right beside him. In other words, he didn't have to leave here anymore. Without the threat of the people from the Dacian dynasty, staying here must be much safer than being outside. After fixing a talent called Handicraft Master, blue, and becoming dexterous, he left Linjao Peak. He wanted to go down and check if the situation was really as he expected. As soon as he got down the mountain, Ye Fan saw many disciples whispering to each other, talking in groups of 3 or 2. Brothers, what happened? Ye Fan asked. It's more than a big deal, it's a huge thing that happened. Several disciples began to talk to Ye Fan seriously. Just last night, someone didn't know what happened, the sect master was furious and arrested the great elder Ji Cheng, the elders of the outer sect law enforcement peak Zhoujin and Gao Yuan. It is said that the elders of more than a dozen peaks from the inner sect and core disciples were also captured. Really? Ye Fan pretended to be surprised, but he was in a very happy mood. When he left, his steps became lighter. After solving this big problem, he should not be in any fatal danger in the Chongsheng immortal sect. As for the simulation result today, he died while practicing the dragon elephant body tempering technique. Couldn't he stop practicing? The simulation result was that he was hiding in the spiritual medicine garden today. When he came here, maybe everything had changed. Chapter 41. What Ye Fan didn't know was, he really guessed it right. His coming out this time really made a huge change to everything that was about to happen. Floating in the air, overlooking the entire sect, Lang Xuanjiahu's eyes were full of disdain. Dacian dynasty. Wait until I get rid of the poison. I will settle accounts with you sooner or later for this matter. She moved to leave. But at this moment, a flame surged up in her body, causing her body to suddenly soften. The poison, it's acting up again. How could this happen? Lang Xuanjiahu gritted her teeth. It was noon now. It was the time when the poison was the weakest. How could it break out now? The spiritual energy around her emerged, and she moved frantically to suppress the effect of the medicine, and set off towards Chongsheng Peak. At the moment of leaving, she was in the sky, and she accurately captured Ye Fan's figure returning to the spiritual medicine garden from below. She paused, and did not dare to stop at all. She turned into a stream of light and rushed straight into the depths of the sect. And the place where she landed was actually Chongsheng Peak. The stream of light that Lang Xuanjiahu turned into went all the way to the back of the Chongsheng Peak Sect Master's Hall. Sect Master. After seeing Lang Xuanjiahu, the two female disciples serving outside the bedroom door saluted. And they addressed Lang Xuanjiahu as Sect Master. No wonder Lang Xuanjiahu didn't even care about Ye Fan's words unless the Sect Master can be found. The Sect Master is herself. You, go down first. After Lang Xuanjiahu asked the two female disciples to leave, she waved her hand to close all the doors and windows, set up a barrier, and the spiritual light around her body exploded. The skills quickly circulated around the body to suppress the medicinal properties of the poison in her body. But this time, the poison was even more violent than the last time. She couldn't suppress it at all. The scene from last time and Ye Fan's figure kept appearing in her mind, making the poison more toxic. Finally, the scene of Ye Fan returning to the spiritual medicine garden just now appeared in her mind. The poison could no longer be suppressed. She waved her hand to disperse her barrier and turned into a stream of light again and rushed out of Chongsheng Peak. Her face was flushed to the extreme, and her shy and timid look was enough to make countless women who relied on charm methods instantly eclipse. She kept suppressing it with her cultivation skills, and there was still a last trace of clarity in the eye of the storm. After returning to the spiritual medicine garden, Ye Fan took another seed distributed yesterday and planted it. He didn't plant it yesterday because he thought he would leave. Now he is not leaving, so he just planted it directly. Almost mature. Then, Ye Fan saw that the Tianchuang immortal grass had grown a lot taller than yesterday, and it was not long before it matured. This surprised Ye Fan. After all, it was a 5th level spiritual medicine, and it was too amazing to grow so fast. The 5th level spiritual medicine seemed to know that Ye Fan was shocked by its growth rate at the moment, and it hummed slightly, as if it was asking Ye Fan for praise. Look, Master, look at how fast I grow. Ye Fan patted it a few times, and its humming became louder. After watering the seeds he had just planted, Ye Fan prepared to return to in the room. Just now, Ye Fan got another box of spiritual tea. He didn't know what effect it had, but he planned to try it. But just as he walked to the door, before he pushed the door and walked in, he felt a black screen in front of his eyes and lost consciousness. Lang Xuanjiahu picked him up and prevented him from falling to the ground. After putting him on the single wooden couch in the room and setting up a pure white barrier, the last bit of clarity in her eyes was completely swallowed up and submerged. Ye Fan woke up slowly. He found himself lying on the bed, and the sky outside was now dark. He scratched his head in surprise. What happened? I was supposed to go back to the room to drink the spiritual tea, why did I suddenly fall asleep? He got up from the bed without knowing why, and tried hard to recall, but he couldn't remember anything at all. Strange. Really strange. Ye Fan pondered all night, but still didn't understand what was going on. In the morning, he took out the box of spiritual tea he had just obtained, brewed a pot, and drank it. As soon as the tea entered his stomach, his face changed immediately. The effect of this tea is to strengthen the body. Ye Fan only felt a surging tearing feeling in his abdomen begin to spread throughout his body, and he quickly calmed down to resist it. But this sudden pain did not last long. Ye Fan's whole body was covered with a layer of yellow light covered it. Is this a breakthrough in the technique? This is the sign that the dragon elephant body refining technique has entered the first stage. Ye Fan hurriedly sat cross-legged and started practicing the dragon elephant body refining technique. As expected, he has really broken through to the first stage of the dragon elephant body refining technique, the skin training stage. Although it is still in the early stage. But feeling the incomparable surging power in his body and the amazing toughness of the skin surface, Ye Fan is sure that, regardless of combat experience, he can definitely defeat a person in the middle stage of Qi training easily. This is still now, Ye Fan has not yet learned the skills contained in the first stage in the case of elephant collapse. In addition to the bodybuilding exercises, the dragon elephant bodybuilding technique also contains 5 magic skills, namely, elephant collapse, viper kill, jiao slaughter, ying long crushing, dragon elephant fusion. The 5 moves correspond to the 5 levels of bodybuilding. Only after reaching the bodybuilding realm can you practice. Chapter 42. This is too powerful. Ye Fan couldn't help but admire the effect of this spiritual tea. He died directly in the simulation and didn't even enter the first level. Now he broke through directly with just 1 sip. The remaining spiritual tea naturally couldn't be wasted. Ye Fan directly picked up the teapot and drank the rest tons. He sat cross-legged and continued to practice the exercises. At the same time, he began to comprehend the first level of body refining skills, elephant collapse. The sun was high in the sky. Ye Fan opened his eyes. Under the effect of the spiritual tea, the pain he felt when practicing the dragon elephant body refining technique was greatly reduced, and the speed of practice became faster than ever before. In half a day, he even had a preliminary understanding of the method of elephant collapse. Standing up and walking out of the spiritual medicine garden, Ye Fan came to the forest halfway up the spiritual medicine peak, where basically no one would pass by. Facing a towering tree, Ye Fan activated the dragon elephant body refining technique, slightly bent his knees and suddenly exerted force. Ji leaned sideways and hit the tree with his shoulder. With a crack, a tree that one person could hug shattered. It wasn't broken. It was shattered. The part where Ye Fan hit the tree trunk was directly broken into countless palm-sized fragments. So strong! Ye Fan exclaimed. This power is definitely not inferior to a yellow-level middle-grade magic skill. This is still his initial understanding, and he has not yet mastered it. When he practices to master it, I'm afraid it will be enough to rival the yellow-level upper grade, or even the yellow-level top-grade magic skills. A few more trees were broken. Ye Fan, in a very good mood, returned to the spiritual medicine garden and prepared to water the Tianchuang fairy grass and the seed that had not yet sprouted. After arriving at the corner of the spiritual medicine garden, Ye Fan found that the Tianchuang fairy grass had grown taller. At this rate, I'm afraid it will be mature in 3 to 5 days at most. You are so proud, dear. Ye Fan happily poured half a pot of spiritual liquid on the Tianchuang immortal grass. The Tianchuang immortal grass trembled slightly, enjoying the bath of spiritual liquid, and actually grew taller again. Directly, mature? Ye Fan was shocked. And at the moment when the Tianchuang immortal grass matured, in front of Ye Fan, a system prompt appeared. Ding! You unlocked the achievement I planted a seed and it finally grew into fruit. Get reward, luck accumulation. You can accumulate luck in your next simulation. The longer the accumulation time, the higher the level of the selectable talent you can get. You can accumulate up to 7 days, and you will definitely get a random golden talent. Another achievement has been unlocked. The reward for unlocking the achievement this time is also very good. Accumulate for 7 days and you will definitely get a golden talent. During this period, I don't know if it's because my luck has run out or what, Ye Fan hasn't had a golden talent for a long time. As for what will happen if you don't simulate, will there be any danger? In yesterday's simulation, he practiced the dragon elephant body forging technique and died by himself. Now the dragon elephant body forging technique has broken through to the first level, and there is also spiritual tea. Even if he practices hard, there will be no such danger, so this point can be directly ruled out. As for other dangers, he estimated that at least there should be no danger in these 7 days. Of course. Even if there is, what can it do? He wears a bracelet of the 4th grade superior defensive spiritual weapon on his wrist, and the woman who will come directly after the bracelet is triggered. Even this can't protect him. There is also where the dream begins, which allows you to leave here directly with one click. After Lang Xuanjiu returned to the bedroom in the back hall of the Chongsheng Peak, she had been sitting on the edge of the bed for a long time. But after such a long time, her face still couldn't calm down, and the 2 blushes on her cheeks could not dissipate for a long time. In Lang Xuanjiu's mind, she kept recalling everything that had just happened. This time, it was more profound and more lingering. After sitting for a long time, she closed her phoenix eyes deeply. She knew that the poison in her body could no longer be suppressed. So before refining the Qingxuang pill, there was only one way for her to relieve it. That is, thinking of this. Lang Xuanjiu bit her cherry lips lightly, and her face became even more red. If this scene was seen by someone who knew Lang Xuanjiu well, they would definitely be shocked on the spot. The cold and unparalleled Frost Moon Fairy, the cold-faced leader of the Chongsheng Xianzong known to everyone, would actually have such an expression? Sect Master. The Grand Elder requests an audience. At this time, the voice of a serving disciple came from outside the door. After hearing the title of Grand Elder, Lang Xuanjiu's flushed face turned cold at a speed visible to the naked eye. She said in a cold voice, I know. The Grand Elder's name is Tianhong, and his status and cultivation in the sect are second only to her, the sect master. And this Grand Elder, whose status in the dynasty is equivalent to that of the Prime Minister, has a relationship with her. On the surface, it seems that there is nothing wrong with her, but in fact, in secret, undercurrents are surging. Lang Xuanjiao waved her hand, an array of light flashed around her. A wrinkled blue fairy dress turned into a fitted brocade robe, which added a bit of dignity to her temperament. She turned into a stream of light and came to the outer hall. Chapter 43. In the hall, the white-haired and white-bearded elder Tianhong had been waiting for a long time. After seeing Lang Xuanjiao, he bowed and saluted indifferently. "Greetings, sect master. The grand elder came to see me, I wonder what's the matter." Lang Xuanjiao sat on the throne of the sect master, expressionless, and asked in a cold voice. Tianhong put away his hands for salute, looked up and looked directly at Lang Xuanjiao, and asked, "Last night, the sect master personally arrested many elders, I wonder why." "Because they are undercover pests planted or instigated by the Daqian dynasty in the sect." Lang Xuanjiao answered without any emotion. Tianhong's expression finally moved slightly, and he said in a deep voice, "Does the sect master have enough certainty? They have all admitted their identities. I wonder if this counts as evidence." Lang Xuanjiao asked. "Admitted it?" Tianhong nodded, his face returned to normal. "That is of course evidence. I wonder if the sect master has asked for any other information? The Daqian dynasty and our sect have always been on good terms, why are they doing this?" Lang Xuanjiao shook her head. "Their mouths are easy to pry open, but what is surprising is that they don't know the reason and purpose of being placed here." Then, a deep stern flashed in her eyes. "However, no matter what the reason is, I will definitely investigate it clearly and then return it to the Daqian dynasty." Tianhong was silent for a moment, and said, "In this case, the sect master should announce the reason as soon as possible. After all, everyone in the sect is discussing this matter. If it goes on like this, it may cause a bad impact." "I know, and I will make arrangements as soon as possible." Lang Xuanjiao nodded, her tone already showing the intention of sending the guests away. But Tianhong had no intention of leaving. He said again, "Master, you stayed in a spiritual medicine garden outside the gate for a whole day before you started to capture those elders. If nothing unexpected happens, the news that those elders are people planted by the Daqian dynasty should have been learned by the sect master from the outer sect disciple named Ye Fan in the spiritual medicine garden, right?" Lang Xuanjiao frowned suddenly. After hearing Tianhong mention Ye Fan's name, her murderous intent almost poured out, but she suppressed it again. She didn't understand. Her cultivation was one level higher than Tianhong's. How did Tianhong detect her movement? Tianhong's realm breakthrough? This is impossible. Tianhong's spiritual root talent is limited to this. It is as difficult as ascending to heaven to make further progress. In the end, Lang Xuanjiao only thought of one possibility. Eyeliner. In the outer sect's spiritual medicine peak, there was an eyeliner of Tianhong who saw her fall into the spiritual medicine garden. We in the Chongsheng Xian Zone have always been clear about rewards and punishments, so I suggest that when announcing this news, we commend Ye Fan for his great contribution to the sect and reward him. What do you think, sect master? Tianhong continued. Lang Xuanjiao narrowed her eyes and looked at Tianhong's face, trying to figure out what his intention was. But Tianhong was such an experienced person, and his calm face made Lang Xuanjiao unable to see any clues no matter how she looked at it. Lang Xuanjiao didn't want Ye Fan to be exposed. Because exposure means endless danger. But now, the Grand Elder already knows this, and she doesn't know whether other people also know it. Can it be concealed? Lang Xuanjiao thought about it in an instant and made a decision. Since she didn't know whether she could conceal it or not, she wouldn't conceal it. He wanted Ye Fan to be exposed, so she would do as he wished. As for the danger after Ye Fan was exposed, she would use her spiritual sense to cover the spiritual medicine garden outside all day long, so that no one in the entire Chongsheng Xian Zone could hurt him. Even if the Grand Elder took action personally, he couldn't. Lang Xuanjiao said in a cold voice, "This point, I have never thought about it before, but the Grand Elder reminded me. Ye Fan, the outer disciple, has made a great contribution to the sect this time and saved a huge crisis that was bound to happen in the future. In view of this, I decided to reward him with 10 soul-transforming pills and a lower-grade cultivation technique. Please, Grand Elder, announce the reasons for arresting those elders and the reward for Ye Fan to the entire sect. Earth-level skills are extremely rare. Lang Xuanjiao is the sect master. It is natural for her to secretly give them to Yafan, but if that happens, Yafan will not be able to practice properly. But now, she can give the skills to Yafan openly. And why did she give Yafan an extremely precious earth-level skill? And why did she want to cover Yafan with her spiritual consciousness and protect him at the cost of her soul? Is it because of Yafan's ability to grow spiritual herbs, because of spiritual tea, or because of Yafan himself? Lang Xuanjiao herself is not very clear. Chapter 44. Tianhong's face suddenly turned ugly. His direct disciples, the sect did not give them the ability to practice earth-level skills. But Lang Xuanjiao opened her mouth and directly gave Yafan, an outer disciple, who was also an outer disciple who planted spiritual medicine in a spiritual medicine garden, an earth-level skill. How could he remain calm? But seeing that Lang Xuanjiao did not give him any chance to refute, Tianhong stood there for a long time, and still did not say anything. He took a deep breath and said, "I will obey the sect master's order." After that, he was about to leave. Before leaving, he seemed to have thought of something and reminded, the sect master, "Don't forget that there is not much time left before the secret realm opens." He left behind this sentence. Tianhong turned into a stream of red light and disappeared in the hall. Seeing that Tianhong had shot himself in the foot, and that he had legitimately given Yafan something, Lang Xuanjiao felt a little happy in her heart. But after hearing Tianhong's last sentence, her face suddenly turned cold again. The secret realm that Tianhong was talking about was the Kuiwen secret realm, which was left over from the ancient times and opened once every 100 years. There were many opportunities in the Kuiwen secret realm. Natural treasures, spiritual tools left over from the ancient times, elixirs, exercises, and magic skills, all kinds of opportunities were countless. And the most important thing was also the one that made people fight hard for it. It was the terrifying opportunity to use the spiritual energy of the earth veins to reshape the spiritual roots. At the highest, you can even reshape a spiritual root. Kuiwen Secret Realm. Only those under the age of 20 are eligible to enter. A few years ago, Lang Xuanjiao and Tianhong had a dispute and made a bet. Whoever's disciple can get the opportunity to reshape the spiritual roots in the Kuiwen Secret Realm will be trained as the next successor to the sect master. But not long after the bet was made, Lang Xuanjiao was poisoned. For so many years, he was too busy to take care of himself. How could he have the time to select disciples and teach them? And in the blink of an eye, Kuiwen Secret Realm will be opened soon. Lang Xuanjiao clenched her fists, her face as cold as 1,000-year-old ice. In such a short time, even if she could pick out a disciple with good talent, it would be too late to train him. But if Tianhong's disciple Liu Zitang really got the qualification to be trained as the next sect master, it would be a big trouble for her. At that time, using this statement, Tianhong would be able to frantically attract opportunities and benefits for Liu Zitang. With this title, Tianhong would definitely not let her have any room to refuse. Lang Xuanjiao stared blankly for a long time, then she deeply closed her phoenix eyes filled with coldness. Not long after, the entire sect was in an uproar. No way! The Great Elder Ji Cheng and the Law Enforcement Peak Elder Zhou were actually undercover agents planted by the Daqian dynasty. No wonder Ji Cheng let Lin Feiyun go safely that day. The sect actually gave Yafan, the disciple of the spiritual medicine garden who revealed all this, a low-grade local-level technique as a reward? What a joke! I was also dumbfounded. Although he did expose the undercover of the Daqian dynasty and prevented a possible conspiracy, that was an earth-level skill. How could he give it to a disciple who grows medicine in a spiritual medicine garden? There are also 10 second-level elixirs, the spirit-transforming pills. These 10 pills are enough to cultivate from the early stage of the foundation building period to the peak of the foundation building period. Have you heard about this? That Yafan only has one ordinary spiritual root. If it weren't for the lack of a disciple in the spiritual medicine garden, he wouldn't even be qualified to enter our sect. No way! Ordinary spiritual roots. The outer sect disciples were all discussing the topic about Yafan. Not only the outer sect. The inner sect, the core disciples, and even the elders were all greatly shocked. Yafan? Countless sect geniuses all remembered this name deeply. And it was not just them. At this moment, Yafan was completely dumbfounded when he looked at the 10 soul-transforming pills and the thick and simple jade slip of the lower-grade earth-level cultivation method. He thought that everything was fine and he could develop peacefully from then on. But in the end, the sect rewarded him with a bunch of these things, which directly pushed him to the cusp of the storm. He even thought that the other disciples of the sect were jealous of him to the point of being unrecognizable. Maybe one day someone who doesn't like him will sneak up and kill him with a knife. Return the things? The hatred has been pulled. Returning them is useless. As for leaving, now the news is probably already spread to the Dacian dynasty. Once he leaves the Chongshengxian zone, he will definitely face the endless pursuit of the Dacian dynasty, and he will die faster at that time. Isn't this going to kill me? Ye Fan murmured bitterly. Rest assured. Your life will always be in your own hands. A cold and pleasant voice sounded behind Ye Fan. Chapter 45. Rest assured. Your life will always be in your own hands. Ye Fan looked back and saw that Lang Xuanjiu had come behind him without knowing when. Sister Fairy. Ye Fan stepped forward and said, "What's going on? Is there something wrong with the sect master's brain? Bah, did he not get enough sleep last night? I solved such a big trouble for the Chongsheng immortal sect, and he did this to me. Doesn't he want me to die? Is there something wrong with the sect master's brain? Didn't he get enough sleep last night?" Lang Xuanjiu's pretty face fell a little. "I give you a good thing, but you still have complaints? Do you know that a local level technique is the dream of many people in the entire cultivation world? I know the value of this earth level technique, but it is a crime to possess a treasure, and this is something that will cost me my life." Ye Fan said helplessly, "Let's not talk about how the people of the Dacian dynasty will regard me as a must-kill if I am announced. Just within the sect, I am afraid that one day a senior brother who doesn't like me will kill me. I told you to rest assured that your life will always be in your own hands." Lang Xuanjiu said, "Since the master has done this, he naturally thought of your worries and made plans to deal with them." For some reason, when the words came to her lips, she did not reveal her identity directly. At that moment, she felt a strong worry in her heart. She was worried that if Ye Fan knew her identity, he would start to be in awe of her, thus breaking the equal relationship between the two. "What's the solution?" Ye Fan came up and asked, "What's the solution?" "The sect master intends to use her divine sense to cover this place. If someone really tries to do something bad to you, she will personally take action." Lang Xuanjiu replied. Yet, Fan's eyes suddenly lit up. "The old master wants to protect me personally. How embarrassing." As he said that, he stretched out his hand and put all the 10 soul-transforming pills and the jade slips of the earth-level skills into the storage ring. With the personal protection of the sect master, there is nothing to be afraid of. How can you look embarrassed at all? Lang Xuanjiu's eyelids twitched. Then, Ye Fan chuckled, "Fairy sister, when you see the sect master again, please say thank you to him for me." "I will." Lang Xuanjiu nodded. "No need to speak for me. You have already told the master yourself. Come, come." Ye Fan invited Lang Xuanjiu into the house to thank the sect master for personally protecting me. "I would like to invite you, fairy sister, to have tea. The master personally protected you, and you invited me to have tea." Lang Xuanjiu's eyes were filled with a hint of amusement. "How do you say thank you like this?" "No, fairy sister, how could the sect master know me? Besides, how could the sect master condescend to come to my shabby place? So, sister fairy, just drink it for the sect master." Yet, Fan took out the teapot and teacup, put a handful of tea leaves in it, boiled a ball of water with dan fire, and poured it into the teapot. In an instant, the whole hut was filled with the fragrance of tea. "Are you so familiar with the control of dan fire? Can you make pills?" Lang Xuanjiu asked. She wanted to ask this question last time. Generally speaking, one can easily refine a 100% success rate for refining Yuanling pills, and each pill is of top quality. Ye Fan waved his hand and answered as if it was no big deal. Lang Xuanjiu's beautiful eyes rolled slightly, obviously she didn't believe it. And she rolled her eyes with a rather coquettish meaning. This kind of expression would never appear on her face in the past. She didn't even notice it herself. When she was alone with Ye Fan, although her temperament was still cold, the 10,000-year-old iceberg had already shown signs of melting. Ye Fan was a little dazed. Knowing that Lang Xuanjiu didn't believe him, he shook his head and didn't say much. He poured a cup of tea and handed it to Lang Xuanjiu. Lang Xuanjiu took a sip. But the feeling of nourishing her soul that she expected did not appear. After the spiritual tea entered her stomach, it turned into a completely different energy from the last time. These energies did not penetrate into her soul to nourish it, but slowly flowed into her spiritual veins. Lang Xuanjiahu's pupils suddenly shook violently. She suddenly raised her head and looked at Ye Fan. This spiritual tea can increase the talent of spiritual roots. Chapter 46. This spiritual tea can increase spiritual root talent. Lang Xuanjiahu looked at Ye Fan in astonishment. Not bad. Ye Fan nodded. How can it be, Lang? Xuanjiahu felt that her knowledge had been greatly overturned. In addition to the ground spiritual energy that could reshape and strengthen the spiritual roots, she had never seen anything else in her life that could make the spiritual roots stronger. And this tea actually made her spiritual roots stronger? And it became much stronger? After drinking a cup, her top-grade ice spiritual roots actually showed signs of breaking through to the best. If it hadn't really happened to her, she would never believe this kind of thing. I don't know if this spiritual tea is much. If my spiritual veins can grow into a top-grade special spiritual root, then my chances of breaking through to the out-of-body stage will be greatly increased. Shocked, Lang Xuanjiahu suddenly thought of this. But she looked at Ye Fan, opened her mouth for a long time, and couldn't say anything. This spiritual tea is too precious. Moreover, she also needs Ye Fan's Tianzhuang immortal grass. She couldn't say it even more if she wanted both. It's better to get the Tianzhuang immortal grass and refine the Qingxuang pill first. Lang Xuanjiahu thought. Even if the spiritual root has grown to the top-grade special spiritual root, if she wants to break through the out-of-body stage, she must first completely eliminate the poison. She took a deep breath, suppressed the throbbing in her heart, looked up at Ye Fan, but found that Ye Fan had no intention of drinking tea. He didn't even take out a teacup for her. Lang Xuanjiahu was a little confused and asked, "Why don't you drink it?" Ye Fan smiled and said, "This is specially made for you, fairy sister. I don't need to drink it now." "No need." Lang Xuanjiahu frowned slightly. "The spiritual tea can increase the talent of spiritual roots, the effect is very strong, your ordinary spiritual roots will probably be able to be promoted in no time, how can it be unnecessary to drink it? Even if it is a 5-element spiritual root, it is better than your current ordinary spiritual root." Ye Fan nodded and said, "Indeed. But I really don't need to drink it now, and it would be a waste if I drink it." After saying that, Ye Fan moved forward mysteriously. Lang Xuanjiahu was puzzled, but still leaned forward and moved her head closer. Ye Fan whispered in her ear, "Because I actually have a natural spiritual root, but it hasn't awakened yet. It won't be too late to drink after I awaken." "Natural spiritual root? Not awakened yet? I think you haven't woken up yet." Their cheeks were almost touching, and Ye Fan's breathing made Lang Xuanjiahu feel a little hot. She pretended to be annoyed and complained, then quickly shrank back and glanced to the side. "I'm really too lazy to care about you." Ye Fan smiled and said nothing. He picked up the teapot and refilled Lang Xuanjiahu with another cup. "Oh. That's right." Soon, after finishing almost all the tea, Ye Fan slapped his thigh and stood up. "I forgot something, fairy sister, come with me." Looking at his back as he walked out of the hut, Lang Xuanjiahu was puzzled, and got up and followed him out. Ye Fan brought Lang Xuanjiahu to the corner of the spiritual medicine garden, in front of the Tianzhuang fairy grass. Next to the Tianzhuang fairy grass, the seed that had just been planted had also sprouted. Under Lang Xuanjiahu's puzzled gaze, Ye Fan went up and patted the leaves of the Tianzhuang fairy grass change back. The disguise of the Tianzhuang fairy grass suddenly disappeared and turned into its original appearance. After seeing the true appearance of the Tianzhuang fairy grass, Lang Xuanjiahu's phoenix eyes suddenly widened. "Is this already mature? Obviously it was much worse last time. How is this possible?" Ye Fan smiled and said, "It was ripe yesterday, but I didn't know where to find you. Today, something happened and I forgot about it. Fairy sister, do you want to take this Tianzhuang fairy grass away or keep it growing here?" Buzz buzz buzz. When Ye Fan spoke, the Tianzhuang fairy grass kept trembling, as if proudly telling Lang Xuanjiahu, "You are not mistaken, I am ripe and can be drugged." Ye Fan's words completely stunned Lang Xuanjiahu. "Do you mean, to give me this heavenly frost herb directly?" "Yes. What else?" Ye Fan nodded. "Why?" Lang Xuanjiahu asked blankly. "Why?" Ye Fan said, "When we first met, didn't you say that you were poisoned? Could the toxin in your body resonate with this heavenly frost immortal grass? If this magical herb could cause such a strange phenomenon, then it should be the antidote if nothing unexpected happens. There is no use for me to keep this Tianzhuang Xianko, so I will give it to you to detoxify you." If what you want to talk about is the value of this elixir. Ye Fan smiled and raised his left hand. The bracelet on his wrist sparkled in the sunday. No matter how precious this 5th level spiritual medicine is, it is not as important as being able to remove the toxins in your body. When you gave me a 4th level high quality spiritual weapon for my safety, didn't you also consider its value? Lang Xuanjiao looked at Ye Fan's face steadily. Looking at his smile that was as warm as a gentle spring breeze, the ice and snow in her eyes melted rapidly. Chapter 47. Sushan City. The whole city is decorated with lights and colors. Red silk brocades are hung all over the streets, and the atmosphere is full of joy. The Lin family is marrying off their daughter, and the whole city is celebrating. Of course. Although the Lin family is one of the 2 major families in Sushan City. But it is absolutely impossible to achieve this. The city lord's mansion will never agree. But Lin Feiyan, the eldest daughter of the Lin family, married the 6th prince of the Daqian dynasty. Then everything will be completely different. Don't say you don't agree. The decorations in this city were personally arranged by the city lord Li Mingyang. Lin Mansion. A flying sedan came whizzing and landed in the Lin family mansion. From the flying sedan, a handsome man with a gloomy brow walked down. Meet the 6th prince. Meet His Royal Highness the 6th prince. See the 6th prince. All the Lin family members, led by the head of the family, Lin Zhongxian, came out to greet him. This man was the 6th prince of the Daqian dynasty, Huang Fuhao. Then, a woman with a proud figure and full of charm, whose appearance was not as good as Luo Menxin, but whose temperament was enough to make countless young men Amitabha, came out. Behind her, there was a young man, Lin Feiyun, who was released by Ji Cheng in the Chongsheng Xian zone. Husband, you just left not long ago, how come you are back again? The wedding is in 3 days, you can't be so impatient. After seeing Huang Fuhao, the woman became more charming and twisted her body to get closer. She called Huang Fuhao husband. Obviously, this woman is the root of the Lin family's connection with the royal family, Huang Fuhao's soon-to-be married wife, Lin Feiyun's sister, Lin Feiyan. However, what no one expected was that just when Lin Feiyan was about to lean on Huang Fuhao, Huang Fuhao slapped Lin Feiyan hard on the face. With a crisp sound of slap, Lin Feiyan turned around and fell to the ground. Everyone in the Lin family was stunned. What is going on? Lin Feiyan covered her swollen face with her hands, blood oozing from the corners of her mouth, and looked at Huang Fuhao in disbelief. Husband, what are you doing? What? How dare you ask me what I am doing? Huang Fuhao grabbed Lin Feiyan's collar and pulled her up from the ground. You used my name without telling me, and used the secret chess piece that our Daqian planted in the Chongsheng Xian zone to avenge your brother? How dare you? Hearing that it was because of this, Lin Feiyan's face turned pale, and she hurriedly explained. Husband, we only killed an ordinary outer sect disciple, it won't cause any impact. I did this because Yunar is now a royal relative, and being bullied by an outer disciple of the Chongsheng Xian zone, and a vegetable-growing disciple at that, is simply a disgrace to the royal family. Pa! Before she finished her words, another slap hit her face hard. Huang Fuhao gritted his teeth and said, an outer disciple who grows vegetables? Do you know that it is because of this outer disciple named Ye Fan that all the hidden chess pieces planted by our Daqian dynasty in the Chongsheng Xian zone were pulled out cleanly, and decades of arrangements were all wasted in an instant? Swish! Lin Feiyan's face changed drastically again. She realized the seriousness of the matter, which was beyond her imagination. This. How could this be possible? Husband, are you mistaken? Mistaken? According to the news from Chongsheng Xian zone, the outer disciple Ye Fan was rewarded with a local level skill for exposing the undercover of the Daqian dynasty. Tell me, how could I be wrong? Huang Fuhao threw Lin Feiyan to the ground and said angrily, if it weren't for the upcoming wedding, my royal family couldn't afford to lose face, I would definitely crush you to death with my own hands. During this time, you stay still. After you marry into the Lin family, everything in the Lin family will have nothing to do with you anymore. If I find out that you are helping the Lin family in any way, either openly or secretly, you and your Lin family will disappear from this world. Humph! Huang Fuhao's words revealed his murderous intent. He glanced at the other members of the Lin family, his eyes stayed on Lin Feiyun for a moment, snorted coldly, and flew back to the flying chariot. The old man who drove the chariot, who had never said a word, threw his hand, and the flying chariot took off into the sky. The faces of the people in the Lin family were all as ugly as if they had eaten shit. Especially Lin Feiyun. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes were full of regret and pain, but more of it was hatred. Ye Fan! Luo Mensin! I will make sure you die without a burial place. Lin Feiyun covered her face, curled up on the ground, and sobbed. In her sadness, her eyes were filled with a hint of relief. She was relieved that she would still become the prince's consort instead of being divorced directly. In the back, among the servants of the Lin family, a man with a hideous scar on his face had a slightly moved expression, but a flash of joy flashed across his face. Chapter 48. The Luo family, another big family in Sushan City, is in a dead state at this moment. The people of the Luo family know that when Lin Feiyun marries into the royal family, they who have a mortal feud with the Lin family will die without a burial place. These days, they have searched for countless ways. But how huge is the Dacian dynasty? Even if they want to become vassals of other forces, no force dares to take them in. They also thought about escaping directly and escaping from the sphere of influence of the Dacian dynasty. But the people of the Lin family have already stared at them. There are hundreds of people in their Luo family, and if they want to escape with their families, it is impossible not to be discovered. Escape can only accelerate the demise of the Luo family. Luo Feng, the head of the Luo family, sat upright, holding the handles of the chair tightly with both hands. Beside him stood Luo Mensin, who insisted on rushing back, and below him were the heads of the Luo family. Master, all the shops on East Street have been robbed by the Lin family. The owner of the house and the shops on North Street were not spared. Householder. People kept coming in to report, making the atmosphere in the hall even more solemn. This is God's will to destroy our Luo family. A clan uncle of the Luo family, Luo Mensin's great-uncle Luo Jace Han, screamed in a trembling voice. Now that things have come to this, it's nothing more than a death. It's no big deal. Then, Luo Mensin's cousin Luo Lei, a burly man stood up. He said in a deep voice, it's a pity that my Luo family has perished without leaving behind a trace of blood. Thousands of years later, no one can avenge us for this blood feud. When he said this, countless people clenched their fists. They, the Luo family, were unwilling to lose. Suddenly, Luo Zhong, the second uncle of Luo Mensin, who had always been taciturn, turned his gaze to Luo Mensin. Meng Xin. Go. We will find a way to send you out. If you return to the immortal Chongsheng sect, even if the Lin family finds out that you are not dead, they will not be able to do anything to you in the immortal Chongsheng sect. As soon as these words came out, they instantly reminded everyone. Yes. My dear niece, please leave. You are a disciple of the Chongsheng immortal sect, and the Dacian dynasty can't do anything to you. Go to the Chongsheng immortal sect and practice well. Don't take our hatred to heart. When you have enough ability in the future, well, live well and continue this last bloodline for our Luo family. Yes. Let's go. We'll find a way to get you out. People were talking at once. Luo Feng also turned to look at Luo Mensin. But he didn't say anything to persuade Luo Mensin. He knew. Although his daughter was gentle, she was actually very stubborn. No one could change what she had decided. Just like she ignored all the stops, knowing that she was going to die, and came back to live and die with the Luo family. If she was sent away by force, even if she was alive, she would live in hatred and pain all her life, and it would be worse than death. Luo Mensin listened to the words of the elders one by one. Feeling her father's gaze, her eyes were red, and she bit her cherry lips tightly. Go. She couldn't accept watching her father and the clan die while she lived in the world. Stay. She had to bear the burden of continuing the last bloodline of the Luo family and avenging the Luo family. In the end, should she go or stay? She was extremely entangled in her heart and couldn't make a choice at all. Her pair of jade hands were clenched tightly, and her nails pierced deeply into the flesh. At this time, another figure rushed into the hall in a hurry. The person who came was the Luo family's chief executive, Luo Kun, a chubby fat man. After seeing Luo Kun walk in, everyone thought he was here to report that the shop had been robbed, so they didn't pay much attention to it and continued to wait for Luo Mensin's decision. But after entering the door, Luo Kun suddenly knelt on the ground with a plop. His heavy body, his knees slammed on the ground, causing the ground to tremble a few times, and also attracted everyone's attention. He looked extremely excited, and shouted in a trembling voice, Patriarch! All the heads! It's alive! My Luo family is alive. Alive? Luo-kun, what are you talking about? Luo Jie's hand narrowed his eyes, his face full of doubts. Manager Luo, what happened again? Luo Zhong asked. Manager Luo, what happened? Just tell me directly. Anyway, it has come to this point. No matter how big the problem is, we can bear it. Luo Lei said loudly. It is indeed a huge matter, but it is not a bad thing, it is a very good thing. Luo Kun clasped his fists towards Luo Feng and said excitedly, Master, I have received reliable information. Lin Feiyan secretly mobilized the secret chess pieces planted by the Daqian dynasty in the Chongsheng immortal sect, trying to kill an outer disciple named Ye Fan, but was exposed by Ye Fan in advance, resulting in all the secret chess pieces of the Daqian dynasty being uprooted and annihilated. The sixth prince was furious, and just now he rushed to the Lin family, beat Lin Feiyan, and ordered Lin Feiyan not to have any connection with the Lin family after she became a member of the family. He also said that if she dared to help secretly, the Lin family would disappear from the world. Chapter 49. Everyone in the room was shocked. Luo Lei, who had just said that he could handle it, now opened his mouth wide, and was just as shocked as anyone else. When he said he could handle it, he meant that he could handle bad things. But he never expected that what Luo Kun was going to say was actually good things, and great good things. Who could handle this? Luo Kun, how reliable is this reliable news you mentioned? Luo Jie's hand's voice became even more trembling than Luo Kun's just now. It's more reliable than my fat body. Luo Kun patted his belly and promised. Then, he told him who had passed the message to him. Li Chusheng, the younger brother of Luo Mensin's deceased brother-in-law. After the tragedy, he came all the way to Sushan City and joined the Luo family, looking for revenge until today. Because he looked similar to his brother, he even did not hesitate to. After hearing that the news was passed on by Li Chusheng, everyone in the Luo family could no longer control themselves. It is God's will that our Luo family will not be destroyed. Thank God, our Luo family is alive again. Ha 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 ha. Those bastards from the Lin family, now that they have no one to back them up, let's see what they can still do to show off. No, I can't stand it anymore, I'm going to take back our robbed shop now. Luo Lei, calm down for now. Although the sixth prince said so, after all, you have to look at the owner before you beat the dog. Luo Feng looked at the people below, and his hand holding the handle of the chair finally loosened. At this time, Luo Mensin suddenly moved and ran out of the hall. Mensin, where are you going? Return to the sect. Luo Mensin said without looking back. Her voice was choked with sobs. Her pretty face was already covered with tears. This was the joy of the Luo family being saved. But more of it was guilt, self-blame, and regret. Before going down the mountain, she struggled for a long time and decided not to meet Ye Fan. She knew that once she went down the mountain, it would basically be a farewell forever. So, she thought it was enough for her to be sad alone, and she didn't want to make Ye Fan sad again. But what she didn't expect was that the crisis of the Luo family would be resolved by Ye Fan, and the reason for the resolution was that Ye Fan was killed because of her. When Luo Kun said that the Daqian dynasty was going to attack Ye Fan, Luo Mensin's heart shrank to the extreme. Before she went down the mountain, Luo Mensin realized that she might be attracted to Ye Fan. And now, at that moment, she completely recognized her own heart. Luo Mensin flew out of the city, and the tears on her pretty face were still falling like rain. In her tearful vision, there was no road, only along in the direction of Shengxian sect, there was a handsome figure in the spiritual medicine garden. Lang Xuanjiao left without taking the Tianshuang immortal grass with her. She had not yet found a way to refine the Qingshuang pill. If she took it away, even if the medicinal effect was well preserved, it would still be far inferior to continuing to grow. After she left, Ye Fan brewed himself another pot of spiritual tea and began to practice the dragon elephant body tempering technique. After starting to practice, time passed quickly. Under the effect of the spiritual tea, Ye Fan's dragon elephant body tempering technique made crazy progress. In a few days, he had a tendency to break through to the middle stage of the first level again, and his understanding of the collapse of the elephant gradually became more and more integrated. Buzz. The layer of brilliance covering the surface of the body gradually faded. Ye Fan slowly opened his eyes, felt the continuous improvement of his strength and physical strength, and nodded with satisfaction. Then, he turned on the system. It was already noon, and it had been exactly 7 days since the day when the achievement was unlocked. It's time to draw the lottery again. I must get a golden talent. I don't know what it will be. Ye Fan started the simulation with great anticipation. You can choose to extract random talents successfully. Purified water, white. All the liquids you drink can be automatically converted into purified water after entering your mouth. Note that it means everything. Tyrannosaurus Rex, blue. You will become a Tyrannosaurus Rex, but be careful and beware of being mistaken for a monster. Charger, blue. Your body comes with 220V household electricity, which can be used to connect all electrical appliances. King of Special Effects, gold. How can you walk in the world of immortal cultivation without special effects? You can cause heaven and earth phenomena. You can also choose to close the heaven and earth phenomena that are about to be triggered. Accumulate and win. Dark and purple, you turn into an adult 4th order monster, the Black Magic Pig. Ziobe Wen, blue. You become a Ziobe Wen story writer, and your representative work is Dolo Dolo vs. Yan Emperor. Seeking the Demon, blue. Become a brutal and inhumane demon cultivator, and all aspects will be greatly improved. Intermediate talking, blue. There is a 75% chance that you will tell your innermost secrets when you dream. Aquaman, purple. Your body will mutate and you will have the qualifications to become the king of the sea. You can choose to hide the mutated part so that you still look like an ordinary person. Daydream, white. When sleeping during the day, physical fitness plus 10. Chapter 50. The King of Special Effects. Ye Fan looked at the golden talent content in the talent column, and his pupils trembled. It can cause heaven and earth phenomena, and you can also choose to close the heaven and earth phenomena that are about to be triggered. He decisively chose this talent. Then he randomly chose 2 other ones without side effects. Finally, after many days, he chose You Can't Imagine the Happiness of the Heavenly Spirit Root, gold, again. You have chosen talents, King of Special Effects, gold, Daydream, white, Charger, blue. The happiness of the spiritual root is beyond your imagination, gold. Fixed talents, Eagle Eyes, blue. How to make elixir, gold. Photographic memory, purple. Stun, blue. Novice, blue. Tech Master, gold. Bodybuilding, purple. King of Miraculous Medicine, gold. Tea Master, gold. Active Noise Reduction, blue. Tiger Always Walks Alone, purple. Super Warm Man, purple. Sword Riding the Wind Pro, purple. Bigu, blue. Positioning Attack Chicken, purple. Where Dreams Begin, blue. Rich Man, purple. Handicraft Master, blue. Immortal Cultivation Simulation begins. Day 1, your spiritual root was about to trigger a heaven and earth phenomenon, but you cancelled it. Ye Fan's eyes widened suddenly. Sure enough. This cancellation of the heaven and earth anomaly can be used for the heavenly spiritual root. Obtaining a golden talent, unlocking 2 golden talents. Finally. After so long. The deadlock of the heavenly spiritual root has finally been broken. Overjoyed, Ye Fan continued to look down. You who have obtained the heavenly spiritual roots begin to practice the earth-level Kung Fu. The next day, you took a Qi gathering pill and a Yuanling pill, and your cultivation level broke through to the middle stage of Qi refining. You caused a strange phenomenon in the world, but you cancelled it. Day 3, Zhao Jin came. He had just come out of retreat and was shocked to hear your news. He came to congratulate you and told you to practice with peace of mind and not to worry too much. If anyone came to trouble you, he would help you settle it. Seeing his heroic spirit, you were moved, even though you knew very well that he had not even entered the initial stage of Qi training. Day 4, you started practicing again and took 2 Yuanling pills to assist your practice. After a while, your cultivation level broke through again and reached the middle and late stages of Qi refining. You cancelled the strange phenomena in the world again. This amazing speed of cultivation was jaw-dropping. You are indeed a natural spiritual root. But you decided to stop for a while and stabilize your cultivation level first. As expected of a natural spiritual root. Too awesome, brother. Ye Fan felt very comfortable just by watching the simulation. Day 5, Luo Menxin came. She looked a little tired. After seeing you, she burst into tears and threw herself into your arms, crying loudly, saying sorry. You hugged her gently and comforted her softly. After a long time, she suddenly. Then, you two had sex. Damn. Ye Fan's eyes almost popped out. Senior sister Luo, gave it to me for nothing? This, his mood was a little complicated. How complicated was it? 1,000 words could be summed up into one sentence. Time passed so slowly. Why hasn't the 5th day come yet? You are doing it, but suddenly, your fairy sister comes, and after seeing you, she stands there in a daze as if struck by lightning, and then, her eyes begin to turn red gradually, and she becomes unconscious. A terrifying pressure sweeps over, like a terrifying wave falling from the Milky Way. You are dead. Ye Fan's complicated mood disappeared instantly. Was he beaten to death by the fairy sister's insane pressure? I don't know if she lost her mind because she saw us. Or was she about to lose her mind and just happened to be here? Ye Fan muttered in his heart, don't worry about what the reason is, just hide for a while and come out when she seems to be fine. Please select the talent to be fixed. System prompt sound. Select fixed talent, King of Special Effects, Gold. Ye Fan said without hesitation. He must first fix the talent of the King of Special Effects. Not to mention that the heavenly spiritual root can continue to be preserved, even if it can't be preserved, he must not choose it. Without the King of Special Effects, if he chooses it, he will die. Select the fixed talent, King of Special Effects, Gold, fixed successfully. After the King of Special Effects is fixed, you can choose the heavenly spiritual root whenever you want. When there is no good talent refreshed, just fix it directly. However, although the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth has disappeared, there is still one thing that makes Ye Fan a little worried. That is, his spiritual root cannot withstand investigation. Once investigated, it can be found that it is a heavenly spiritual root. If it spreads out at that time, I am afraid it will be a huge trouble. Therefore, he has to find a way to cover up the spiritual root talent, or fix another talent with this effect.